Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm the Conan of the Crucible, Pedro, and tonight we have a Battle Royale for you. Fabian Liberty and Last Username will be going up against Counterpoints and Rob Noor, ripping apart the topics criminal justice system and state policing. Enjoy. But before we get to that, we would request you all subscribe to our channel on Twitch right now by clicking the link at the top of the description or pinned in the top of the live chat. We are a young channel, ladies and gentlemen, and are constantly trying to expand. Please like, share, and subscribe. If you feel you want to help us create something for this to grow even more and keep that nice steady drip of content going, donate to us through PayPal, join and become a member on YouTube, or become a Patreon. Any and everything helps us complete the work we are trying to do, which is ultimately to create a battleground, a public square where we can fight for and proclaim the truth. Welcome back, and glad to have you, everyone, to the Crucible. Enjoy.
Unmute it. Sorry, guys. One sec.
Status versus the anti-status. I absolutely love it. Going to be a battle royale, fight to the death, just so that everybody knows. Well, not, figuratively a fight to the death, right? I don't mean that literally, but just so everybody knows, we do take moderation here seriously, right? We're going to bring out each one of our guests. We're going to allow them to introduce themselves. We're going to allow them to talk about their channel. You see my Kylo Ren sweatshirt is on, so we know that there's going to be some evil shit afoot. Have the old logo, so you know there's some evil shit afoot. We're going to start with last username. Let's bring him out. Pedro.
Last username. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Yeah, you want to shout out your channel? Tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me on Twitch as last_username, or very soon on YouTube as Econarchy. Empty channel right now, but videos are going up soon.
Econarchy.
Yeah.
I like Econarchy.
You like that?
And then Fabian Liberty will be your partner for tonight's debate. Let's bring out Fabian. How you doing, Fabian? It's nice to see you here tonight.
Yeah, I'm doing just great. Good to be back. Fabian Liberty is the channel. Scott is the name. Co-host and I are anarcho-capitalists. You can find us on YouTube and on Twitch as Fabian Liberty.
And we've got, of course, returning to the Crucible, Counterpoints. Nice to see you tonight, Counterpoints. Counterpoints was not able to join us by camera tonight because he's a piece of shit. Shout out your channel, Counterpoints, to everyone where they can find you.
Yeah, so you can find my piece of shit ass on YouTube at Counterpoints. You can also find me on Twitch, Counterpoints, and then Twitter _Counterpoints_. Also, you can just go to Counterpoints.gg, which is the website that has all of my perspectives and all that kind of stuff. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, a law enforcement veteran. I'm a centrist, and I like to fight people about everything all the time. So if you're down for that, then it should be a good night.
Base. Next, let's bring out Rob Noor, long-time debater on the Crucible. He's back once again for just a little bit more verbal bloodshed. Rob Noor, shout out your channel, tell everyone where they can find you.
Yeah, my name's Rob Norm, a populist conservative. It's nice to be debating people that are even for smaller government than me, because I'm for small government. So this will be interesting. But you can find me primarily on twitch.tv/Rob Nor, all one word, lowercase, as you see it spelled there. Also, sometimes you can find me on YouTube at Normal America with Rob Nor, but I'm banned for a week because, I was talking about the Durham report influencing elections and things like that. YouTube, not a big fan of that sort of stuff. So we'll keep that to a minimum tonight, but happy to be here.
And happy to have you. Each debater is going to have a 7-minute opening statement. We'll start with Rob Nor. We'll pass it to last username. From there to counterpoints, and then Fabian Liberty will be able to go last. The challengers in this are going to be Rob Nor and counterpoints, so we'll let them open with the cross-examination. Rob, with your open, go ahead.
All right. Thanks so much. Glad to be here. Last username I've been on panels with before. Really enjoyed. Fabian, it's my first time with you, so I'm looking forward to it. And Connor, the champion of the Odyssey games, gave himself a tattoo to win. So honored to be here with the champ himself. So, like I said, it's interesting to debate someone. Let me say this at the outset. I enjoy where last username and Fabian are coming from, because I too think that individual liberty, personal responsibility are the things that make our country great and are things that we should strive for. It was written into the foundational documents of our country, which made this the greatest country in the history of the world. So I sympathize with the idea of trying to maximize individuality, liberty, and things like that. However, the problem's going to be that it's just this idea of anarcho-capitalism is just not doable. It's not practical whatsoever. And it's basically a pipe dream. It's one of those things that you could sit around and talk about on paper, and you're, in laboratories, and, if you're a weirdo, it debates at the bar instead of sports or something like that. But it's just not practical. It's not able to be done, right? It's something that's just some ideological, masturbation that you could sit around and talk and sound smart, but it's not practical whatsoever. And we'll get into the reasons why. So we're talking specifically about policing and criminal justice, but this has to do with their system in general, which would be a system that advocates for basically no state and no laws and no enforcement through the state of laws whatsoever. So the problem with this is going to be that there's not really anything beneficial that comes from it. They'll say the reason for this is to maximize individuality and maximize liberty, and taxation is theft, and laws through the government are infringing upon people and your liberty and things like that. But they're basically just rejecting one form of the state for another. And it'll be a form of the state that'll be less accountable. When you get rid of this sort of state, there's going to be all sorts of problems, which I'll identify some now that I just briefly came up with the top of my head. The first is that this sort of not having a state doesn't work in a society that's as complex as ours. So regardless of what you think, and there are many problems that have to do with too large of a state, and we're constantly need to be pushing back against that. But the reality is we need a state for base necessities, such as policing, such as small infrastructure things, such as military and things like that, because their idea of a society, it's like you're playing the game Civilization. If you were starting out as an anarcho-capitalist civilization, then maybe you would be able to, in that game, be able to advance. But at the point we're at now, it's not possible. For example, there would be all sorts of questions like, who would own the utilities? Who would own, what if a wealthy person says, I now own all the water pipes in this city, and no one's allowed to have it unless I tax them at a certain rate, or they pay me money rather than taxes at a certain rate. Same is true of roads and things like that. It's just not feasible. And even though our society has problems, the reality is we live in the best time there is to be alive. Human history has been a history of suffering. When things more akin to anarcho-capitalism would have existed, we were talking about human life being misery, struggling to find the next meal and things like that. Gangs, roving marauders and things like that would be running the show. So I just think it's too complex now. The second thing would be that it would be a system where wealth makes right. They'll talk about we could factor out things to insurance companies that would resolve disputes, but those insurance companies are still going to have a profit motivation, just like insurance companies do now. And that means the wealthiest people would be able to influence those insurance companies to have outcomes that they wanted. And so you'd still be withheld to a same system. Also, if you don't have the money to pay into that insurance company, then you would be left in the cold. So you still don't have this sort of personal liberty. The third thing is this would be an ethno-nationalist dream. If you're familiar with the Crucible, you've seen that those sorts of people like to rally around the fringes of all sorts of ethno-nationalism. This is be exactly the type of system they would advocate for. They would say, in our area, we control this area, and our system says the insurance companies kick all people of a certain skin color or ethnicity out. That would be disastrous and cause inner conflicts amongst those ethnicities. The fourth would be that it would lead to a tyranny of the mob and gang warfare and things like that. We could get more into it, but you could understand how this would be the case without any laws. If a particular gang in a particular area had the plurality of power, they would basically be that insurance company that would enforce criminal behavior as they saw fit. The fifth would be that there's no more freedom than we have from the state, as I already said, because you're just replacing it with sort of another state, which we could get more into. The sixth would be it only works if the whole world does it. They'll talk a lot about, well, we can't point to a system where this has been done and it works, but that's because the current system doesn't allow it. Well, the reality is the current system would never allow it. If the whole world doesn't change to this mindset at the same time, then what would happen would be you would have one strongman country that would say, oh, sweet, no one has a military anymore. They're now all dependent on picking up the phone and calling each other to have private militias or insurance companies develop mercenaries or something to fight back. It would be a disaster. The seventh would be they'll say these insurance companies will enforce morality, but that morality is going to be subjective to each individual. So each agency would have different opinions of morality, which means that there would be clashes that would occur in between these agencies, which would lead to more violence overall. And the last would be that there'll be all sorts of mandates and things like that. We can see right now that there are many people in this country, at one point particularly, it's getting better, but that wanted all sorts of crazy things under COVID. For example, 30-something% of Democrats say that your children should be taken away from you if you don't take certain medications and things like that. In the system they're talking about, in the enclaves with the insurance companies that were owned by these particular people, they would be able to enforce those insurance companies going in, removing children and things like that, and there would be nothing you could do about it. So even though there are problems with the state, which I will absolutely agree with, the reality is giving monopoly of enforcement to the state is one of the best things we could do. And it would basically be a system with less individual liberty, more collectivism and things like that if we adopted the sort of anarcho-capitalist mindset that they're saying. It's just not possible. It's an idea that sounds neat to talk about and test in a laboratory and in debates like this. But each of you listening right now knows it's not possible.
Man, that was like right on the nose, man. You were
how
you crammed all of that into your time. I'll never understand. Last username, you're up. You have 7 minutes on the clock. Go ahead.
All right. So that was a pretty comprehensive intro by Rob. Good. It outlined a lot of the concerns that most people have about the idea of a stateless society, and all the concerns that I had when I first became a libertarian. I was a minarchist. I thought, well, it would be the state's not a good thing, but we need it because it would be impractical to do things like law, like police and courts and stuff without a state. And it's totally reasonable to think that if you've never seen such a thing and you've never tried to imagine such a thing, which is not easy to imagine. But I encountered a lot of people who have spent a lot of time imagining how that might work. And they've actually come up with pretty good descriptions of it. And as I read those descriptions and thought about it, I eventually came to the conclusion that this actually could work. There's no particular reason it wouldn't. And it's certainly worth trying. So there's a lot of misconceptions about how a stateless justice system would work. First of all, the idea that there would be, all of the things the services that we have now, the basic elements, courts to resolve disputes, police to enforce your rights, and laws to make it clear to everyone what is right and what is wrong and what they're allowed to do. These are all important things that I think are essential. And I think that you can have all of those things without a state. I don't think you need a state to have those things. I think that you can have all of those things provided by a competitive free market. Just like the same way we provide most of the other things in society. And I probably don't have to convince the people here that generally free markets are better at providing things than states. Competition, choice, creative destruction, these are the things that make products and services good, that solve problems, that give us this general progress, improving technology, improving society. I think we're all pretty much on board on that. And it's just a matter of imagining, how could you have a market? How could you provide justice in that way? So, well, first of all, if you look closely, you see that we actually already do provide things like that. We have private security guards that are kind of like private police, right? They'll protect you to some extent, but they're limited in what they can do. We also have private arbitration agencies that will resolve disputes for you. And they're also limited in what they can do, but we try to use them as much as we can. And you'll also notice that these services tend to be much higher quality than the government provided services, as you might predict, right? You don't hear a lot about security guard brutality. It doesn't, arbitration agencies aren't like prohibitively expensive to use where you have to go bankrupt if you ever end up having to use one. They're good to use to resolve your disputes. People want to use them to resolve their disputes. So if these private companies had more authority if security guards could actually enforce your rights completely, and if arbitration agents could resolve your disputes in a binding way, would this be terrible? Would it cause conflict? Well, some people would say, yeah, sure, because how are they going to decide what the laws are? And if there's a dispute between two people who have different security companies, aren't they just going to get into a war with each other? And it might seem that way at first, but if you think about it, it actually seems pretty unlikely that would really happen. And I don't have time to really explain it in this intro, but I'm sure we'll get into it in the conversation. But as a rough idea, we kind of already have a situation like that in the world, right? We have many nations which have their own legal systems. They have no common authority, no world government that tells them what to do or what the law should be. And yet they have all managed to work out treaties that allow them to get along and not go to war every time someone from one country commits a crime in another one, right? If a Canadian commits a crime in America, the Canada and America don't go to war. They have rules for working it out. They have treaties. It's worked out, even though there's no common authority telling them how to do that. Somehow they figure it out. And if you start to think about that, you'll see that can actually work on a much smaller scale. And you could have a society where you could literally choose who enforces your right and who resolves your disputes. And yet those companies wouldn't have to fight with each other, and you would have more or less a common set of laws that everyone follows, or at least everyone would know what laws they're following at any given time. So I think throughout this debate, we'll be going into that and explaining it. And I'm glad that Rob is so curious about this, because I really the key is to just say, instead of saying, I know this can't work, just ask, how would this work? And I am glad to explain it to you and to forward you to other reading where you can learn more details how it works. And I think that's good enough for now. I'll see my time.
Okay, so you cede your time over. Counterpoints, it does not mean that you get more time. It just means you get the same amount of time, and he ceded his. Now, I see this message here. It says, holy shit, wrap it up. Hey, I just want to let you know, fuck you. They got 7 minutes, you prick. All right, counterpoints, you're up. You got 7 minutes.
Yeah, so one thing that I never really heard in that description was why. And that's my main problem with this entire idea set, is that I think it takes like a fundamental moral axiom, extrapolates it out into the world, and basically gives no real like thought to practicality. And then all of the practical externalities that critics talk about is basically dismissed as, we'll figure it out, or we'll negotiate these externalities, or we'll do this, or we'll do that. Well, the truth is that we could actually look back through history and see all of the times that perverse incentives have existed in the past, where the profit motive wasn't the best motive. We can understand why public institutions are oftentimes less poorly funded than private institutions, and we can also understand So for instance, this is one of the things that kind of stuck out to me really badly. So we've never heard about private security guard brutality. Yeah, we have. We see it all the fucking time. People in bars get bounced and choked out and fucking slammed against the wall and thrown out of bars all the goddamn time. So what are we talking about with no private security guard brutality. Also, the lack of complaints about private security is because they don't have arrest powers, meaning that they don't take on the roles of law enforcement due to limited liability. So a lot of the things, like, I don't know, killing people, throwing them in bracelets, putting them in cages, all of that kind of stuff, are things that private security don't currently do. So acting like they don't get complaints about those things, yeah, that's because they don't perform those services. So that seems weird. Then finally, people are actively choosing to use private arbitration firms and private security. Yeah, people who can afford private security and private arbitration. The reason why you don't hear about, and by the way, you hear plenty of people complaining about the cost of security and the cost of arbitration all the time. Lawyers are arbitrators. And lawyers, just in case anybody forgot, are fucking vampiric administrative bureaucratic dickheads who will basically drag on negotiations for their own personal benefit so they can take a 30 to 40% of the fucking cut of the administrative negotiation. So to pretend that somebody that you are individually paying to settle a dispute doesn't have some kind of financial incentive to drag out the negotiations, I don't know what fucking planet we're living on where we're just pretending that as soon as we move everything from public to private, public is bad, private is good, and once we move from public to private, everything will stop being bad and start being good. I have no fucking idea, like, where in reality this is held up. And so my curiosity, Ellie, you and I have had this conversation in the past. I don't necessarily need a logistical explanation about a hypothetical society that could exist in which maybe we would be able to figure out these disputes. What I realistically need is I need a reason why. I need a reason why we're going to do this. And then on top of that, I need an explanation of how the negative externalities that we're bringing up as criticisms of your worldview, how they are preferable to the negative externalities we have currently. And that's kind of where I'm going to be. And I'm just going to explain this right now. If you just go, our system is currently bad, expect me to fucking levy that criticism at you, and also to explain why our current system has bad things, and it has checks on power, and it has historical consensus, and it has like 3,000 years of human history supporting the common law across a variety of nations. So that's where, you know, I see this conversation going. So basically, if you want it to be productive, please tell me why we're doing this and why it's better than what we currently have. And maybe I'll take it a little bit more seriously, and I'll yield my time from there.
That's a yield, and we're going to give all of that yielded time over to our last ANCAP friend. But before we do, if you don't stop grooming your fucking face with that thing, I'm sending my private security company to your house, okay? I'm doing it. Stop grooming your face with that thing. Damn it, Scott. You got 7 minutes on the clock. Go ahead.
In honor of BPF, I will keep doing it. Because go fuck yourself. Anyways, so what I've heard so far from both people is, you know, Rob Noor having a lot of what appear to be sincere questions about all the ways that he's not sure how this system would work. And I would love throughout this debate to get into answering some of those questions and showing you how some of those questions seem to be levied against us, but they're the exact same questions we already have answers to for the state, and the answers aren't very good. And then I heard, you know, I'm sure, you know, Counterpoints had some other things, but he wanted to get into a why. He wants a moral axiom to be brought forward as to why we should change things to begin with. And I'd be happy to do that as well. But first, I'd like to go in a bit of an opening statement that actually deals with, I don't know, the fucking topic of the debate. Because that appears that both of our conservative friends just ignored the topic because they thought it would be good to just attack anarcho-capitalism. So when talking about policing and when talking about the justice system that supports policing, I think the biggest problem we have when speaking to our right-wing friends and conservatives is there is a mythology that needs to be broken down before we can understand why markets would be able to do these things. And the mythology is that police officers are these good, honorable men that are protecting us and keeping the streets safe. Sorry, can you close your mic, Rob Noor? Protecting the streets. They're keeping us safe. They're these really good, honorable men with an honorable job. And like, you have this thin blue line mentality and all of these things, when really what police officers are is they're everyday people who have a job. And we all have jobs, or maybe not some of us terminally online people, but most of us have jobs. It's just a job. And the problem is the biggest problem with the police system is that we have a monopoly on that job. And that job is a government position. And what the police do is they enforce the laws that the state enacts on its citizens. Supposedly there's some form of democratic process, but I'm sure a lot of our right-wing friends might not like the laws that Democrats want to enforce on us. Well, tough cookie, you lost the election. Or maybe there was election fraud. I don't know. But be it one way or the other, you better fucking follow and obey. And we have this idea that, like, oh, cops won't do bad things, or, BLM brings up racism and things like that. And you go, oh, well, that's just a few bad apples in the bunch. Well, no. Cops are some of the most least honorable people in all of American society. They lack more honor than your average deli worker, or your school teacher, or your school bus driver, or any regular job. They lack honor. And the reason for that is that they are oath breakers. They swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. And what we have seen over and over again is that they violate these oaths. They violate the First Amendment oath with free speech zones, with cracking down on protests that are peaceful based upon local politicians and what they do or don't like happening in their city. They violate the Second Amendment regularly. There are so many unconstitutional gun laws that are made in America. And what do? They enforce these laws. They have no problem having a large amount of police interactions and hoping that they find a small bag of weed in connection with a gun so that they can get that collar for another person locked up for felony gun possession because they happen to have, a gram of weed in their car in some place. When it comes to the Fourth Amendment, it is very clear that what the founders of the Constitution of America, what they intended for the United States, and what we currently have with the expansion of the Supreme Court. In so many Supreme Court cases, they have gone over and over and over again. They have rethought the Fourth Amendment in terms of what police can and can't do, in terms of egress, in terms of what is reasonable suspicion, in terms of stop and frisk that they took from things like Terry v. Ohio, in terms of having rights that they shouldn't have in schools and in prisons, what lawful arrests are, motor vehicle exceptions. They added exigent circumstances, plain view doctrine. Over and over and over again, the state has watered down the Constitution and has made it so that police that can't be sued, and police unions that can't be sued, and even if you do sue them, all that happens is you get money from your local government, which will then raise taxes on you for the violent or bad behavior of police officers. And the worst case of all is civil asset forfeiture. This is a doctrine that is practiced widely in America, and it is a violation of our Fourth, Fifth, and Eighth Amendment right. And anybody that reads those and sees what civil asset forfeiture is almost certainly has to agree. And this is American police. American police are some of the best police in the world. If we look at UK, people are being locked up for mean tweets. If we look at Australia, they're being locked up because they happen to go to an anti-COVID protest. If we look at Canada, they happen to be beating the shit out of moms and kids and trampling them with fucking horses and lying about it because they happen to say that what the state was doing is wrong. Make no amends about it. Police are agents of the state that just have a job. And the state will do whatever it does and use these mercenary and sellswords against us. What we need is private police. What we need is communities and business owners and a free market of people choosing what policing they want in their communities. And then have those people be liable to being able to be sued when they violate those rights. Unfortunately, that's not what we have. And the cheapest, the most effective, and the best way that we can have our rights not be violated and we can achieve our own civil liberties is to get rid of the state's monopoly on power and violence by using mercenaries of the state to punish us whenever they see fit with whatever the rules they make for us.
Gentlemen, we appreciate the opening statements. I think it set the tone very well for the debate. For FL, since I know, or not FL, I'm sorry, for last username, since I know you haven't been here before, we don't do the mic muting bullshit. We don't do that kind of stuff. We're all adults. We expect you guys to act like adults. We expect you to adhere to what the moderators ask you to adhere to. We may ask clarifying questions as we go. Everything we do is just to keep the conversation on track. I'm going to set this back over to Rob Noor and counterpoints so that they can begin the cross-examination. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Rob, can I really quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So basically, there's about 10,000 things that I could address, but so I don't get distracted. The thing that I was asking for that hopefully we can hone in on is why and how is your alternative better? And I want to give a brief rebuttal. Sorry, 1 second. Just so it's not the ANCAP hour, I want to give you a brief rebuttal really quick. So here's my thing. Civil asset forfeiture. I don't know how privatized police don't basically impound your personal possessions when they're not accountable to other people. Battery, assault, extrajudicial violence, all that kind of stuff. I don't know how poor people who can't afford to sue people who use violence against them, I don't know how they don't become second-class citizens, where basically like vagrants and homeless people just get the shit kicked out of them because they're in the wrong place at the wrong time by private security police, and they're trespassed from the area, and every time they show up, they get the shit kicked out of them. I don't know how all of the negative externalities that you basically brought up aren't made worse by privatization rather than better. Because while you can point out all of these bad things, which some I agree and some I don't, there is at least some level of consensus when it comes to assault, battery, murder, theft, burglary, hard drugs, all this kind of shit that we have come up with as far as a consensus. This consensus is not just in the United States, it's across most developed nations. And on top of that, you don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it at all if you don't fucking want to. But there's plenty of ways in which law enforcement officers fuck up, destroy their careers, destroy their families, and can end up in jail or prison right now. Whereas I don't understand, with all of the negative, I'll shut up in a second. I don't understand in all of the examples that you brought up how privatization doesn't make these problems worse. And I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think last username, you should totally take it.
Right. So, I mean, you asked why. I think you sort of kind of answered that too. I mean, the reason is there's a lot of problems with the current justice system. It's not hard to imagine how those problems could be solved, but it doesn't seem like there's any progress to getting to those solutions or really any practical mechanism for solving them. And I assume you agree with that there is problems, but you're saying that the problems would be, there's no reason to think they'd be any better with a market system. So let's look at, say, civil asset forfeiture. Could private cops just take your stuff and they're not accountable? Well, no, because you're hiring cops to protect your rights. That's what you're paying them to do. So private security company or private rights enforcement agency makes money by having a lot of customers. They have customers because the customers choose them instead of someone else. And if they're not providing the thing that the customers are paying for, the customers are going to take their money elsewhere. And if they're actually violating the customer's rights, then customers are going to hire some other agency to actually protect them from the so-called bad rights enforcement agency that's violating their rights. So basically, whoever's stealing from you or violating your rights is not really a rights enforcement agency. They're some criminal. And there's going to be actual rights enforcement agencies who are happy to take your money to provide you the service of protecting you from those criminals. And those are the agencies that will make money because they're the ones who have the customers, right?
Yeah, hang on. Counterpoints. Let him finish his point. Go ahead.
That's basically it. It's kind of like saying, well, what stops restaurants when you order a cheeseburger from giving you like something that's inedible and tastes terrible? What stops you is if they do that, you're not going to go to that restaurant anymore. You'll go somewhere else.
That's not okay. That analogy is bad though, because what if the rich people that go there want their cheeseburger a certain way and they're paying more money to that restaurant. So the restaurant fucks over the average person because they want the more money from the wealthier person. You're basically advocating something that anyone that's a nerd like me that's played Shadowrun or Cyberpunk, that's the future you're advocating for. We have these multinational corporations, right, that can afford private security, that can enforce their whims. And you think that they'll be noble, but all the problems that you isolate would be magnified under the system of privatization because we have evidence right now, a lot of the problems you talk about would be because corporations and things like that have profit motivations exclusively, and they don't care if they do things that we would consider immoral. So once they are controlling and money controls private security forces more, you say, well, if you don't like it, if Rob Nora makes $15 an hour, right? If he doesn't like it, we'll just go hire another security firm. Right. But all the most powerful security firms are going to go to where the most money is. And we could see that sort of dystopian idea, how you'll have basically private mercenary forces that aren't going to be benevolent. They're going to be at the behest of the bidding of the people that are paying them the most money. So the whole thing doesn't make sense to me. Like, for example, Fabian talks about how Connor and me will talk about how noble the police were. That's pretty presumptuous.
I never said that.
What you said.
You said some people.
Yeah,
I said when talking to right wingers, it's predominantly right wing.
Okay, so I assumed that you were talking about Connor and me. But anyways, let me just say this. This argument is very similar to sort of the postmodernist communist arguments I have. One, if we get to nail down what societies have existed you're talking about, it'll be, but that's not true anarcho-communism. And second, it'll be correctly identifying that there are tons of problems in our society. That's absolutely true. Only someone who's incredibly obtuse would ignore that problems exist. However, I think one of the things that kind of encapsulates the problem with this is something that Last Username said right at the beginning of his introduction, where he said, we might as well try this. No, that mentality is horrific, right? That mentality assumes that we live in such a hellhole that we might as well throw a Hail Mary. Right? That's not the case. All of the problems that you isolate here in both of your speeches, right? When you talk about things like, asset forfeiture and things like this, all of this would be magnified because the problems of police not being good people, okay, the same type of people are now going to be police, except instead of having the admittedly flawed system we have now where there's some accountability through people being able to vote and there being accountability that you have a predictable set of laws that are there. Now, instead of that, take an area the size of the United States, you would theoretically have, thousands of legal systems? Thousands. So you wouldn't know when you go from one town to another what their preference is, what corporation or massive wealth interest the current mercenaries that you're dealing with are dealing with, right? They're still going to attract people that you say are ignoble and things like that. That's not going to change. It's not that these people are going to be benevolent all of a sudden. Connor already makes the argument that we could already see in private security. Like, just go talk to I can't tell you how many bouncers on power trips that I've dealt with. Now all of a sudden they have the power to arrest you. They have the power to jail you. They have the power to murder you. And as long as that system and the people paying the bills say it's okay, then that goes. So you're making the mistake of assuming things are as bad as they could get. You're isolating real problems that exist, but your solutions would make things infinitely worse. It's not doable. And what we would see is a bunch of, you say, well, different countries, right? Canada is not going to war with the United States. They solve things without sort of a legal system. But that's a completely different framework. These are predictable actors. And if you would break Canada up into basically hundreds of thousands of actors and break the United States up into hundreds of thousands of actors, you exponentially, especially when there's no pre-written, the law could change as seats fit to any of these actors at any specific time. They could, for example, the hypothetical I
Hey, Rob, would you like to make like one point?
Yeah.
Like you're literally just going on a rant.
I was about to jump in. Hang on a second, guys.
Sure.
Let's try, because both Scott and Rob, both you guys are talkers. We know that, right? It's cool. It's okay. But let's try to keep the floor open for a little bit more back and forth.
Okay.
I'm going to give it over to the ANCAP side before we get to you, Connor. Okay, but we're going to get to you, I promise. But let's just try to keep it within the scale of 1 or 2 points so that we can kick it back and forth, because otherwise people can't follow what's going on.
Yeah, so no more diatribes. Just try and keep it short and concise as possible.
Okay, let's go address
quick.
one of your problems, Rob.
Well, I'll let Last Username address the problem of the idea of the fact that they're only beholden to the rich.
Yeah.
And then in the spirit of me not being a talker, I just want to take a couple of super quick things that you said that are really inflammatory and just blatantly wrong. So you said this is the dream of ethnonats. Ethnonats are usually socialists in their economics. And you sound like a leftist that says everything you don't like are Nazis. Anarchy means no laws. Well, I understand that you don't really understand what anarcho-capitalists are, and you haven't had a lot of interaction with us, but that's not what anarchism is about. Anarchism is not about rulers. It's about voluntary systems of self-governance or about contractual obligations of governance around. It's not no laws. We talked about how common law has been around for thousands of years, for 3,000 years. That's not true. British common common law of which America, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and the UK are based off of, starts in the 1470s with law of mercantilis, and the common law system that is developed in most of Europe is Napoleonic code law. And then the power to murder you. I just want to attack that real quick. No one has the power to murder you under this system, and that's just an attack. So I'll let all of that go.
So yeah, it's a common perception is that if you have a system like this, well, the rich will just use their money to buy these private cops and turn them into some sort of like personal army or something. So first of all, you've got to consider what exactly is a rich person doing with this very expensive army. I mean, I guess the insinuation is that they're somehow going to turn it against people and use it as to steal from people or something. But you can only steal as much as someone has, right? Like what, in order to, you can't steal like millions of dollars from a normal person who doesn't have millions of dollars. You can steal, whatever's in their pocket, whatever's in their wallet. And people are going to pay to defend themselves from that theft, and they'll probably spend more than you're trying to steal in order to get it, right? So you want to get something from someone, you can try to steal it, or you can just buy it from them. And the question is it going to be cheaper to steal it or cheaper to just pay them what they want to sell it to you? And since people really don't want to be stolen from, they'll actually put they're willing to spend more than the cost of what you're stealing to stop you from stealing. But more fundamentally, think about what it means to be rich, right? What this means, practically speaking. Like rich people don't have tons and tons of money in their pocket, right? They don't have like a mountain of gold in their backpack. What they have is a bunch of people in the society who are willing to enforce their claim on a bunch of assets. Things like money in a bank account, or some property that they own, or some factories that they own, or whatever. So then you have to ask, why do those people do that for them? Why is it that when Jeff Bezos calls the police and says, get this person off my lawn, the police will do it? But when the guy on the lawn says, get Jeff Bezos off my lawn, they won't do it. It's not because Jeff Bezos has some sort of magical richness power or something that makes everyone do what he says. It's because there's a system of laws, and the laws say that Jeff Bezos is the legitimate owner of that lawn. So when you talk about rich people using their riches to subvert the law, that doesn't quite make sense, because it's the law that actually makes them rich. You can't be rich unless there's a functional legal system to enforce your ownership over things. So I think you have to think about it a little more deeply than just, well, rich people will buy up the law and they'll control everything. It's not that simple, right?
Okay. Connor, if you want.
Yeah, please. Okay, so there's a couple of points that I want to make. So number one, maybe about 5-10 minutes ago, we were talking about like pushing externalities onto other people. I think this kind of goes exactly into what Ellie was just talking about. If you have customers, one of the things about the private market, you can praise it for so many things. You can praise it for efficiency. You can praise it for money making. You can praise it for this. You can praise it for that. But one of the things that you can't praise it for is not pushing externalities onto other parties. So what they like to do is they like to take their profits. They like to play within the legal system in order to make sure that they get what they need out of the situation. Then they like to push externalities onto their either onto their customers. And you're like, oh, well, the customers won't accept those externalities because there will be other competitive parties. Well, you know where those externalities go? They go to people who are not customers. They go to the public. They go to, so for instance, like pollution being an example, or looking through history, like we have examples of private entities doing this already. So I don't know why, when we suddenly make the state disappear, that like everybody.
What are the externalities that you're expecting to see? Like generally speaking, a free market avoids externalities, right? It's the public. It's the government that creates externalities.
Also, for the record, negative externalities can't go to customers because of negative externalities.
Guys, you gotta let counterpoints finish.
No, I was just clearing up definition.
Trying to elaborate his point. What externalities are you?
You can't have a customer with a negative
for instance,
externality.
So right now, the way that it works is public cops cannot randomly kick. They do kick the shit out of people, but They can't randomly walk up to a homeless person who's in a private shopping area and just start beating the dog shit out of him for entertainment. The reason why they can't is because we have a system of public expectation that's backed up by cameras and common law and all that kind of stuff, where if a agent of violence visits violence upon another person, they can expect the state to intercede on them if that violence was not justified. That's because we've extrapolated violence out to the state, of which a public law enforcement officer is merely an agent. Whereas in the private system, let's say that we had somebody like a company town, basically, and there was a homeless vagrant that moves into the company town. This person doesn't pay the private security firm. He's actually a drain on the resources. He's a drain on everything that society is all about. So what is to stop the private security firm from basically kicking the shit out of the person within an inch of his life and telling him to fucking kick rocks? What is the negative externality? And if you say that the homeless person can sue the private security firm within the town, that basically, like, why and how is this preferable to the status quo?
Why is it preferable? I mean, what does a homeless person do?
I'll let you answer last username for sure, but real quick, when you say they can't do that, let's use correct language, right? They can and they do. It's just not as common as you believe it would be under anarchism.
Yeah, I've never.
Police definitely kick the shit out of homeless people. It happens.
Pretty hard for homeless people right now to sue the police when they get beat up. Yeah. But fundamentally, in a market system, if you have no money and someone violates your rights, you now have something valuable. You have a legal claim against them that you could get money for, since you can presumably prove that they wronged you and they owe you some money, and you can use that to acquire the resources you need to actually pursue it. If you need some representative, a legal representative or a rights enforcement agency to pursue this in arbitration, well, you can offer them, hey, I'll give you a cut of what we're going to win from this case. And if you have a good case, then they'll take it. It's worth it for them. They can make money.
What is the incentive? We have literally like throughout history, we've had criminal organizations kill over a few $100s. What is to prevent private organizations from participating in extrajudicial violence because they basically know that they can? What's
other private organizations? Other private organizations.
Okay. So the threat of retributive violence along lines that people can basically make up in order to secure property and power. So basically, we
literally
can all
the system
squabble
you already
over
live
everything.
Under.
You hire people to protect you.
This is fucking bananas.
I don't
keep saying that this is the system that we currently live under, but it's bullshit. Because if a law enforcement officer is videotaped kicking the shit out of somebody in our current system, that person wins millions of dollars.
Yes.
Yeah, in our system too.
Specific person wins millions of dollars, right? And the cop, presumably, if you're saying they just randomly for no reason kicks the shit out of somebody, right? Presumably they're punished, right? Because it's a clear-cut case that they were able to win millions of dollars. But where does that money come from, Connor?
Why does it matter if
does it come from the, does it come
Fabian,
from Fabian,
why does it matter if
answer the
your
question
system no, you can tell me why it matters.
So we'll
hang on, Connor, because before I don't want you to reframe it. If he's asking you a direct question, answer the direct question, and then you can respond with something. But
okay,
I would like that answered.
Ask me the question.
Where does the money come from when a police officer in, let's say, in a community violates the rights of a person and is found guilty in civil court?
The state.
The state is an extrapolation of the taxpayer. The taxpayer is the communal good is basically the associated
The state
good.
Also has the power to tax. Right?
So that's an externality.
The incentive structure is that incentive structure is part of the crux of the argument as to why we say the free market is a better system for creating more efficient policing systems that are less likely to violate your rights.
Okay,
because they don't have the power.
Efficiency
to
is a
tax.
metric I don't think should even be considered.
If I may,
you don't like externalities, Connor. And that's an externality, right?
It's an economic question.
When the
of
police
efficiency
fuck
as well.
up, we pay their fines, we pay their penalties. That's an externality.
Okay, and what do
They're
you
externalizing
think
the
happen
cost.
if you were
Please,
paying
let me-
private insurance
let me-
for fucking?
Hang on, Rob, hang on.
private
No, you're not.
security firms?
You're suing the people who beat you up. They're the ones paying, and if it's a rights enforcement agency, they're paying. Doesn't matter.
You think that they're not going to externalize risk to insurance
How?
companies? All
They
you're doing is
can't.
you're creating. How can they not? How do you think
how
that
could-
they
I don't
wouldn't sign
understand.
up for private insurance? What are you talking about? This is your ideology.
If you sue
You're
someone,
suing
they have to
individuals. You
pay.
think private
If-
security?
if
you
it's
think private
our
security firms aren't going
ideology-
to have insurance?
If it's our ideology and you're saying how, and you assume that you understand our ideology better than we do, despite devoting our lives to it, you might want to stop and think, and maybe think that we're asking
No,
you how
because
you have a
no.
misunderstanding.
No, because
Insurance
all
doesn't
because-
externalize
Dude,
things.
can I have the fucking mic for a goddamn second?
Yeah.
This is my fucking problem. Is because even under your system, exactly what I'm describing would be possible. And if you wanted to prohibit exactly what I'm talking about, you would need the state in order to do so. To pretend that within a purely privatized society, there wouldn't be insurance companies that were willing to underwrite private security firms and that they would take on the lawsuits from private citizens who said that their rights were violated by a rights enforcement agency, for you to dismiss that as not a possibility within your system?
If an
What the
insurance
fuck are
company
you
wanted to
talking
do that, they
No,
could.
no,
But
no, real quick.
if they
I'll
do
answer
that
that
carelessly,
real quick.
they're going to lose money.
There's nothing
to make
wrong with
money,
that.
you'll have to actually charge people premiums that are more than their liabilities are going to cost.
Like,
right?
Hang on, guys.
That's
We
how-
haven't had an opportunity to let Rob get in much. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah. Sure.
Right. So, like, even in what Connor's saying here, right? Like, do you work with insurance? You know that the cost will eventually be paid to the people that are hiring these firms in the first place. They're going to have insurance, right? And furthermore, like, let's go with last username's example here. Like, the poor person gets the shit kicked out of them, but some private firm takes the case because they think that that's worth monetary value. Well, why wouldn't this just be settled between these firms that have money? Like, you'd be able to settle with the firm representing the homeless person, who would then be under no obligation to give any money to the homeless person in the first place. So
Well,
if you would
so-
need
Of
to
course they would.
answer that. And real quick, please,
I can answer that.
please,
Well,
please,
you're gonna
please.
make like 10 more points, and you ask the
Okay,
question.
you're right.
So I'll
I've been
quickly
dominating the
answer-
time here. Oh wait, that's been you
No,
guys.
I'll quickly
Go ahead,
answer
Fabian.
the
Interject.
question.
No.
Go ahead.
Let you
Rob,
continue.
you get to go. No way. Yeah, you've been quiet for a long time.
Well, no, you
Come
just
on,
asked the question, so I wanted to answer the
I made
question.
a
instead of
point.
burying
It
it.
may be a compound question. Let's let him finish. Go ahead, Rob.
And the other thing that's problematic with this is it assumes, you say if his rights were violated, but it assumes that there is a unilateral rights that people would all agree to. And this is the point I wanted to get to with Fabian. He says that I'm being a leftist, claiming that anyone that disagrees with me is a Nazi. No, it just makes sense. It follows from what your description of your system would be. For example, if a bunch of people in particular, let's say the town I live in, if everyone gets together and say, we don't want people that look like Pedro here, you're out. And we all come together and we're all paying the security
Pedro,
firm to
get
say,
the
keep
fuck
people
out.
that look right, keep people that look like Pedro out, with glasses, is
Thought
what
the
I'm talking
crib would have
Right,
been
but,
cool, all right,
if they
I'll
say-
move out.
if they say that, like, and then Pedro comes and the security firm says, no, dude, you're out. We don't want your kind here. And they beat the shit out of Pedro. That was within the legal rights of the people that beat the shit out of him, because they're going to say that's the law in
No, it's
our
not.
system. Yep, real quick. And they're
How
going to say
not?
they're going to say because
my God.
there is no, you can't point to without a system of state and state having enforcement powers. You can't put to how everyone will universally agree to the
We
same
can.
things. You won't.
Well, I don't know why you're just
So you
saying
have
that.
two
Have you,
questions.
you haven't even asked us how it would work. Why are you just saying, well, you can't? I mean, if you can't imagine
you
it,
can't.
I understand that. But
You've
let me
literally watched
explain.
30 minutes you've watched 20 minutes of me.
Hey,
and
counterpoint.
maybe you know a
do I have
little
the
bit about
option to
less
get a
music.
stronger security first, because I do not want to get my ass whooped, honestly.
So you,
Yeah, bro, I got
Don't
you.
worry. Don't worry. What he's talking about isn't anarcho-capitalism. It's his straw man.
So you complain that everyone wouldn't agree on the laws. Well, that's true, but that doesn't matter. It's not that everyone has to agree on laws. Just like everyone doesn't agree on prices, right? Things aren't a certain price because everyone agreed that should be the price. They're a certain price because that's where the forces balance out, the market forces, and that price emerged from that. So what rights people have will emerge in a certain way, just like prices and the features of products emerge in that through market forces. Certain rights will be wanted a lot by people and very cheap to enforce. Other rights will be not wanted as badly and very expensive to enforce. And the high quality, the cheap wanted rights will be what people tend to get, and the expensive, not so important rights will tend to go away, right?
And I mean, it's as I said in my opening.
Why
this
are
is
rights
just,
being negotiated?
This is,
What the
all
fuck?
this is it's
Why
just
not?
word salad, right? And constantly you say, "Oh, you just can't imagine it." Like it's
not
literally
word
the
salad.
same thing as arguing with communists. You just can't imagine it in the way we're talking about. No, this is exactly if you take away the state's monopoly in force and
We
have
never
a sort
said
of
that.
state. That is what you said. That's what you've said the entire time.
No,
You just
it's
don't
not.
imagine
We've
it.
never
You've only
said
heard
that
it 20
Whenever we
minutes.
make a point, you
there's
just say that
no
we're not
reason-
sufficiently understanding you.
Right, and just let me real quick. I'll just be 15 more
Because you're
seconds.
making claims
The
that aren't
problem
what we
is you're
claim.
isolating problem. You're isolating problems and saying things are so bad right now. There are problems. No one disagrees with that. And then you say, so we're going to have this radical departure, and yet it only takes a short amount of time to realize, no. This radical departure is going to exacerbate all of the problems you're talking about. And then your answer to that's no. You just can't imagine it. I mean, it's nonsense.
That's-
But you're
not
telling
my
me you can't
answer.
imagine it. And that's fine. But let me
No, I'm
explain
asking
it
you
to
to
you.
ask the questions, and then we're telling you answers to those things.
But the answers you've given aren't functional, right? Like the answer you've given, well, the homeless person would be able to sue because there'd be some law firm somewhere that would take on the homeless person's case. One, that would be more likely to happen in the
Well,
system we have
probably.
now, rather than a system where you literally have tens of thousands of codes of laws across the country, and those laws are being enforced strictly through privatization and people that have the money being able to enforce. We can see right now in our current system that there's all sorts of laws that people that like currency manipulation. There's, we saw the financial collapse of 2008. You'll say, well, that's all indicative of the current system. Yes, but that thing would be infinitely worse if we give power to say those that have more money get more enforcement mechanism through the law. Yes,
don't.
there are problems with
They
our
don't.
current system, but it would be infinitely worse under your system.
Just to try to move this along just a little bit, Rob, when you say what your answer will be is blank, I don't want a bunch of building of straw mans that we have to untangle. So let's try to be as concise as we can with the language. We've got 2 on 2. I want to try to get to the heart of these things as fast as we can. Go ahead, guy.
Yeah, like I'd love to explain this to you guys, but it seems like you guys are trying your hardest to prevent us from explaining anything. You're just saying your answer is going to be this. You have no answer to this. You can't explain blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, we can. Just let us, all right? I mean, if you want to know how this works. Okay, so a firm is considering whether to give people the right to not be murdered, let's say. And they'll look at, okay, how much will people pay for the right to not be murdered? And also look at what will be the cost of enforcing this right? What will be the expenses to us of making sure that our customers don't get murdered? And if the revenue that they'll get from customers paying for that right is more than the cost of enforcing it, then they'll probably offer it as part of their package of rights. Right? Pretty simple. And through a whole bunch of decisions like that, you'll get a set of rights.
The problem is you're talking about something as simplistic like as murder, right? So let's say that instead,
and the other things will be more complicated, but
it's
the same basic idea.
No, okay. So if you're going,
Give us your perfect straw man. Give us your perfect. No, just give us. You're saying give us the perfect example of why you think this would be difficult.
You gotta let him interact. You don't know if he's strawmanning or not. You cut him off.
No, I'm not accusing him of strong. I'm asking him to. I'm saying, give us the perfect example of a situation
I got you.
think won't work.
Yeah. So I got you. I'll give you the perfect straw man. Why the fuck are we negotiating people's rights not to be murdered when we can extrapolate out as a public externality through taxes a relative guarantee to not be murdered? That way we remove the profit incentive over whether or not people are going to get fucking murdered.
Well, because negotiating on the market's a better way.
Why would we?
I mean, we're negotiating our rights now through the political process. It's not like our rights are given to us from the sky. Like we have politics and conflict and people arguing over what our rights are and negotiating them. So
this is where last username.
Why is that so?
This is where
superior.
Last Username and I disagree on how fundamentally I think, look at rights, because I don't necessarily believe that rights are negotiable in that response. I would actually say that you, as the statist living in America, are negotiating your rights by saying that the Constitution and the government affords your rights, and that political processes are what determine what your rights are and what your rights aren't. And the Supreme Court and all of the ways the Constitution has been changed in constitutional amendments and so forth have determined what those rights are and aren't. I subscribe to a theory or a philosophy that rights are objective, that there is a natural law, and that I believe that the state violates those things, and I believe that it is an immoral system for that. I find things like taxation to be against natural law because it says that the state owns a portion of my body and a portion of my labor. right? And so that is the main reason why
Can I
I
ask you about that?
advocate
Because
for a
that's like a
voluntaristic system.
it's a fundamental axiomatic, like it's a fundamental position.
Right, which is
And
what you
so
asked for.
you
Yeah.
use no, and I appreciate that, but you use the term natural when describing it, and I promise you, I'm not trying to straw man, but it seems like this perspective is rigidly individualistic. But what I would say is that if you look at history, it's not a history of individuals, and it's not purely a history of collectives. It's a history of the interplay between individuals and collectives. And if you look at like people, as a whole, whether you're talking about like great rulers or individual citizens, it's always been a negotiation between the private and the public. So what in natural history tells you that you are a island that doesn't have to negotiate with your surroundings or the power structures that are around you? What about history or naturalism tells you that you are an autonomous individual free from the powers and concerns of others?
Yeah. So two things. A bunch of things. One, it is individualistic, and the reason is because collectives don't have actions. Individuals have actions, and they make up collectives. The individual is the smallest. Is the smallest denominator here. The individual, conscious. So that would be the answer to that. It's just one. To say that the collective is the important thing here is just anti-rational.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
from
it's
my
the
personal
interplay
position,
between
you might
the two.
disagree. Right. And when you say naturalistic, I think you're misunderstanding what natural law is. Natural law just means an objective ethic. It's an objective law. So it logically can't flow. So for example, saying that God gives us certain rights or certain laws that we must follow would also be a natural law, right? It is an objective. I come from a position that we can discover objective law through rationality and through logic.
So what about history or your rationality or
It's not a
your
historical
rational
analysis.
of history? What's that?
It's not a historical analysis.
Why wouldn't it be if you could look to history for the way that humans have existed in the past, and you're using your rational mind to figure out how human beings interact with society, and you've
Because that's
decided
not what
something
rational
that
means.
human beings. Okay, well,
That's not how
this is
logic
an important.
works.
Okay, well, this is an important. Well, wait. Please explain to me how logic works.
Right. Logic is a system of equations, and in like it's I
Man,
can't
these
fucking
switches way off.
define.
My equation.
Hang on, we're getting way off into the fucking weeds.
This
Right,
is
right.
not. This is fundamental.
Well,
Right,
hang on. It could be. Hang on. It could be that it's fundamental, right? But then, if it is fundamental, tie it into how it is fundamental.
Okay, let me try to see. Let me try. What we're saying is what I said at the beginning, that you could talk about these things in theory and on paper, but Connor's making the point, like, we see the history of human interactions and how humans actually act in the real world. And basically to say, well, logic doesn't work like that. It's external of that. No, because there's a fundamental flaw in the logic then if we could never point to this being existence in human history, or if we could point to why the existence of human interactions through history show that these sorts of things wouldn't be possible.
When you're asking me for the rationale, right, that is occurring in the vacuum of understanding ethics, and you want a historical analysis, or that didn't happen in this portion of history, therefore it's not right, that actually is a logical fallacy, right? That's an appeal to history. Right.
Let me make it specific. Like, you asked for a specific example for me. So let me say this. You hear all the time about like these towns like in New York when Amazon was coming in, right? And they were going to have so many jobs there. So let's take a town like that. Now we can see, right? Yeah. So we can see the tech companies and their beliefs. So let's say that Amazon has a town in some small town in New York, right? And the entire economy is built on the corporation of Amazon. And so they, in your system, they control the local police or mercenaries or insurance company or whatever you want to call them. They control it. And they say, yeah, murder's bad and free speech is good and all that stuff. But we don't consider it free speech to be able to criticize Amazon. We don't consider it, real quick, we don't consider it free speech for you to be able to talk negatively about the positions of leadership or the police or the insurance companies that are here. And we also don't want anyone using any other services that compete with us in our. Why? And we're allowed to enforce that through violence if necessary. And if you fight back and it escalates, well, we don't consider that murder because we're just defending our legal system. That
Dude,
we
how
set
many
up.
questions are you going to ask?
Well,
Like,
it's
all
how
one
deep
question.
I
are
don't
you going to go
understand
down
if
the
you-
rabbit hole?
I don't
of
So-
understand it. If I can address that real quick, I don't know if you have a mind that's capable of understanding. That's not multiple questions. That's explaining a scenario and asking through
Right, but I
multiple
already
factors of what
disagree
that
with the
scenario looks like. You not being able to handle it mentally and saying
Rob
how many
Nord,
questions are you
Rob
going to
Nord,
ask?
don't
Like, that's not a
patronize
good
me.
look for you.
But Rob Nord, don't patronize me. The problem is,
Don't
is that
patronize me.
at the beginning of it, right, you're asking me to walk with you in a scenario that we don't believe is a rational scenario to begin with. And then you go deeper and deeper and deeper
Why?
into creating this dystopian future and then go, well, what about this scenario, this dystopian model that I've presented? Please explain how it works under this dystopia.
Scott,
Well,
So
then
I find it
why?
hilarious.
We're getting,
Well,
hang
no,
on,
no,
we're getting
Rob,
right
Rob.
to it. Counterpoints is right. He asked the perfect question, why? So let's
Okay,
dive into
so
it.
first of all, monopolistic tendencies are already worse under the state than they are under anarchism. Number one, so the likelihood that you have the company town is less likely to exist under anarcho-capitalism than it is in the United States of America.
Okay, but Scott, I already have a problem with your logic there because if we look at the most free, economically free times in American history, if we look at the late 19th and early 20th century,
Those
then
are not.
basically what we see monopolies forming and them using vertical and horizontal monopolization in order to beat out competition. So
Yeah,
how?
see, the problem with saying that was the most economically free time is that was also a time where the Pinkertons and moonlighting police officers and the National Guard.
Oh, you mean
via
private
the
police
state,
and private security?
well, the National Guard wasn't private police. The National Guard being brought in to beat the living shit out of people protesting for working conditions because they weren't allowed to go against a system of monopolies that were directly supported and funded by the state. It was some of the
Wait.
least it was some of the least free market
Buddy.
times in our history because the state was giving out mining rights, they were giving out railroad rights, they were supporting them when the labor unions tried to strike or tried to have wildcat strikes. They would intentionally put mail onto
Hold on.
carts
We
so
have
that they
to go
could
back to this
stop them.
point, buddy. We have
Well,
to go back to this
Yeah,
point.
yeah. You said it was the most economically free time, and that proves me wrong. And I'm just showing you all the ways the state used violence to enforce those monopolies.
Okay, but give me a second because the way that you disagree with my, our criticisms of your worldview, I disagree with your description of reality. Okay, so
Okay.
on one hand, I see what you're saying,
Mhm.
where the arm of the state was used in a corrupt way in order to enforce private interest, and I understand that. But basically, my criticism of your perspective would be that, like, by removing the state, all you're doing is you're removing an institution that has to maintain some level of appearance of non-corruption and public interest. Whereas, as soon as you make it purely private, where is the incentive to be non-corrupt and where is the incentive not to represent private interest, particularly when you're being hired directly by that private interest? And I won't talk for too much longer because I want you to address that, because my recollection of history is that the Pinkertons were private police hired to get dirt on industrial rivals and beat the shit out of people who were organizing for fucking workers' rights and shit. So what part of my assessment of that part of reality is incorrect?
No, you're 100% right that the Pinkertons were a private security firm that were hired to do that, right? You're also 100% right if you were to go one step further and say that the moonlighting police officers were hired by corporations and companies. I'm simply saying that they were able to do these injustices because they were given power and authority from the state. The state looked the other way when these things happened. And anytime a labor movement tried to fight for any amounts of rights or go against these monopolies that were created by the state used its own violence to quash those things. And I just wouldn't call that the most free market capitalist time.
So what is the most
Steel
free
Man-
market?
No,
Then tell
hold
us
on,
the
because
time.
we're almost at consensus.
Probably
or
the
at least-
Republic of Cospia from 1440 to 1826.
Okay, but I want to ask this because I feel like I could almost understand a certain perspective. So without the state, giving the Pinkertons and the National Guard and the moonlighting police officers the authority of the badge, then in your system, I'm asking this because I'm almost here. Basically, in your system, the workers, because they would be able to outsource their security as well, their security firms or their private firms would have as much authority to enforce security and nonviolence as the Pinkertons, and as a result, it wouldn't be a one-sided fight. Do I understand that correctly, or am I making shit up in my head?
No, you're not making shit up. I would say that is right, though it's obviously not the whole picture. And I'll let Last Username fill in. I'm sure he has some ideas. I don't want to monopolize the stage.
Well, okay, so I don't know. Talking about the Pinkertons, and I'm not sure if that's really analogous to what we're talking about. I want to go back to what Rob asked about Walmart. You said Walmart wants to stop everyone from saying bad things about Walmart. Okay, if they want that right, the right to stop other people from bad mouthing Walmart, they're going to have to pay for that. That means they're going to have to pay the cost of, first of all, enforcing that law, which is probably going to be pretty expensive. But also, they're bidding against everybody else who wants the right, presumably, to criticize Walmart and are willing to pay for that right. So this is going to be a pretty expensive right for Walmart to get, because not only have to pay to actually stop people from speaking, but they have to outbid what other people are willing to pay to have the right to speak. It's probably whatever Walmart wants in that case. There's probably a cheaper way to get it than using force to stop people from bad-mouthing Walmart, especially since everyone's going to know that.
The point, it's just one example. We could keep going with that
sure.
example.
Let's take another example.
Amazon. But no, I get you. It's no big deal.
Oh, okay.
But nonetheless, you can see in that particular area, they're already going to win the outbidding war because they control the local economy.
I don't think
in that
so.
area. And why wouldn't they? So if I'm reliant on Walmart in your example for my job, and I say, you know what, I'm going to take my business. What am I going to do? And this is another problem that just doesn't make sense. So you can have all of these regions, and the people with the most money in those regions set the law as they see fit and set the enforcement as they see fit. What do you do if you don't like it? You'd say, well, people will vote with their feet. So we're just going to have people picking up roots and moving anytime they want. Town A says we allow.
By the way, we have historical examples of those.
So again, when you're not actually reacting to the statement that Last Username made, right?
Sure.
What he's talking, well, maybe, but you're doing it tangentially, and I don't think maybe we can dig into it a little deeper, right? When he's saying it's more expensive, what he's saying is that the company has now incurred a cost. Right? Under our current system of the state, we have regulatory capture. We have systems like tariffs that allow people that are have their portfolios or their money or their businesses more diversified. We have tax systems that benefit the rich. We have judicial systems that specifically disproportionately help those that have the ability to pay for better systems, whereas arbitration tends to lean more heavily towards those who are poorer because of the way in which they're more the financial incentive is usually to actually go towards those with less capital. So we have a lot of systems in place in the state that support this thing that you have, right? But when you take away and you strip away those things, what you're left with is market competition. And so when a business chooses to do something that a lot of people don't like and don't want, and they start to incur a cost because of that, because they're trying to enforce this lack of free speech in that area, what it does is it creates a market void, because whatever product it is that they are selling or whatever it is that they're providing, other companies that won't infringe on your free speech, other company town, for example, or another town very close by, or even an area within that community, right? They have the ability to compete against that company, and that company is incurring additional costs by trying to do something that nobody wants.
That's not true, right? And you can see monopolization would mean like, so
what's not true?
We're talking, well, listen, the cost wouldn't outweigh the benefit that they could get in many scenarios. And like, we could do this easily. Like we're talking about things like products like Amazon, Walmart, and things like that. How about who controls the land that food's produced on? How about who controls the water pipes and things like that? Let's say that, or even if you're talking about something like
whoever
Silicon Valley and the tech company, you get like a monopoly of a company that basically everyone just through ease of access Stateless or through whatever reason is basically using one product 90% of the time, like Alphabet that owns Google.
Yeah, but that's
so
the
if
state.
Alphabet, please,
Again, that's the
please,
state.
please let me
Wait.
finish. So if Alphabet decides that they're going to use corrupt corporate practices to go after all of their competitors and crush them,
What's
and they're
corrupt
providing
corporate
a service
practices?
that
What do you mean
basically
by that?
people need, right,
Let
sorry,
him
go ahead.
finish. You gotta let him finish. No,
But
finish.
I want him to
Go-
finish,
go
but I
ahead.
want it to be clear too. I want to understand what you're saying, Rob.
Oh, okay, good. What's the question?
Corrupt corporate practices. Be specific.
Right. So there's corporate espionage, corporate attacks, stealing of IP. These things occur all the time, right? And it would be even more incentive. Right now, there's at least some framework to say that these things are outlawed, and there's some way. And again, you're just saying, well, things exist now that are bad, but magically, any scenario you give in the future, we'll just ignore and say, no, that's dystopian. It wouldn't happen. The
We're not-
reality is,
So
these
if
things
the
happen
espionage is
even more.
illegal-
Please. The reality is these things would happen even more and would encourage even more monopolies. And when those monopolies get to the point where people basically rely on them for their service, whether it be something like building cars or tech, where we see one company controlling 90% of the market share, or more fundamental things like food and water, then the cost that incurs to keep.
But again, Rob, you're making our argument and then strawmanning it. Like, if you want to know what would happen in the case of espionage, you can ask that. But you didn't. You just said, well, espionage would happen and there'd be no law against it and blah blah blah. Like,
I'll ask you. I'll leave you answer real quick, but I'll just say this for 30 seconds. This is childishness. This is absolute childishness, because every time we point out real scenarios that would logically progress from your system, you say, no, we're able to explain it in a way that it wouldn't happen. You haven't asked us. Where are we supposed to sit here? So this is the debate. We sit here and go, you're right, this is a perfect system. We'll just ask you questions. Corporate espionage, and then you'll explain for 20 minutes how it's impossible to happen under your system. Wouldn't happen. And if it did happen, noble,
I'm saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that there's no reason there would be any more
silly.
likely to happen under the current
You
system. It would
haven't
probably
asked me.
less.
I have a special version of the state.
If someone commits corporate espionage, you use a rights enforcement agency to go and pursue legal action
hold on,
against them.
Rob.
You sue them.
Hang on, guys. Let's try this. So I do agree in a sense that Rob is making a good point, that it is important that he be able to flesh your position out with hypotheticals that do make sense. If he does that, and then you say, well, our system accommodates for that, I also think that that's valid, right? So this is how we can have the course of discussion without it getting too far off of the rails. Last username hasn't really had a chance to respond to this in an in-depth way. He's just been kind of fleshing out Rob's position. Last username, you have the floor.
Right. So espionage would probably be a crime, depending on what kind of espionage you're talking about. But corporations would have rights too. They would hire rights enforcement agencies to protect their rights and to pursue legal action against other corporations that violated their rights. In the case of espionage, assuming you're talking about something illegal, I don't see why that would be more of a problem in a stateless society. You haven't really explained that. Why do you think it would be?
Rob,
Rob,
but before, so to put a point on this, geography is obviously would be a major challenge for this in a globalized, technologically sophisticated world, because as you basically parochialize, as you regionalize these different law sets, who's to say that if you're living in a corporate town that believes that intellectual property is a thing, and that like you should have a international rights enforcement agency that's or not even national, right? Because we're trying to move past that. But a globalized rights enforcement agency that can enforce property law. But then if there's like a regional rights enforcement agency, because we're talking about security firms, that's what we're talking about. And security firms are made up of dudes who like to fight. Let's be fucking real about what they really are. So if let's say that your intellectual property was being stolen from a regional area in Brazil, how is your rights enforcement agency literally going to get on a plane, go to Brazil, and then enforce your intellectual property? They're going to end up diced up and thrown in barrels. This is why we rely on the state and monopoly of force in order to do these things, because basically they can go kick the shit out of everybody. That's kind of the point, is that there's a standard of expectation.
Intellectual property is a
real
special topic.
Well, Tom, they would send me.
Yeah, I'm saying IP is like a totally different thing, right? Like we could get into that, but then we would be derailing on a I'm pretty sure last
Rob
username
asked about corporate espionage, which would probably be stealing ideas and industrial trade secrets in order to create.
Well, he didn't specify what it was.
Pure technology. Well, I mean, that's what it's used for now. Doesn't that logically?
So
all I'm saying is I think last username and I actually disagree a little bit on IP.
Yeah.
I'm 100% against IP existing at all. So I mean, that's just my belief system.
Even if so, but you do not like theft. So if somebody had created a proprietary technique to produce a certain good, and somebody sneaks into their computer system and steals their schematics that they labored and toiled on, you don't care about that because it's intellectual. So who cares?
Well, that's not just
No,
IP law.
there's
That's
tons of other
breaking and entering,
laws
right?
you just broke, right?
Yeah.
Like you broke into you hacked into their systems. You probably did something to get on their property. Maybe you did it only on the internet.
Then my question still stands logically, where it's like, okay, this person does this from a geographically disparate locale.
Mhm.
You would have to pay a rights enforcement agency to travel to that location in order to try to enforce your rights. And then at that point, they're at the mercy or the whim of the rights enforcement agency or security organization of that region.
Well,
how does this not present a problem?
It does.
I'll tell you how it doesn't.
It's a problem that exists right now.
It doesn't present a problem, right? I'll tell you why right now, because there are like thousands of grandmas in America right now that are stupidly opening emails from Nigerian princes. And if you just give them a little bit of information, a little bit of banking information, right? They promise that they'll wire transfer over triple the amount of money that occurred. This shit happens, right? And the American government doesn't enforce it because it's not like it's not something they can enforce, right? So I mean, obviously, if you're talking about something that's grievous enough, something that's gargantuan, like maybe like state actor level or something, you know, then maybe like we can talk about why it might be impertinent to send rights enforcement agencies over there or something like that. But what will likely occur is we will target those people, understand that those people or whatever that institution is something that steals from people. They will gain a reputation for things like that. If they want to do business with us at some point, they're probably going to have to pay extra money. Like that. You see what I'm saying? Like,
wait, who's we and us?
What do you mean, who's we and us?
Like
the hypothetical anarchist community that is existing in the example that he gave.
It'll be more localized than that, right? So like if I live in Brazil and actors on my behalf, and there's no longer Brazil, but I live in the geographic location that once was Brazil. And this is another flaw with your system. States still will exist. You can't unilaterally declare anarcho-fascism everywhere, and these states will take advantage because they'll be
anarcho-fascism and states will exist elsewhere. Why is that a problem?
Because, like, for example, what happens if a state actor decides they want to invade what was formerly the United States?
We have historical examples of this, right? We have historical examples of the Republic of Cospaya that lasted from 1440 to 1826, and they were sandwiched in between the Florence and the Papal States, and they lasted for longer than America has currently lasted as an anarchist community, and they didn't invade them, and there's reasons why they didn't invade them.
But again, the system failed eventually, right? They're not an anarchist.
So did Rome. Like, so has Ukraine. Like, what are you talking about?
Like, and all of these, like, you know, people want to bring up what's the Sharon and stuff like that, right? All of these like low tech societies that existed kind of on the fringes for some amount of time and act like that means like we're talking
Iran
about
still exists
now that like you can't just, for example, if China decided they wanted to invade what was formerly the United States, there would be nothing that the former United States could do to call up a bunch of insurance agents and say, hey, get your local mercs on the ground. In fact, if China was such a power and they would do some sort of calculus that said, actually, we'd probably be better off to join sides with China because it would have a financial incentive for us to do so. There'd be no military. We wouldn't be able to upkeep like things in the military, such as weapons, modern weapons that would be able to deal with China. So people would be left to the small arms that they had. And countries that would see themselves in a resource shortage or something like that would no doubt take advantage and come into the resource-rich United States, former United States.
Yeah, I can answer that. I can answer that pretty easily. Like, I actually have a whole YouTube video on it. It's pretty good. Just check it out. So economic entanglement is a big portion of what's important for an anarchist community to survive, right? So Tehran is a great example that you brought that up. Like, why hasn't Mexico invaded Tehran, right? Well, the reason they haven't invaded Tehran is because what they were doing is chopping down had illegal mining logging companies coming in and poisoning their water and things like that, and it was easy to oppress them. And then when they fought back, what ended up occurring is they economically entangled themselves with the Mexican state. So when they improved from logging into tree sap, they were able to sell tree sap and chemicals to the Mexican government. And they also started to create concrete blocks for construction. And so once they became trade partners, all of a sudden war is expensive, right? I mean, like, look at the Afghanistan war, right? It's not because these people are so, there's this big supreme power that it was such a shit show for so long. It's because it's expensive and it's costly, and it's costly on the nation state and things like that. Economic entanglement, being a trading partner and having a stable anarchist society, is often in and of itself enough to defend from. So Tehran, with a population of 18,000 that has now planted 3,000 hectares of forest, has tripled the income of the people that have been living there since they became anarchists, and hasn't had a major crime with a population of 18,000 or 11,000, depending on the estimates you use, hasn't had a major crime since
I'm a Barbie
2015.
girl in the
I think it's a
Barbie
great
world.
example of how a small
So
anarchist community can exist with nations.
let's talk about Tehran for a minute. First, does Tehran get state funding?
As far as I'm aware, they do not have state funding or taxes.
The report I read said that they still get state funding. The report I read also showed that there's not really property ownership. If you want to do something,
It's
as simple as-
anarcho-mutualist, yeah. It's
Right,
anarcho-mutualist,
right.
indigenismo, and anarcho-environmentalist.
Right. So it's the opposite of the problem that you're trying to solve to maximize individual liberty and property. You no longer have property. So it's actually sort of anarcho-socialism, which is antithetical to everything you're. So using that as an
It's
example,
anarcho-mutualist, but yeah.
right. So other things to talk about with Tehran. The population density of Tehran is 222 per square mile. Right. That means basically it's a farming community. It's super low tech. It's racially homogenous, and they discourage outsiders from either showing up.
Well, they don't discourage outsiders from showing up. They just make sure that you take your political affiliations and any bumper stickers and things like that away from them. I mean, well, it depends on what you mean by discourage.
Well, like they encourage marrying within the community and keeping the community as homogenous as possible.
That's there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, now real quick. So back when I said previously that there would be enclaves of ethno-nationalists and things like that, and you said we'll dismiss this. This is nonsense. That's similar to what I'm not saying they're ethno-nationalists, but you can see there are a bunch of people that have declared laws and things like that that are seemingly not universal laws that we'd all accept, such as you can't have a political party. So if you're in that region, you can't have a political party. There are all sorts of other things like that we consider that we need universal laws that you could, as an enclave of people, say, no, we have a different interpretation of what we want. And your argument is, well, there would be a price associated with that. So I'll ask you point blank, do you think most of the people in the world would favor a system that says that you can't come together politically under a banner or under a name?
Do I think that most people currently would support a system where they can't have political parties?
Correct.
I mean, I guess it would depend upon whether or not they live under an anarchist society. Like, that's
But
an
we're not
impossibility to answer.
Wait, they don't. We know they don't. So I'm asking right now, do you think most people would favor a town that says you cannot be a member of a political party? You're not free to associate politically with people in that manner.
Well, I mean, you're asking me to answer a question that would require them to live under different circumstances.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you right now the status quo. It doesn't require living under a different circumstance.
What do people tend to prefer the status quo? Yes.
No, okay.
In
Anyways,
general.
it's an interesting deflection from the question. But under your deflect, because
No, your
most people don't
question-
favor.
your
Okay,
question
so
doesn't
because
make
right now,
sense.
right, it makes sense because most people don't right now. And you in last username said, well, if most people were upset about the unique, trivial laws of a place, it would harm that place financially significant until where they would have to. The cost would be so great that they would change back to get more in line with what the average opinion is. Why hasn't Sharon done that?
Because they're not anarcho-capitalists. They're anarcho-mutualists, indigenismo, and anarcho-environmentalist. It's
Okay,
a
so
different form of anarchism.
Right. So one, I wouldn't use that as an example for your position. And secondly, what you can see is that cost, even
Well,
if
I
they're
used-
communal,
you wanted-
even
you
if
brought
they're
up
communal,
Tehran.
there's
You
no
brought up
reason.
Tehran. I didn't. I
There's
brought up
no. You
Republic
brought up
plus five.
Tehran.
No, you brought it up.
Okay, you're right. I did mention it first, but I've heard you bring it up in the past. Nonetheless, even that they're communal, there's still no reason that your argument that there would be these external costs based on people outside of that area that would be implied to them that would make them. There's no reason. It's totally arbitrary to say, well, they're anarcho-communal instead of anarcho-capitalist. That's why the external costs don't matter.
What causes what issues are you talking about?
Like, for example, I said if you had
there
a
is no
particular-
differentiation between the two.
Right. So, for example, when I talked about the Amazon town, like you and last username said, well, they wouldn't limit speech that was critical of Amazon, because if they did, many people outside of that system would say, we find that to be sort of arbitrary and we don't like that. And so there would be financial cost to them for doing so. There's no reason that if they were anarcho-communal as opposed to anarcho-capitalist, that external cost wouldn't still apply. You can't give me a reason that would show that distinction.
Why in the fuck would an anarcho-mutualist society that doesn't have private property have Jeff Bezos towns? The fuck are you talking about?
That's not what I'm saying.
He's talking
I'm
about
saying
the criticism.
Right.
Basically, he's saying that most people would not sign up to not be able to express their political opinions. And as a part of a positive example of anarchism that's been, maybe somewhat effective in the modern world, it seems like people are still bending the knee to the authority of the community. So when we were asking hypotheticals earlier, in which we were saying, why wouldn't corporatist or private ANCAP societies basically enforce what we would view as currently immoral standards? And you said, oh well, there's competition and they would be able to basically do this or do that or get out of the situation. It seems like there's enough like social pressure in this anarchist example that people will just bend the knee in order to survive. And I think this is one of the moral problems that I have that Rob was kind of poking at, which is basically, I think a lot of people will tolerate really awful shit in order to survive. And the more you regionalize these things, I just picture a bunch of like miniature fiefdoms of powerful, rich, and influential people who can basically bully everybody else. And when we're really talking about what we're really talking about is like the Leviathan, like I forget the author of the book. But what we're talking about
Second
is
treatise on government's better.
Okay, but there wasn't there like a contemporary piece. So there's the Leviathan, and then there's also who did like the Invisible Hand. I forget. Is that Adam Smith or
Smith,
Thomas
right.
Hobbes or okay?
Yeah.
So I view these concepts as in the Leviathan and the Invisible Hand. I view them as necessary for each other to maintain each other's health and well-being. I think the Leviathan is necessary to intimidate people into proper action. I think the Invisible Hand is necessary to give people the level of freedom and autonomy and expression that they need to feel like they have fulfilled lives. And I think if you really were to boil down my fear, it's that when you remove the Leviathan, you basically just have like chaos. And by the way, I know we're wrapping up on 90 minutes or whatever. I appreciate what you said, where the state can be used in order to make a fight one-sided. But then I'm also asking the question, then how does that not turn everything into a fight? And the only answer I think I've gotten so far is like mutually assured destruction.
Before we close the debate up and get into closing statements, and it was very elucidating, I want to give the floor over to last username, as he hasn't had a large amount of time like everybody else has to interact. He seems to have been very reflective for a lot of the debate. Sometimes that's maybe the best way to be, and that's when you really can pummel them back near the end. You know what I mean? But go ahead, man. You have the floor before we get into closing statements, because we are about 90 minutes in and we have a ton of Q&A. Go ahead.
I mean, there was a lot just said there. There was a lot talking about societies that are not anarcho-capitalist. So I don't understand why we're even talking about that. And I don't have much to say about them because it's not the kind of society I advocate for. That's why I was not saying much. As far as like the...
Well, I think... So just to kind of bring this in, so I understand the kind of the conflict here is like from the ANCAP side, they're like, look, you're not actually engaging with the society that we're talking about. We're talking about an ANCAP society. We're talking about an ANCAP society when it comes to police. You're talking about all kinds of other shit that has nothing to do with that. But I do understand kind of the critique from the other side, which is saying, listen, that's not the fucking society we live in. And so all I can do is compare the society that I live in to the society that you're advocating for. And I do find that to be fair game. And I do think that that's a reasonable way to engage with your worldview. How else could you do it?
That is precisely what I do. I compare the society we live in to the one that I would predict would emerge without a state, and the one without a state seems to improve on many of the things that exist in the current society. I hear Connor talking about, having how it would be bad to have a bunch of private enclaves controlled by like central dictatorial powers, which is exactly the situation we have now in the world, exactly the thing that I don't like and want to get rid of. He's talking about the invisible hand needs the Leviathan to control it, but that's not what the invisible hand is. The whole point is that it's invisible. The point of the invisible hand is that the market somehow manages to make good decisions without anyone making those decisions. So I'm not hearing a lot of. It doesn't seem like you guys are making a good faith attempt to understand what we're saying and to engage with it. It seems like you just you're telling us what we're saying and then telling us why it's terrible, and you're not really engaging with what we're saying. I don't. Yeah, that's what I see.
Can I ask you real quick? I swear this is just a real quick question. What would force in your system for it to be anarcho-capitalist as opposed to anarcho-communal?
What would? Can you say that again?
What do you mean? Right. What would force? If we got rid of the state, right? If we got rid of the state, we could see one example that anarchists point to in Mexico. It became anarcho-communal, and you're saying no, that's not what we want. We want anarcho-capitalism. Okay, once there's no more state, there's no force.
I think
so. Why would people decide to go the anarcho-capitalist route instead of the anarcho?
I don't think people would decide anything. Anarcho-capitalism is what I predict would happen without a state. If you want to start an anarcho-communist society, go right ahead, because all you're going to do is get rid of the state, and then we're going to have anarcho-capitalism. Like, you can call it whatever you want.
But why? But my question is, why, if that organically would transition, why didn't it happen in Chiron? Why did they decide to be communal?
I mean, I don't know much about Chiron, but it's a tiny, tiny place with very specific circumstances. So, they're talking like 18,000 people.
I think it's because inevitably people understand that
and they exist in a state, right? So, I mean, at some level, there is state influence on them, even if they have their own laws and such. It's not.
That's my point.
I don't think Chiron is really useful empirical evidence of anything related to what we're talking about.
My point is, even attempts to leave the state, just replace it with something that basically fits in with what the state is, and except it exacerbates the problems that you're complaining about the state with.
So Chiron exacerbated the problems, or I don't understand.
Well, it certainly wouldn't be possible to live in a situation that was high population density or with modern times, and it would cause problems like the enclaves and things like that I was talking about. And if more,
I mean, I'm just saying, you're saying you said it increases the problems, but all of the data shows that it didn't.
Right. So now you're defending Chiron, right? So when we talked about the problem, we could talk about all the problems with Chiron and why
an anarchist first and an anarcho-capitalist second.
Right.
The debate is about stateless and more so from an anarcho-capitalist perspective, stateless policing, and to a small degree the judicial systems that go in it. If you want to have a debate about Chiron, like, we could totally schedule something at some point, but it's not really what we're talking about. I just don't want you to say that Chiron made the situation worse when it clearly made the situation better.
The point is, when we're talking about the specifics of things, and I talk about that, and your deflect from that is we're advocating something different, not that. Right. And then when I say, well, what would stop that sort of thing?
You brought up Chiron, so I decided to engage with it.
I talked about the problems that we saw unique with Chiron, the enclavism. You're the one who dismissed. No one would come together and have these little enclaves and things like that. That wouldn't happen. I talked about how that was not actually maximizing individuality. That was eliminating individuality even more. And my point, when you deflected and said, well, that's different, we want something different, I'm just asking the question.
Why are you doing this in such bad faith? I don't understand.
Why is this bad faith? I don't understand. Like, you seem to do an awful lot of whining, right? Like, and we'll get to it in closing statements. I know that.
I'm just like, I don't understand. Like, you're arguing with
I think you're bad faith for accusing me of being bad faith there.
No, you
does that make it better?
You brought up Chiron, right? And I'm like, cool, I will engage with that, even though that's not what I'm arguing for. And then you make claims based off of Chiron. You want to link me to Chiron, and I'm just like, no, you brought it up, so I engage with it. And if you say shit that's just factually incorrect, I'm just letting you know.
Stop really quick. And Andrew, stop me if I'm wrong here, but you guys keep saying every time that they try and bring up an example in order to interact with your system that has never been done in history, that you just say that's not the system I'm talking about.
Well, no, I gave it.
When have we said that?
Called Rob.
No, I just.
It was only this Chiron thing.
Pedro, I have to kind of disagree with you a little bit there. So I think what happens as an inevitability in these types of debates too is like take counterpoints for instance. He's a law enforcement officer. Or was for many years, right? And he's worked within the system. So what is he going to compare to their system? He's going to compare the system that he knows to the system that they're advocating for. And this is how discourse is done with these different ideas. And I think what the frustration level comes in for the ANCAPs and for the non-ANCAPs together is that they're both trying to draw. The ANCAPs become frustrated. They're like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this. And the non-ANCAPs are like, yeah, but I'm drawing from the system that I know. So it's hard to engage with this thing that you're advocating for. So I don't think it's just cut and dry quite as the non-ANCAPs are saying. I do see the point on both ends. I think it's just hard to engage. I think for right-wingers, especially for the left in the ANCAPs, I think it's far easier than the right in the ANCAPs, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
with
they just
you.
call me a Nazi.
But this is how I see it. I love this type of discourse. I think it's good. I do think it's very good to begin to merge these together. I'm going to let you guys go for another 10 minutes before we close the statements up. We'll start with counterpoints. Go ahead, counterpoints.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I was going to say, if is this closing or just trying to re-engage?
No. You can re-engage for another 10 minutes.
I'd say before we go,
Okay.
I'm happy
So-
to engage with any example that you guys provide. Every example, every question you've had, I can engage with. It's hard to do that when we've got 4 people discussing and you guys give me like 10 questions at once, right? That's
So
that
I kind
seems
of want
fair.
to point out. Yeah, I want to point out the if I was trying to save a baby from the house fire, and can you guys still hear me? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Baby from a house fire.
Yeah, so the baby that I'm trying to pull out of the house fire is the fact that the state can put its will behind a certain security apparatus in order to make it a one-sided fight, and as a result, it can enforce like really negative shit that I think we all agree is bad. And maybe if it was an even playing field in which more people could engage force without that monopolization, maybe mutually assured destruction or negotiated reality, like union workers, like no offense, probably the reason why the Pinkertons were able to go in and beat the shit out of a bunch of union workers is because the union workers knew that if they beat the shit out of the Pinkertons, then the cops would show up and they would get their asses kicked even harder. So it was the authority of the state that made the private security thing even worse than it already was. I do understand that, and that's the baby that I'm pulling from the house fire. The problem that I'm having though is that like for me it just feels like I don't know if you guys remember that meme, but there's like a person sitting in a church pew, and there's somebody pointing a gun at the back of his head, and there's somebody pointing a gun at the back of their head, and then there's a sniper in the balcony that's pointing at that person, and it just kind of feels like that all over the place. And I do understand that that's kind of what flattened hierarchy for power is, but it just feels like a discordant, schizophrenic, constantly chaotic, constantly in flux society, which you guys seem okay with because you admire the creativity that comes from that anarchy. So I appreciate that.
I think
And then
what
LAU
feels like that. I don't know what feels like that. This conversation.
I kind of get where you're going from with that, right?
Anarchist
And
society
here's-
feels like that to me.
Do you live in an anarchist society?
No, like I think I kind of see where he's going with this, right? And so what I think is terrifying sometimes about the idea of anarcho-capitalism is the lack of central planning, right? Except the thing that always gets me is that they go, well, you know, we have this apparatus, we vote on it, we put people like with republicanism, right? Republics, right? We put people in charge that we think are better qualified to understand how to rule this situation and mostly agree with us. And we come to some sort of consensus and we maintain a certain level of order there, right? And what you see is like all of these different companies and people and all this different stuff involved. And you're like, how does order form from that so that we can ensure a stable and safe society instead of all of this kind of chaotic shit everywhere that I can't keep up with? And you know, Rob Noor talked about this. It's like I go to one town and then I drive my car to the next town and there's new rules in this town. And it's like this, it seems so fucking ridiculous, right? And what I think that's what's
The
really
Leviathan is
interesting
not a
is,
Leviathan.
but what I want to pull apart is that right wingers, I love you guys, right? Because you're almost at that position. Stop thinking about that with policing and start thinking about that with all of the other things that the market does that we don't want the state doing. Think about it with healthcare, right? They want the state to control healthcare. And then all of us, the lefties are like, yeah, but once the government controls healthcare, it'll be cheaper and it'll be better. And healthcare will be, we'll have healthcare for all and it'll solve all these problems. And you look at that and you go, no, it fucking won't. Like healthcare will be trash because the fucking government is running healthcare and the prices will go up and we'll be waiting in lines for procedures and things like that. And all we're talking about is not as radical as you think. We're just talking about bringing that to policing. A free
No, it's
market of
definitely.
competition.
Listen, real quick. It's definitely as radical as we think, right? And there is something different, unique with talking about something like healthcare, with talking about that we have a code of laws as a group of people that have came together as a nation, and we say that we allow the state to enforce these laws. That's completely different than something like healthcare. And again, I think that the solution that you're offering just exacerbates the problems you're talking about. Let me give an example that hopefully will clear this up, right? I was going to talk state to state, but are you aware of the fact that there's like tribal laws in certain parts of the United States, right? I think in Wyoming.
Where? I mean, I don't know what they all are, but yeah.
Right. But there's certain jurisdictions that the actual enforcement mechanisms of sort of the state police or whatever have no authority if it occurs on tribal lands.
Right, or it's like limited or like they can chase people in or whatever, but they can't.
Right. So a lot of these places, the murder rates occurring on those tribal lands are through the roof, as are rape rates and things like that. Because what happens is people from outside of there go in, commit crimes on those lands, and then leave. And it's almost impossible because we have these two separate judicial systems for them to track down the people that came in from the outside and committed these heinous crimes. Now, that's just two systems. That's the United States system and the system in the states there, and then the tribal system that's external to that. Now imagine that hundreds of thousands of times over.
Can I ask a quick question?
It's not really two independent systems, though. It's one system that says we're not going to do anything in this little area, and then the little area has to fend for themselves. But they can't actually.
I'm not
cooperate.
I'm not
with
sure
the
where you're
system.
drawing you made an argument there and you haven't supported it, and maybe you have support for it, and I'd love to read that if you have like research or anything. Do you have like any research, and I promise you I'll look into it, that shows that the reason why crime is so high in these communities is because of the fact that criminals are going in, committing crime, and then escaping? Because most of the stuff that I've read, I haven't read anything recently, but most of the stuff that I've read has talked about socioeconomic status, poor education systems, et cetera, et cetera. I have not seen any study that shows that the reason crime and rape is so high in many of these tribal communities is because criminals from America are going into tribal communities to commit crime and are escaping the judicial system of America.
I don't have the evidence in front of me, but I have read that evidence. But it logically makes sense, anyways. And again, we could take.
I don't think it does. I think socioeconomic status and poor education.
And I'll show you how it logically makes sense. Right? Let's say that there's a business dispute between me and for a company in the United States and a company in Canada. Is that harder to solve legally than it would be from two companies in the same jurisdiction?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Right. If we have a business disagreement and that requires some sort of arbitration from a company from the United States versus a company from Canada, is that more difficult to resolve than two companies in the United States?
Yeah,
presumably. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Now imagine that 10,000 times over.
But that's not what we're advocating for.
Yes, it sure.
Why would it be 10,000 times over?
The company in America. No, the company in America. No, you gave me an analogy and I'm going to answer it. The company in America has an entirely different system of laws. And then the company of Canada has an entirely different system of laws. And they have to go by that monopolistic tendencies of those laws. And they have to deal with international laws. And what we're advocating for is that companies represent them in their rights enforcement agencies and things of that nature. And so we're arguing that the market would actually be more effective at providing between disputes on borders and things like that.
But it wouldn't, because
why do you say it would be 10,000 times over?
Hang on, guys. I'm sorry. Rob, I'm going to give you the last word. We've got to get into closing statements after that. We've got a ton of questions. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, I'll just be real quick. But the problem is each of the specific laws, like it's one thing if we're talking about like I literally went into your company and beat up someone that was there, but we're talking about complicated matters of who has rights to drill here or who has rights to use this land or who has rights to this sort of technology or property, and things like that. These disputes will become very complicated. And if there's not a universal agreed upon set of laws and an enforcement mechanism, instead we're saying basically, hey, y'all solve it for yourself. Like inevitably this will lead to disputes and it will lead to worse off things like violence, which we've seen in the past, and we can see that these disputes are more complicated when there's varying legal systems now. So imagine that was everyone got their own legal system based on who they were paying the most for. It would be a disaster.
And then your last rebuttal before we get into closings. Go ahead, guys.
Like closing statements, or
No. Before we get into closing statements, I'm going to let the ANCAP go ahead and rebut what you
I'm
just
fine.
said.
If last username wants to do it, I can address it in closing. So we have like an absurd amount of time for closing, so it's fine.
Well, okay. I mean, you mentioned like what about a dispute across America and Canada? So there's going to be some overhead in resolving that dispute because you have to go across the border. I don't know why you think that would be worse in a society where those boundaries were on a much smaller scale. We expect it to be much better, right? There wouldn't be as much inefficiency because you have those. So it's still just one boundary that you're crossing, and that's a much more common situation, right? So it's going to optimize for that situation. The fact that nations, that most business is done domestically within a nation actually means that the system doesn't handle so well going across borders. But when everyone's resolving disputes across borders, or most people are resolving disputes across borders, there's no reason you can't optimize for that, right? So I don't think it would be 10,000 times worse. I think it would be better.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It was a spirited debate. I understand anytime you do a 2-on-2, nobody ever feels like they got enough time to talk. We're going to make sure that we have a nice long closing statement for every person before we get to the Q&A. And boy, do we have a hell of a Q&A. Before we do that, though, last username, I would like to invite you back for a one-on-one with our in-house left-wing debater who would love to take you on your ANCAP stances. His name is Synth. I think that would be a very enjoyable debate for you. Now, I don't think that your partner likes the guy very much, but I think he argues on the Crucible differently than he argues in most places. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and get into the closing statements. Counterpoints. We're going to start with you. You didn't get a lot of chance in that last rebuttal. Go ahead. You have 7 minutes.
Yeah, I'll try not to use all of it. And I wanted to address a couple of things. So I do think that we did get to the crux of the concern from a statist perspective is the lack of coherency and order and predictability within an anarchist framework. It does just seem like it would be overly complicated and ultimately unenforceable. And I'm not trying to say that to be mean. I'm saying that because those are my legitimate concerns. And then when I was mentioning the invisible hand and the Leviathan, I wasn't saying that these things were operating in concert or they're the same thing. I understand they're contradictory perspectives, but I think the tension between the two creates opportunity for everyone. What I mean by that is that the Leviathan, basically the representative of state power that intimidates people in order to not murder as much, not steal as much, not rape as much, not be as immoral or amoral, that can be a powerful downward force on society to act correctly. And the fear of reprisal from the state can basically force people to act morally better than they would otherwise. And then the invisible hand being the way in which the market and people negotiate reality can kind of give you that freedom. So I don't want purely a Leviathan society, and I don't want purely an invisible hand society. I want the tension between the two, and I actually think that liberal democracies and Western republics do a goddamn great job of this. When we're looking at the free world kind of coming together in order to tell, Putin to go fuck himself when he's invading another sovereign nation, I think
Some of us are.
Okay, just me. So basically, you can kind of see what actual violence, what actual war, what actual dictatorship, what actual intimidation of freedom of speech looks like, because I think we have it comparatively nice in the Western world, in the European world, in the American and Canadian world. So when we talk about these problems, people getting the shit kicked out of them, when we're talking about, the overreaches of the American state and all that kind of shit, I think we forget that we have like a homicide. Everybody has guns in the United States. We have a homicide rate of 5 per 100,000. You go down to Mexico or Central America, there's some countries that have 20 per 100,000 or 50 per 100,000, depending on the country. We live in a pretty free and safe society, even if it doesn't feel like it. And then when we talk about like economic mobility, there's a whole bunch of fucking problems that we have because of corporate capture and because of the way our corporations and our state work together. But the truth is, if you work your dick off, you can actually make an okay living compared to at least medieval standards, if not modern standards. So I am sympathetic to the problems that you guys have brought up. I don't want to jump out of the frying pan and into the fire. And if my skepticism feels like that's where it's coming from, that is where it's coming from. I have to know demonstrably that your alternative system is better to the status quo for me to advocate for it, even hypothetically. And there's little historical, I'll wrap this up in a second. There's little historical finesses that I think have to be acknowledged. So, for instance, you were talking about like an Italian mercantile anarchist state that existed between the Papal States and the other mercantile states of Italy for 400 years. That's impressive. That's awesome. It's badass, and God bless those people. But I think that historically, probably what allowed them to exist was one, Italy being incredibly mercantile and trade based. Two, having powerful neighbors, and three, those powerful neighbors being willing to kick the shit out of anybody else who was trying to invade Italy. So that's where I think that anarchism has to contend with the existence of exterior states that can always come and kick your shit in. And until like you create universal human consciousness that reviles the state to the point that every human being wants to be, or every human being wants to be an anarchist, I think for me it will remain a utopian fantasy. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Counterpoints, thank you so much for your closing statement. By the way, anybody who has not liked and subscribed to Counterpoint's channel, you should do it immediately. He's a great faith debater. He's one of the best who's out there on the right-wing side. He's a friend of the Crucible. We always appreciate him coming on, even though he didn't come on camera tonight like a fuckhead. But we're going to forgive him because
Sorry,
he did show up to the debate, even though he has a million things going on. I'm going to give this over to the ANCAP side. Let's start with you, Scott. Go ahead with your closing.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So, what we saw tonight, I don't want to characterize it as bad faith. I said a few times that it felt like bad faith, but in the spirit of peace and negotiation with you guys, God, it's a breath of fresh air sometimes to debate you guys instead of being screamed at by lefties that just pretend like everything I said I didn't say. But it's difficult to have these conversations and things of that nature because, the violence of the state is a reality, and the violence under anarchism is conjectural. It's theoretical, right? Because of all the anarchist societies that have existed, they've been small scale and predominantly far less violent than any other state-based system. And we have all of these examples of the violence of the state, but of course you have to engage with these what ifs, right? You have to understand. I do appreciate that Counterpoints in his closing statement, especially, tried to understand what it was. But the thing that I thought was so interesting is that he said, I like this idea of the state and the market kind of working together, this mixed economy where the Leviathan has some control and some reins and things of that nature. And so I would simply ask this, why not I ask for the same compromise that socialists ask for sometimes in healthcare that I ask for in policing in the opposite direction? Which is, if you want to see that try and work out, if you want to see these things in practice, why not give people the right of certain policing within local communities if they so vote to do so? If certain localities vote to have their sheriff's office or things of that nature be privatized, and we still have state police that oversee those things, would we not be able to have this beautiful system of federalism that we have be a laboratory to see if maybe we are right, that maybe a competition of police forces in communities could be a more effective form of policing than a pure monopolistic tendencies that the state has? And if we prove those things to be correct, maybe we can go from there, and you won't have to think about theoretical examples. We can have the freedom and the beauty of the things that we want now, and if it doesn't fucking work out, send in the Mounties and the state police and say, hey, this fucking experiment failed, and here's the proof that it fucking failed. Give us the freedom to choose. But currently we don't have that freedom to choose. And America is a unique example, like Counterpoint said, of how great policing can be despite all of its horrible forms of oppression, right? Australia, UK, Canada, these are systems that were once hailed as just as good, if not better than ours. And yet, what do we see? We see that the state slowly gains in power, especially as left wing individuals of authoritarian nature want to give more and more power to the state. And what you see is people being locked up in prison because they're a grandma that posted a sticker on a telephone pole in the UK, and she was locked in prison for over 8 hours and released on the side of the road at 2 a.m. because she dared put up a sticker that said that we need to look at domestic violence against women because the police thought that that was transphobia. And then they invaded her home and they looked until they found college texts that they considered to be TERF, which is something that is not allowed, trans exclusionary radical feminism. And they stole her books because they're banned books until the investigation is complete. This is what happens when you have a monopoly of power and violence, is that so long as the government is doing its job and everything is stable, it seems okay, especially from people in positions of privilege, like here in America or in wealthier neighborhoods. But there are people living in poor communities today that call the police. I was one of those people where I called the police because my neighbor was being shot at and their home was being sprayed with bullets. And the police said, yeah, we don't go to that neighborhood at night because it's in a bad neighborhood. So this fantasy that it is only the anarcho-capitalist system that could magically create a two-tiered system of justice because of policing issues is one that we live under today. And I'm simply asking for the freedom to be able to experiment with these ideas so you can see that our system really is better. So give us that freedom. Lastly, Castle Rock v. Gonzalez and Warren v. DC have shown that police don't have a duty to protect you. The police are not actually forced to protect you or protect your rights if they feel that they might be in danger in some capacity or they simply don't want to. And what we're talking about is rights enforcement agencies that are paid for the very thing of doing rights. It is, Robert Peel in 1829 set up these systems of what modern policing would look like. And one of the things that really jumps off is his 9th principle of policing, which is that police efficiency is absence of crime and disorder, not action. And what we have is a corrupt state system of policing where money and politicians and drug busts and the war on crime and arrests are how we measure how successful policing is. And what this has done is ravaged poor communities, ravaged minority communities, ravaged Appalachian communities. And instead, if you have a system of business and free enterprise that would be allowed to participate in this system, I think what you would see is a return to policing as an efficiency model based on the absence of crime. And I'll cede my time.
He had 1 minute. That's what the finger was, right? It's like 1 minute.
No, I was wrapping up anyways. No
problem. I wanted to say before I turn it over to Rob Noor, that anybody who has not gone in to FL Scott's Discord, and if he links it to us, we will put it in the description, needs to get in that Discord. It's very good faith people. I appreciate them quite a bit. He has people who come into ours. We have people who go into his. It's kind of an interesting dynamic, and we always like when Scott comes on the Crucible. We consider him a friend of the Crucible. Thank you so much for your closing statement, Scott. Rob Noor, you're up. Oh, hang on, Rob. Let me unmute you. I'm sorry. I had a little bit of background noise, so I muted you.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, man.
Am I good? Okay. So I think fundamentally the problem that we see here is that there's no proven reason for this radical departure. Even in Fabian's closing statement there, he's like, well, why not take a chance? This is the same sort of thing you hear from radical communists. They act like the system is so bad right now, and they're able to correctly point out flaws in the system and bad things in the system. I point them out every day on my show. There are certainly a lot of things. I also sympathize with the idea of wanting small government and smaller government, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have a state at all. And it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have have policing that is from the state, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have states that create those laws, that we all have a system of laws that we can see. The foundational, at one point in the opening statements, Fabian was talking about the founding fathers' intent. Clearly, the founding fathers intended for there to be documents showing what our rights and our laws were. That's why they created them. They didn't create an anarchist system. They understood the importance to have a country. They understood the ability to have a military. They understand the importance of having policing and these laws being written down. The problem is, just like the no real communism argument, what you see through these debates is we'll say, well, here are the logical bad things that would happen under your system. And they just say, no, they wouldn't happen. And let me explain why. I could do the same thing, right? I could say, no, my version of having a state would solve all the problems you're talking about and be able to talk about it. Fabian gives away the game there at the end. He says, the problems in the state system we could see, but because the system they're advocating for has never been tried, all of the problems are theoretical. But you could do this with anything. The reason that his system hasn't been tried, or both of their system hasn't been tried, is because it's not practical, because it's not able to be enforced in the real world. That inevitably people will realize the miseries of trying to have these sort of, there is no law, everyone makes up their own law, and you pay for private security firms to enforce those laws. It's different from town to town, whatever people want. Inevitably, people will collectively come together and say, no, we need to collectivize in some way and have some sort of system of laws that are predictable and things like that, which is just tantamount to replacing the state with another actor that functionally is the same as the state. What is it that exactly they're complaining about, that they want to get rid of the state? Taxes, being theft and things like that. I agree there's far too much taxation, but the government should exist and the state should exist. And some of the fundamental things should be protection in the form of policing and the military. And then simple things like infrastructure and things like that, that are well over expounded what we consider infrastructure. But those are the fundamental basis of what state should be and what government should be. That sort of stuff's inevitable. It's going to happen. That's why anarcho-capitalism didn't appear more readily. And again, Connor does a great job of arguing against this one mercantile system. It's just not possible in today's world. It's so complicated. Who would control all of the infrastructure? Who controls the electric grid? Who controls the water system? And when there are disputes, when someone says, no, I have claims to that as a private business owner, I have claims to the water system, I have claims to the electric grid, who resolves those disputes? And we've gone through a litany of reasons why these sorts of things just wouldn't work. So it's basically, and then they say, if taxation's theft, well, basically under their system, you still have to pay for protection. So it might not be in the form of taxation, but you have to pay as you need the services. There's all sorts of terrible things that we've already gone through, such as enclaves that would come about where people say, we have specific sets of rules where we live here. And it could be really insane, perverse things like we only want people of a certain ethnicity. We only want people of a certain religion. Or more importantly, we don't want people of a certain religion. I can imagine a society, and to see where Fabian's accurately talking about a lot of the problems we have in today's system. For example, he talks about people being abused by the state for apparently being transphobic. Well, what this shows is it proves that when they say that these things would solve themselves because enough people would be upset externally, then why weren't they enough people upset externally in Canada to be able to prevent that? Right? The only chance you have is if people were upset externally enough to have some sort of movement or voting to be able to change the system. To the degree that they're not, these sorts of things would happen and be more likely to happen when they're more localized and you have people that are only affected in small ways that would be able to notice them. Look at insurance companies now. There are all sorts of people that are abused by the insurance company, but individuals don't really have the power to stand up to them that great. If we gave all of the power to literally insurance companies and mercenaries that we're paying, they could abuse individuals all the time. And unless that individual was able to find the financial resources or someone with a big enough voice to convince one of these insurance groups to go along with them, then they would just be shit out of luck. And the reality is this system isn't perfect, but the radical departure that they're talking about would be a disaster. No, we don't just radically destroy the state and say we no longer have the United States of America because you could point to some abuses. The reality is we have it so lucky, even with all the bad things that we should be striving against in the United States. This is the greatest country in the history of the world. And by metric of being alive today in the United States, we are amongst the luckiest people that ever existed. To act like it's so miserable that we need to throw out the entire state and any hypothetical that you could come up with like logical things, well, wait a minute, this would cause all sorts of problems, just to go, no, we don't think so. We assume that everyone would be benevolent and there would be external factors and no one would do these sorts of things. I just think that it's childish. It's not practical. And even in the systems where they can say that it theoretically happened one time in a mercantile system, which Connor already gave arguments as to why that wasn't the best example or why there were external factors that were unique to allow that to happen, it certainly wouldn't work in an area as big as the United States with a technologically advanced area like the United States that we see today. It just wouldn't work. He says, why not give privatization of local police now or local areas? But that would still be backed by the state. Your argument isn't just, well, we allow people to enforce the laws of the state, but allow private business, private mercenaries to do that. That's not your argument. Even that would be backed by the state. So it's interesting. That's something that maybe we could talk about, but not really the topic at hand. So I just think at the end of the day that you can see it's very similar to debating communists where it's always, that's not true communism. My specific version of what anarcho-capitalism is solves all problems. There's no criticism that you could levy because I could always say, if you just give me time to explain, we can explain to you why hypothetically it wouldn't occur. The reality is this system is impossible to enact. That's why we haven't seen systems like this spur up. And even if one did, if the entire world doesn't do it at the same time, it would be overwhelmed as soon as a country got resource poor or needed to boost their economy because they would come in and take these resources. It would be a disaster. It would lead to all sorts of violence. It would lead to vigilantism. It would lead to mob justice. And it would be an absolute disgrace to throw away the greatest country in the history of the world based on these frivolous Hail Mary attempts that say we assume everything will be basically utopian if we adapt this.
Well,
I will match you one day in how you do that, Rob. I will do this. I will figure this out.
I hope the prices on the food goes down, though, Rob. You know, I really do. I hope the prices on food go down. I've got all the little ones. You know, I've got all the little ones. Rob Knorr, always been a friend to the channel. A wonderful debater. He's the best on the right, in my opinion. And those trenches, though, Rob, they've been quite empty, haven't they? Quite empty, those trenches. I'm going to move on from Rob. We're going to get on to last username and his closing statements. Take your time, last username. It has been a pleasure to have you on. I didn't know very much about you, but I found your debate style to be very eloquent. Go ahead.
Thank you. I enjoyed it too. So I still don't feel like I've really been able to explain, or we've been able to explain, how an anarcho-capitalist society would work in detail. And perhaps that's just a limitation of the debate format. I can't help but feel that our opponents weren't trying as hard as they could to actually understand it, but maybe I'll take some of the blame too. So if you want to learn, if you do want to learn how an anarcho state or a stateless society would work, I would encourage you to go and find out. One way you could do that is by, of course, following my Twitch and my YouTube channel and learning from me, because I talk about it all the time. But actually, if you want to go straight to the source, there's, in my opinion, one sort of high-profile ANCAP who's actually explaining this stuff in detail. The only one. His name is David D. Friedman. He wrote a book called The Machinery of Freedom, which actually explains in pretty much in quite a lot of detail how this side would work, and probably answers all of the questions that you have. I think it answers all the questions that Rob and Connor had tonight. And so if you really want to understand this, then go read that book. Or just search for his name on YouTube. Made lots of videos and stuff explaining it in more concise format. When you argue that anarchy can't work, anarchy just means no state. And literally, that's all that I'm talking about. Anarcho-capitalism just means don't change the way society works. Society is mostly working the way it should work, with markets organizing things. And there's just a few specific things that the state still does. And all I'm advocating for is to get rid of the state. Don't let the state monopolize those few particular industries. Allow those industries to also work the way everything else already works. My empirical evidence for that is just that everything else already works better than the state at doing all those other things. So let's use that better system to do the last remaining things. When you argue that that can't work, what you're saying essentially is that the state, the way the state does it, is the only way it can be done. There is no other possible way we could have a justice system or an education system or defense system or whatever. And that's a really, really ambitious argument, right? It's one thing to say this particular way of doing it doesn't work. It's very bold to say that this is the only way it could be done, and every other possible way would be worse or not work at all. You're really claiming that you have this sort of unlimited imagination, that you've thought of every possible way it could be done, and you checked and none of them worked. I don't think anybody has actually done that. I think the best you can say, if you're being honest, is I can't imagine another way that this could work. And that is perfectly reasonable. Most people cannot imagine how these things could be done. Most people can't imagine how most things could be done. Things are really complicated and hard to do. But if that's your approach, then you should at least be open. Hey, has anybody else been able to think of ways that this could be done? Before I say it's impossible, let me at least go find other people who might have come up with ways that this could be done, that we could have a stateless, that we could have a market justice system, and check it out and see if what they're describing seems to work. I did that, and I think what they're describing does seem to work. So if you really want to engage with this in good faith, I think you should do the same thing. Why hasn't it been tried before? That's been brought up a few times. It's a reasonable argument. If this is a good idea, why don't we see any anarchies so far? The counter argument to that is that there have been many innovations in social organization that didn't happen for a long time throughout history, and then eventually they did, right? We didn't have capitalism for a long time, and then we did. We didn't have democracy for a long time, and then we did, right? All sorts of things. So to say that because something has never happened, it's a bad idea, we've had many counterexamples of that, right? Many good ideas that didn't happen for a long time, and then eventually they did. It's just a matter of technology. We have to actually invent these ways of organizing society. We don't have to do this all at once. That's a straw man. I never said that. We can incrementally try little bits of opening up the justice system to more private, competitive involvement. Give people a little more leeway to enforce their own rights or to arbitrate their own disputes, which they can then delegate to private companies. See how it works out. We don't have to take a leap of faith. We can just try it incrementally. I don't see how you can argue against that. Why not give it a try? And this idea that the state is, we tend to perceive the state as this one powerful entity that fixes things, and the absence of a state would therefore be more complicated. But remember, the state is made of thousands, millions of people who are all pursuing their own interests in an elaborate network of incentives. They're negotiating with each other. They're competing. All of the things that you think make a market so complex actually makes a state complex too. It's a really complex system with lots of self-interested people competing, stabbing each other in the back. The thing with the guns pointed at each other. Yeah, we have that situation too. You can't avoid that, right? Society is always a complex network of people and incentives. I think there's a better structure for that network of incentives than what we have with the state. And that's all I'm proposing. All right, that's enough for me.
All right, you still had almost 2 minutes to go. I would say that's almost the fastest wrap up, but still eloquently done. We will give you a chance to shout out your channel, all your social media. I want to explain to people out there, including you, when the closing statements are done, we here at the Crucible consider the debate over. The moderators then ask their questions. After that, we get to the audience questions, and I have written down quite a few. As you know, I've taken on ANCAPs myself, and so some of these may sound a little bit on the bias side. I have more for the ANCAPs than I do for the non-ANCAPs, but fuck you, right? It's my show, and if I want to ask them, I'll ask them. First to Rob, though, Rob brings up the tribal law at 1 hour 44 minutes. These are their own governments, just so you guys know. Tribal governments are their own governments. And, why did they have them on the ANCAP side? If the natural order is to not have government, they didn't ever need to have any, right? They could have just chosen to do the, perhaps a small chieftain thing or this kind of thing, but they do have their own internal governments. They are external from the United States. They can organize their governments however they see fit. If the natural order is to go for the stateless society, why do you think it is that they modeled some type of government after the Americana system rather than just allow the organic free use of the anarcho state?
Barbie world.
That's got to be the last username, because I don't think the natural order is no government, and I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think that's a fair clarification. So, we had been talking about natural law earlier,
Mhm.
and when we had sourced natural law, my assumption with that is you had said we could discover natural law, natural order, things like this. I had
Mhm.
assumed that you thought that the ANCAP kind of version of morality was kind of saying, "Hey, look, if left to their own devices, human beings would much rather not have some type of stateless society." If I got that wrong, that's okay. I'm just saying that it does
No,
seem
I don't.
like
Last username and I are in a bit of conflict here. I think, right? Because I don't envision anarcho-capitalism being like like a thing that will ever sweep the globe. I envision a world of where there's anarcho-capitalism, anarcho-socialism, anarcho-communes, anarcho-mutualist societies, maybe even corporations like Prospera that set up covenant communities that would be in line with the values of anarcho-capitalism, but where people sign a contract to live in a community where they actually have their system of governance, and little they have little societies that resemble what look like states today, but unlike states, they didn't achieve that land through violence and forcible taxation and non-voluntarism. So I don't necessarily think that is the natural way of things. What I'm saying is, what I'm talking about is my moral framework.
I
I'm
see.
able to discover what I believe to be right and wrong.
Well, that makes sense. That's actually a logically consistent a way to view it, I think, because we do have
But
obviously
ANCAP is best.
well,
Yeah.
and that may be so. I just think
If
it's
you want my answer.
logically consistent. Yeah, sure, in just a second, but I do think that that's logically consistent. I'm just saying that hey, we do have these hundreds of tribes that went a different route when they could have gone kind of the ANCAP route.
Well,
By
anarcho-capitalism wasn't
tribes, what
even
do you mean?
discovered until like 1950s.
I'm sorry.
What tribes are you talking about?
So we're talking about Indian tribes, Native Americans inside the United States. They have hundreds of treaties with hundreds of tribes across the United States. A lot of them give them sovereign decree over their own individual land. They have their own individual police, their own individual laws, and they're allowed to make them. In fact, you have to have U.S. diplomats go to negotiate with these tribes. So these are kind of all these compact miniature states inside of the United States. They're like sub-states, and they did not go the ANCAP route.
Well, okay, so you're saying that's evidence that NCAP is not good because these
No,
little.
no. I'm sorry. It's not good or is good proposition. I'm just saying it's clearly not the natural order. If when left to their own devices, they seem to want to model some type of governmental system
Yeah,
for themselves.
I don't think anarcho-capitalism is more natural. I'm not even sure if there is. I think that I don't know if I like the concept of a natural order. I don't know. I'm not really sure what that means. I think people
Sure.
are naturally
Sure.
inclined
So
to
just
organize
elaborate,
themselves.
I only bring up the word natural because we had heard the term natural law. And so I was just looking for logical consistency. That's all.
Yeah, but so
Like,
natural
if I had
law.
to try and help clarify how a natural order would come about is like a hierarchy. You look at a pack of wolves, right? There will be an alpha, some betas, and you have your delta that they're going to give away.
So
There
wolves
was
have an
nothing
instinct to
established
organize
that was
themselves in a certain
naturally
way.
the wolves that established that order.
Yeah, and
Right.
the structure of a wolf pack is largely dictated by instinct. It's not very flexible. I think humans have an instinct, have some sort of fundamental instincts and tools to organize ourselves, and we've used that over history to organize ourselves in various ways. And I think the state is a simpler way of organizing ourselves, and that's why we've sort of discovered that way first, and why that's been the dominant way so far. I think markets are a more sophisticated and complex but superior way of organizing ourselves, and that's why we're gradually moving towards that. We haven't moved all the way to doing everything like that, but we have moved to doing most things organized with markets, and we still got a little bit of that sort of primitive, sort of tribal state organization left over, and I think that actually probably will go away one day.
Well, I did want to push this point as well. Rob and Counterpoints both had talked a lot about external factors kind of pushing their way into these kind of individual ANCAP states. Um, And this was kind of highly contentious in a portion of this debate. And I did want to point out, while we're talking about tribunal lands, or I'm sorry, tribal lands, not tribunal, that cigarettes are a big deal. If you look at tribal lands, they don't have cigarette taxes. And so what often happens in these external factors, like Scott was talking about, of criminals going into these places that have different laws in order to exploit those laws, is that people will go and they'll buy cigarettes at a very cheap price on tribal land, and then they'll go out and sell them for obviously a huge markup compared to what they paid for them when they don't have tax on the tribal land. And I thought that was a great point that they made, and I just kind of wonder how you guys contend with that.
Sorry, what's the point that we're contending with?
That criminals will exploit the systems inside your your individual ANCAP governments in order to go for the profit motive.
Criminals will exploit the systems to go for the profit motive. I don't understand.
Right.
If they're a criminal, then
Well,
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
I think I can put a good example to it, right?
Well, so I don't. Well, hang on, Pedro. I don't know why you don't understand the question. Their point was to say, you have ANCAP land right here, whatever that is. I don't care if it's 100, 100 million, doesn't matter. They have their individual laws inside ANCAP land. They were saying, hey, look, the criminal element can come in and exploit that.
How?
Because everything is individually based along X amount of these, different lands. So you have, it's all subdivided between 100, 1,000, 2,000, whatever. We actually do see examples of that within tribal land of people using cigarettes.
I don't understand what you mean by subdivided. Why is it subdivided? How?
So if there was a ANCAP society that had prohibited heroin within their domain, and then there was an ANCAP society that illegalized it, what's to prevent, like, either let's say that there was the place that was legal, let's say that the people who had made it illegal developed it and they basically profited off of the vices of their neighbors, or alternatively, let's say that there were the people where it was legal and they basically said, hey, we know that we can get your people addicted to this, so we're going to do this. And because we're talking about societies that have different moral judgments living within close proximity to each other, how does this not breed some level of conflict and predatory behavior? And since everybody has different morality and amorality and immorality, how do these societies coincide if there isn't a standard of behavior? I think that's the question that I would be poking at.
I'll just say super quick.
So I was just giving an example of that using the cigarettes. I'm sorry.
I would just say super quick. I don't think you can call yourself an ANCAP society if you make heroin illegal.
No, you can. I mean, it's possible that heroin could be illegal if people are willing to pay to stop people from doing heroin. More than people are willing to pay to do heroin, right?
At that point.
Well, I would.
So I would say right now,
I would.
Fabian, your society is illegal heroin, and then
now if you have
last username has the illegal heroin, right? What's the
or even like a mutualist. Yeah, let's say there was a nearby mutual society that had said, hey, drugs are a super big problem. We're not going to participate in this. What's to prevent the ANCAP society from basically producing addictive narcotics and then selling it within the mutual territory, and then that leading to conflict?
Wait, it's illegal in the mutualist society?
Territory?
Listen,
if you sell heroin in some place where it's illegal, you'll get in trouble with the legal system there.
But says who? That's the point, last username. Like, let's say me and you each have a society.
Well, I assume when you say that it's illegal, it means they have some way of enforcing that law.
Just hear me out real quick. I'll try to make this as simple as possible. In my society, heroin is legal. In your society, it's illegal. So I decide to produce a bunch of heroin, sell it in your society. You'll say you can't do that. You're committing. Listen, you're saying you can't do that. That's a crime. I say no, it's not a crime. Who resolves the dispute?
Well, if you're on
property, doing what I don't want.
If you're in a society that has a mechanism of stopping people from doing heroin, then they'll stop you from doing heroin.
So you come in to arrest me?
Well, yeah, someone will.
I mean, you realize that we have this situation already.
I mean, how are they enforcing this law?
Some states, right? Some states, marijuana is legal.
Yeah.
And in other states, marijuana is illegal. and people sell and exchange marijuana in the states that are legal. And if you get caught
It's legal in
crossing
Canada.
the border and you move into a state where it's illegal, the cops fucking stop you, because guess what? You're in a territory where that is now illegal.
It means you have to be
But
conscious when you're crossing a border that the rules might change.
System. We have a legal system set up that says that there's supremacy, so that the state, we have documents that say
Not with
this is
Canada.
exactly how the legal system works.
Marijuana is legal in Canada,
This is how
illegal in the
state
States.
look-
We're not at war.
Right. Again, the point is you're talking about these externalities that could happen multiple times over.
I'm
in
sorry,
even a
I just
small
want a
location.
clarification for this. Did you just say that heroin is
Marijuana.
legal in Canada?
Marijuana is legal in Canada.
Oh, marijuana. I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, the point is just that you'll see these situations. Each town could have specific nuances, and you're going to be able to. You could say you can't sell this in my town, but you can't do anything if I'm sending low-level people there. You could arrest those low-level people,
Yeah.
but if my insurance group with my mercenaries is more powerful than yours, I'll say no. Our rights can't be violated by you. As anarcho-capitalists, we say that we're allowed to do whatever drug we want. You don't have the right to arrest our people for selling or using drugs, even if it's on your property.
But
And
that's
we're
not-
going to use our mercantile.
That's not what it is, right? Because you're on someone else's property, going against the rules that they have set up on their.
Well, he knows that. He's saying what would stop them from doing that? So what would stop you
Right.
is the mechanism that we have to enforce the law in that area. Like you're going to go to war
Why?
with that
If
area
my
in order
laws-
to sell drugs there?
And
If I have more mercenaries, how
But
are
you don't
going
have.
to stop me?
Well, one
If
quick
you
thing.
waste money on that,
I
you don't
actually
have more
marked-
mercenaries.
I actually markered this at 33 minutes. Last username, you stated that a private security force would make up their own laws, right?
No.
And
They
this is
don't
where
make
I
up
was
their
at-
own laws.
No.
Nobody makes up their own laws. No, but that's nothing like that. The laws, just like they don't make up their own prices in a market. Nobody makes up the prices in a market. The prices emerge from a market, right? The price has to be the same price for everyone. People can't pick their own prices.
Right. Well,
But-
Oh, wait, what? Yeah, of course people make up their own laws. Countries do it all the time. Nations do it all the time. States do it
Yes,
all the time.
states do it.
Local
But
municipalities
in a market,
do it all the
nobody
time.
makes up the laws.
Yeah,
Not in a
but
market.
yeah, they do make up the like.
No.
What do you mean? Of course they make up the laws.
Not-
they do.
that's not what we're
are you
talking about.
about. How do they
States
not
make up
the
laws. Markets, those
No, not
laws
just
emerge.
States. What about like local municipalities? Even people who have like private gun shows make up their own. You would consider it a law. Like maybe you can't.
Oh, you could make up
walk in
laws
with
for your
one in
own
the pipe.
private property. So is that what you mean?
Okay, but even externally from that, a local municipality with let's say 100 people, they make up their own laws.
You mean now?
Yeah, right now.
Yes,
right
right now
that's not
states
what
can
we're
do that, and towns
not
and
just
countries
states,
and
I'm not
whatever.
talking about states.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah. Just on
Or
the local
condos or
levels.
whatever.
I don't.
That's a
Yeah.
that's a state.
So
well, okay.
So there's
the-
there's another way to make laws that does not involve one person making them or one organization making them for their jurisdiction. You can have laws that emerge on a market where no one made those laws, but they come out. Just like you can have a language that emerges that no one invented, right? No one decided what the English language would be.
What?
No one decided. No one invented no one wrote the English language. The English language
Yes, they
emerged
did.
from our.
No.
No.
They,
No.
Nope, that's
they
not
literally
true.
wrote it. Yes,
Nope.
yeah, it is true. It came from
Who-
Germanic.
who
Who
invented
wrote
the English
English
language?
language?
Who
it
invented
derives-
the English language?
I'm studying Greek, actually. I know this. It derives from German.
Yeah.
Okay.
of
Well,
course.
no,
And who wrote the German
English is
language?
a process. No, yeah, sure, it derives from German, but
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
it's a
the first
Germanic language, not German, but it's a Germanic language, and then it changes into Middle English after the Normans invade, and we start picking up portions of French, and the combination of those two goes from Old English into Middle English.
I see. So
right.
I see. I see. So
And
your
modern
overall
English
point
is in
is
some
that
ways
over-
heavily influenced by Shakespeare.
Okay, so over time, you're saying, over time, these incremental changes will lead to like a spontaneous law. That's what you mean.
Yeah.
I
Now
have that
someone
right?
it may have literally been one person that actually wrote that law down first, just like it was literally some person who said a word first. But the process of making that word part of the language is more than just one person making it up. One person has to do that, and then it has to actually get around, and people have to start using it for some reason.
But
And there are
the-
forces that
the-
determine whether that
This is
happens.
just-
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is
Let
actually the crux of the problem.
Counterpoints get in for a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Counterpoint.
I'm not trying to like reopen it back into the debate, but this is actually the crux of the issue between like Rob and my perspective and your perspective is like, so yes, natural evolution is a part of growth, and that's a good thing. But a lot of the good things that have come through human history have been through specific guides and standardizations. So if you're talking about like the reason why we can understand each other on the panel isn't because we have a bunch of like regionalized language. Some dickhead of fucking 100 years ago standardized English and started writing the dictionary and upgrading it every 5 to 10 years. And so there's a standard language.
Okay,
that
but
we all
that's
kind
not
of
why we
follow
can
as
understand
a
each other. We don't need a
communication.
dictionary to understand each other. If no one had ever written a dictionary, we would still understand each other.
Right. No.
I don't even
why-
understand-
Right? People talk to each other before there were
Really
dictionaries.
disagree.
The
I
dictionary
disagree
gets
so hard.
the dictionary gets upgraded every 5 years because of the exact
Yeah.
process of which
Dictionary
we're
doesn't write the
describing.
language. They're just
Because
It's a
cataloging.
red herring. It's a red herring, this whole language thing, right? It's a red herring because we got
It's
here,
just an
correct me if I'm
analogy.
wrong, because
It's an
last
example
username
of
saying
spontaneous
please,
construction.
Let me make my point, and then you can
I don't
respond.
know why
I
you're still
believe we
debating.
got
It
here.
was a
I believe
question.
we got here because last username claimed that in anarcho-capitalism, no one would create laws. That's what you said, correct?
No individual would single-handedly create laws. That's what I'm. Yeah.
Okay, but nonetheless, you would have systems of laws that were developed in areas that would be unique to that area, and it would be a collective group. And it could
Maybe.
be an individual creation.
Potentially.
What do you
Hey,
mean?
well,
maybe?
hold on. Can I point out another frustration? Because this is my other thing is we've already done this, and it was the evolution of the state. And Scott, like I
Are you a
understand
big
that
fan of
you're saying
Marcuse? Like, is
No, okay.
would you live under the perfect state?
no, but
What?
at the same time, we're the same way that you're talking about the evolution of language or the evolution of these laws in these like regional societies. I feel like we've already done this in basically, common law. I know that you were saying that you were citing a specific historical example of like English common law originating in the 1400s or something like that. Well, if you just look at, if there's a historical argument to be made that basically, like English common law is descended from Roman common law, and the European pig fuckers of the Middle Ages were trying to reconstitute the Roman Empire falteringly for the better part of 1,000 years. And so if you
there's an
actually look
evolution,
at the
yeah.
concept, yeah,
There's an evolution.
but
Like,
that's,
for example, the Bale system comes
But-
from a Nordic model, actually.
but
Right.
the point is that these evolutions are not just like free associations that are kind of allowed to come and go as they please. They're standardized, hierarchized, enforced by
that's what
a
states
higher
do.
authority, and then through struggle eventually they evolve into different things. So that's why I think a lot of statists get frustrated with like ANCAPs and ANCOMs, because basically through conversation we ultimately end up reinventing a lot of like social mores in laws that we already have. So it feels like
We're just
Yeah,
it feels like a
recreating
lot of
Right,
energy
but
to
that's-
reinvent the wheel.
Right, but the problem is like these are all of the exact same arguments that you could have made against anyone that wanted a liberal democracy instead of a monarchy. Is to say, no, we've got this system, we have the divine right of kings, we have a judicial system in place, we already have a system of nobility that keeps the poor happy and allows for a system of governance that's hierarchical, and each feudal lord can make sure that he maintains his
But can
property.
I
Right, and
Can-
then
can-
they're saying that we have a system that's better and freer, and we want that
sorry
system.
sorry Andrew, I think we reopened the debate, but this is my
No,
frustration.
we didn't really.
Okay.
The debate that debate topic was closed. These are based off of the moderator questions. It's fine to engage. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I would say is that let me use a leftist term, the material conditions. Okay, so I think like medieval lords and kings were able to use the divine right of kings and the feudal period and the wars of the time to justify their power, and that made some level of sense to the peasantry. But as the mercantile system evolved, basically, there were merchants who were richer than the nobility and who were no longer reliant on the direct security of dukes and lords in order to guarantee their wealth. So that no longer made sense. So what I would say is, while you're right that the evolution of argument could be used, similarly during like the late Middle Ages to justify like monarchy or whatever, what I would say is I don't see the material conditions now that would say we don't need a state. I say we need a state because we need to guarantee security. I say we need a state because we need to guarantee essential services. I say we need a state because we need to guarantee
Okay,
food and
can I
medicine
say?
and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
Can I say?
please
Yeah.
tell me why
I
we
would
don't
I would
need that
argue that
anymore.
the exact same thing is happening now. That our systems of organization, our ability to use market systems, our systems of finance and currency are evolving. And I would say that in order for these things to be stable, what is happening is states are being forced in a position to have more intelligence apparatus on its community, more forms of control, more economic regulations, more power for themselves in order to engage with this changing world. And as that has occurred, so has an evolution in our philosophy, right? It was Proudhon that invented the idea of anarchism, and it was Bakunin that was the first kind of, left-wing anarchist, if you will. And there's these different forms, and anarcho-capitalism comes about from the marginal revolution in Austrian economic theory, and we've found the economic calculation problem. We've evolved our thinking and our philosophy, and we've actually discovered economic theories that hold true and are very provable, both from a rational perspective and from evidence. And I would say that we're in that system now. We're in that time of upheaval, and we're the early adopters.
Now,
I
counterpoints.
joked.
Hang on, counterpoints. I'm gonna let you
Yep.
respond, but after you're done responding, we still got a ton of fucking questions, so we'll try to keep it concise. Okay.
Yeah, so I joked about this in the past FLS. I think on a panel show in the past. Here's my problem. You're talking about like maybe we've evolved these tools and these social mores in order to become like the next evolution of humanity. I still think easily 25 to 40% of the population are absolute dipshits that have to be intimidated into some level of moral behavior. So this is where, like,
I agree. I 100% agree, and that's why I think that you only need a critical mass of people for market systems to actually be able to enforce.
So you just want to be efficient with your enforcement of the social mores?
No, I want to give people the most
freedom
freedom and liberty as possible.
Okay.
But my channel name's
I appreciate
Fabian Liberty because I believe in incrementalism.
I'm sorry to cut in, guys. We got to move on to these other questions. I know nobody ever feels like they get enough time on these types of things. I get it, but we do have to move on. I did want to ask Scott. Behind you, I've been noticing this critter. You got a critter hanging out on the bed. Can you tell me what type of critter that is?
Mark, can you answer that question? My co-host moved in with me. It's his critter. Come on over. What kind of critter is that, Puppers?
What kind of critter is it?
Oh, you meant the pup, not the guy, right? We're not
Come
talking
here.
about
No, not that guy. For God's
No,
sakes.
what kind of Puppers is it? I don't know. It's a
What
fucking
kind?
dog.
What the fuck you don't know? Your fucking roommate's dog, you piece of shit. What kind of dog you got?
He said Tao Chow.
Husky, Chow Chow, and what?
Staffordshire Terrier.
And Staffordshire Terrier.
Nice.
He's a amazing Puppers.
I just noticed that was a pretty cool dog, just kind of like laid out and just kicked back.
That's because he takes him for like 2-3 hour walks every day, man. He's a good dog owner.
Nice. So I did want to move into this Republic of I'm sorry, I want to make sure I get this right. Kospaya.
Mhm.
I was looking into this, and this was a 3.3 square mile republic that had 200 people in it. And I feel like using that as an example and extrapolating it to like 50 million seems kind of fucking silly.
Well, in what way did I use it as an example and then attempt to extract? I mean, I'm giving the best historical examples of what we have.
Oh, right,
now,
right. But
200 people.
mean.
200 people. I mean, I don't know where you're getting that specific number from because it was like 400 years, right? And eventually it did collapse.
That's true. So my understanding,
it collapsed after the Napoleonic situation.
Yeah,
they chose to be absolved into a state because they thought it would be easier.
I was reading up on this just while you guys were debating. I hadn't heard about this, and I'm not saying I'm an expert, but correct me if I'm wrong. But this nation of Kospaya basically exists because of an error that was made.
Yeah,
it's
just like Lieberland today. It's just like Lieberland today.
So they were dividing up the nation or whatever.
Yeah.
So, but there was only a couple hundred people in 3.3 square mile demographic. Most of the families were interrelated. I wouldn't expect that there would be external or internal conflict with such a small grouping. in such a
Well, you'd be
small
surprised
I mean, you're
because-
talking about like one city block, right?
Well,
Or a
you'd
couple
actually
city
be
blocks.
you'd be a little bit surprised because there was some things that could have caused a lot of problems that didn't, right? And one of those things is they were the only place in the region that was actually able to grow tobacco because both of the national powers had made it illegal to grow tobacco. And so that's part of what I would talk about when I talk about economic entanglement, is because they didn't want to grow it, but they were importing it, and it was this kind of weird legal situation where they were kind of able to like capture the market in tobacco, and it allowed them to basically not get taken over because Florence couldn't go in because
But
the
they did
papal
get taken
states,
And
over.
if I may,
they
if I could
voted to be
interject,
taken over.
right? Like, and I just have to say, this is one of the frustrations I have with. Again, I did debate in college. This sort of thing, this sort of thing happens all the time. People say, I criticize capitalism, I criticize the patriarchy, I criticize whatever the system is right now, and then I have this other system, and they talk about these examples. Well, have you ever heard about St. Georgia from the area of 1376 to 1379? And then when you look into it, which I didn't have time to look into it, now we're finding out. I mean, you weren't. It's definitely kind of misleading that you talked about this as some sort of model, particularly when we were talking about Sharon only having 227 people per square mile. You didn't speak up and say, by the way, the system I'm saying is the closest to what I'm advocating for had 200 to 400 people in 3 miles. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The system that you're advocating for is not practical. This would be like me saying, I have a bunch of extended family members. There's 40 people that live in we have 5 houses right here. There's 40 people that live here. We do just fine. We do just fine without anyone. I make the rules in my house, sure, in a homogenized area like that. And basically from what I'm getting now is the only reason that they were able to exist like this is because they were incredibly profitable and had a service that other countries needed at the time. How's that solve any of the problems that me and Counterpoints talk about, where if you aren't someone who's wealthy, you're going to not do well under the system?
Cool. We're done for the question that was directed at me. So yeah, again, economic entanglement is the thing that I specifically brought up, right? Both in the Republic of Kospaya and in Sharon, right? Yeah, I mean, like, you have to be economically entangled, or if you feel like there's any way that you're going to be able to survive next to nation states. I brought it up because you want real world examples, you demand them, and then I can only give you the ones that I have, right? I can't rewrite fucking history. Like,
there are no examples of what we're talking about. It's never happened,
right?
Never been tried.
I give you the
But
best.
I give
you the best examples that I can from history, so that we can see in a laboratory how some of these concepts have worked in the past.
Can I give you the frustration? Like,
it's very different than communism, for example, right? Where like they have tried it a whole bunch of times, and it's always
no. They say no. They make the same argument as you.
But they're wrong.
No, they don't.
I want to give a good faith frustration with that, though. And the reason why is, so, like, let's say that we exist as a species on the planet. We all decide that, states are cringe, and we can all work either in like mutual or ANCAP federations and regional powers and all that kind of stuff. And as a planet, we're just able to pull that off. The reason why I'm skeptical of the anarchist project is because, like, I still think that there will always be an external threat. So whether that's literally like aliens from another fucking planet, or a meteor, or fucking some shit like that, or somebody like basically a bunch of like mutualist or capitalist societies decide, hey, fuck it, states were actually based. We're going to go ahead and reconstitute a state, and we're going to conquer everybody in our sphere of influence. Real
quick.
There's a very different threat.
No, real quick.
I
This is extremely quick.
I think
I'm quicker than you. I promise.
Okay.
I will send you the YouTube video that I have that says, okay, he's not here now.
well, he's dropped out and in, but go ahead with it.
Well, I was just saying, I'll send him the video, the YouTube video that I have. How does anarchism defend itself? And I give you full permission to, on your YouTube channel or Twitch, to laugh at it, to pause it, to say it's super fucking dumb. I won't DMCA you or anything. Just give it a watch. And if you wanted entertainment and you want to meme on it the entire time, be my guest. That's what I'll say, because I've got like a whole half-hour video about this question.
Anarcho-based, right? We don't even own it. Fucking take it, motherfuckers.
Yeah, do whatever you want with that video. Make fun of it as much as you want. Just watch it.
Hey Connor,
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. And sorry that I dropped off. I was
No
trying to
problem.
exit
No,
out
no,
of
no.
chat.
You're good. I was just gonna say, me, you, and Andrew just can form the Mandalore Society, and then we'll start running our
Down.
own private security. That'll be
Hey,
Oh,
sweet.
you know
I-
what? At least no one could take away your weapons like they might be trying to do in all these other democracies because
Well,
it's
I
part
don't
of your
know.
religion.
It seems like post BLM, the left has pretty much chilled out on that, at least for the next 20 years, right?
We'll
At
see.
least for the next 20 years. Let's
next
move
3.
on. I'm sorry, guys. We've got to move on to these other questions here. The next one I thought that this was kind of brilliant. The IP issue. I hadn't even thought about that, but when you think about policing, we always try to think about the local constable with the baton and the pistol. He pulls you over. He keeps public order and this and that. But there's a cyber crimes version to to law enforcement, and the cyber crimes division of this is pretty important nowadays when you're talking about underage pornography, along with hundreds of other sub issues like credit cards, things like this. This is the digital world.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that it was kind of brilliant that they brought up, what do you do with these different IPs and these IP crimes with these, enforcement agencies, as the ANCAPs call them? When you're obviously going to be dealing with so many different jurisdictions, what do you do when the IP, in this small nation state says, hey, this is fine. This one says, no, it's not. How are you going to enforce your rights exactly?
Okay, so we're
I'll
talking
give
about
you
intellectual
super
property
honest-
specifically.
I'll give you a super honest answer. I don't fucking know.
Well, Scott, you don't believe in IP, so let me answer this because I don't. Because I'm not morally against IP. I don't think there's anything wrong with intellectual property per se. I think that there is an issue with enforcing intellectual property on a market. It's not clear that you probably wouldn't get the optimal level of enforcement because there is an externality there. It's very expensive it's too expensive to enforce intellectual property a lot of the time, in some cases. So you might not get an optimal level of intellectual property protection in a stateless society. Now, that said, the current situation with IP is not entirely wonderful either. So it's still not clear to me that it would be net worse without a state. Because with a state, we have, yes, perhaps too much intellectual property protection in some cases. For example, with patents, some industries like the technology industry, patents just seem to be completely cancerous and useless for any legitimate purpose, and are just destructive. We have, we can enforce IP within a particular nation, maybe. There's a lot of sort of casual violation of IP that people get away with. IP across borders is like almost impossible to enforce, across some borders. So it's not, while it would be suboptimal, it's not clear that it would be a whole lot worse than it is now. Perhaps it would even be better.
Well, I think the fact that you just said it's impossible across borders shows that if you don't have a stable legal system that everyone's following the same rules, that in your idea, it would be infinitely worse, right? And it's not just theft.
Not
That's
infinitely
certainly a
worse.
huge part of it, but understand a
What do you
lot
mean
of problems
infinitely
with IP come with legitimate disagreements, right? Like people thinking that they legally had the right. There would be so many people with different opinions. I thought I could use that. Why can't I? And the arbitration.
It doesn't matter what people's opinions are. Like, you guys are really focusing on the fact that people have different opinions about what's right or wrong, and that's going to be a big problem. It doesn't matter. It does not matter what people's opinions are about what are right or wrong, because we're not using. It doesn't depend on people's opinions. It doesn't depend on people agreeing about what's right or wrong any more than the current system does. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because let's say that Microsoft.
No, why are you telling? Here you are dictating what I believe. You're telling me what the system is.
You're strawmanning. Let me take a tap.
No, you're strawmanning.
I do. Wait. Hang on, Rob. It's fine to acknowledge this is what he believes, but at the same time, you can disagree with what he believes, right? That seems fair. So he's saying, look, you can't mischaracterize this. This is what I believe. Rob says, right, but the reason that you're wrong about what you believe is X, and that's what he's getting into. And I think that's fair game, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you think opinion would matter, and why do you think that?
No, it would. if you allow me to finish, right, I'll explain what I mean. Because you have one corporation, Corporation A and Corporation B, and they have a dispute under this intellectual property. Both are hiring their mercenaries, their insurance agencies, their arbitrators, and both vehemently disagree with the other. Both, how are you going to decide? Right? Their opinion matters on what they think is legal under the system that they live in, right? They both think that they're right. Now imagine, you just said it's almost impossible to enforce IP amongst from country to country. Right. Same sort of issue happens country to country. Only this would be infinitely worse because there, instead of just having, the couple hundred countries that we have, we would actually have nearly an infinite amount of actors that would say, no, I think I have a legitimate claim to that as well. So it's not opinion, and just like all of this stuff, you say it's not opinion that matters. All of it is opinion. It's your
First of all, you haven't explained why the opinion matters. What you're saying is that it wouldn't be cost effective to enforce intellectual property rights on a private market, or at least not entirely cost effective, not to enforce it to the level we have now. And that's true. I conceded that. I still don't see what opinion has to do with that. It doesn't matter what people's opinions are about it.
Well, Rob, can I?
Sure.
Yeah. So the reason why I think I'm as frustrated with Rob as Rob is with this is because if in the current system with the state and common law and the evolution of law over time and the judges that you guys were kind of saying are pieces of shit earlier, basically what we have is consensus. And that consensus, while it can vary from state to state, like in particular the United States, it seems like there's a whole bunch of alignment. So for instance, like most states agree that there's simple battery, which is just you touching somebody. Then there's aggravated battery, in which you actually cause like visible physical harm. And if you go from state to state, almost every state has evolved this opinion. So there's some level of predictability because everybody has already built that consensus.
Yeah.
Whereas when we're kind of starting from scratch, and there might be societies that have different value systems or different opinions on what constitutes something that's enforceable. And on top of that, there can be perverse incentives because, like we said, there's no real overarching check on the interests of these societies. So if it was a mutualist society, they could decide, hey, here's a mutual virtue, and if you don't like it, fuck off. Or if it was a capitalist society, they could say, hey, you got to get down with the company that runs this town. If you don't, you can fuck off. That's where the inconsistency in the law could cause conflicts that I am worried would not be easily resolved by an arbitration company. And I think that's where, like, you're saying, like, hey, we have all these flaws in our system. Well, that to me is a giant gaping fucking flaw that doesn't feel addressed.
So
arbitration agencies wouldn't resolve inconsistencies in law. They would be arbitrating disputes under particular sets of laws. They would have to know what laws are being arbitrated before you can arbitrate.
But doesn't that just lead to negotiated settlements, not actual decisions about who was right and who was wrong, but merely, so for instance, if your fucking your town kicks the shit out of my town's peon, they receive a certain amount of damages. I send arbitration to your guys. We receive a financial settlement. There's no justice there. There's just a payoff.
That's justice.
Well, it depends on how you define justice.
Well, what's wrong? Why isn't the payoff justice? Why isn't the victim getting compensation?
Let's make this a real specific example. Right? Fabian says he doesn't agree. He doesn't believe in IP. So
I'm not allowed to speak on this, and the question isn't even directed to you, and you're speaking on it.
He's trying to.
You moderating now, Fabian? No, I was making.
Hang on, guys. No.
I just kept trying to say something.
Hang on. This exchange was between Connor and last username. I think if Rob wants to engage, he can engage.
But
if you want to hang on, then Scott, if you want to respond to that, I think that's fair.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was trying to speak before, and then he was like, "No, I'm speaking." And I was like, "Bro,
go ahead."
Well, I feel like Scott was trying to address my point because I was saying that the redress doesn't fall into our expectations of justice, and then he said, "Well, that depends on your definition of justice." And I felt like that he was about to address that.
I mean, I'll be real quick. I just want to say I'm not advocating starting from scratch, right? Because that's what you were describing is starting from scratch. I'm not advocating starting from scratch. Like the very name of my channel is Fabian Liberty. I'm arguing for incrementalism. I'm arguing for taking the system that we have, right? And then bringing things to market and seeing how that works. And it is my belief that as we bring more and more things to market, the system will like that. it will be more efficient. It will be cheaper. People will have more liberty. People have more freedom, and things will work better.
You'll have more
Can I get a
uniform
concession
laws
here?
in a market justice system than in the system
Can
we have
I
now.
can I actually give a concession here?
Sure.
So law enforcement in particular is very rigid, and on one hand, we lack standardization, which can be a problem because then, like, cowboy cops do fucked up shit to people. But then on the other hand, I feel like we have a stifling in creativity where one of my largest frustrations that Fabian addressed directly was that law enforcement's efficacy should not be evaluated from activity. It should be evaluated from an absence of crime.
Yeah,
And
it's Robert Peel.
that is completely inverted in the American system, where on one hand they do have like ComStat, like statistics where they do look at like decreases in homicides and burglaries and all that kind of stuff. But then also there's a perverse incentive within ComStat where if you have an increase in crime, guess what that justifies? More law enforcement. So that's where I think that a creative mind with creative technology, with a jurisdiction to address, and a lack of standardization, could probably bring the crime rate down to almost zero. But it would involve like technologies and considerations and social infrastructure that modern law enforcement and modern government doesn't even consider because it's all standardized and based off of the models of the past. So I wanted to give that concession because if you
And all
wanted
I'm
to take
asking,
like
all I'm
if
asking
if
is
you
this.
literally wanted like
Give me a
single
couple-
That's what I
town in
say.
New Mexico.
All I'm asking is this,
Oh,
right?
man.
All I'm asking is this. Give us the right for very small jurisdictions that already have like a sheriff and like 6 deputies, right? To legally be allowed to have their local jurisdiction be under the state police, but to have privatized policing and just see what happens. And if you like it,
See,
we
I
can maybe
can't do
do
that.
more.
I can't do that, but we can give you some shithole town in New Mexico. Okay.
I'll take it.
So-
I'll take it. I'll take a shitold town. in
Stupid.
New
It's
Mexico.
absolute stupid.
All
This
right.
is just intellectual masturbation. It's stupid. I'll say this real quick because the point is going to
Okay.
make. Fabian Liberty doesn't believe in intellectual property. Last username does. So last username creates something in his society and in Fabian Liberty's ANCAP society. He says, "I'm taking that property." How do you resolve that dispute?
If someone steals some property from you, you call
It's
your
not
right.
stealing. It's not yours. According to Fabian Liberty, you have no right. That's not your property.
Sorry, if I have a rights enforcement agency that recognizes it as my property, then I'll call them up and say someone stole my property, and they'll go and use whatever means they have to get it back.
What's that? What's that look like? What do you mean? Whatever
It looks like just like it does
Fabian's
now.
gonna
You
say,
call the
"You're
police and you say
infringing
this
on my
person
liberty."
stole something, and they go get it back. Same
Fabian
thing.
says,
looks
"No,
like-
you can't get it back. That's mine. You can't take back what's mine now. You're
Oh,
taking
fuck,
away the
dude,
profits
why are you
that I
telling me
got."
what I say? Let me.
Doesn't matter
I'm
what Fabian
talking about
says. I'll
Holy
use
shit.
my.
Let me explain this. I'm talking in a hypothetical situation. I'm
No,
not saying you
I don't
literally,
say
you're
that.
Fabian,
Then
who wants
that's
to
not
cry
what
to
my
the
society is.
moderators. Oh, it's my turn to talk now.
No,
I'm
no.
not
Well,
saying
I
you
mean,
literally.
that's true. He's saying hypothetically if Fabian blank. He's not.
Right.
He's not
Okay,
attributing
all
the
right. Well,
position.
then leave me out of it, because that's not what I'm saying.
Some guy named Frank doesn't. No, Fabian said he doesn't believe in intellectual property, but this is how you can see this. No, I'm gonna make some argument. I was called bad faith and shit like this the whole time. Listen to what these pricks do. First, they say anytime you criticize them, oh no, this system's never occurred, and we assure you, you're not taking us in good faith if you criticize the obvious extension of what happens. Then they talk about real world examples, which is just 200 people living somewhere for 200 years that they act like that somehow enforced.
It's because you are bad faith, and it's
When
obvious.
something as simple as Fabian clearly said, he doesn't believe in intellectual property. So I just take that to say, look, in this society that you're talking about, there could be an enclave of ANCAPs that say we don't believe in intellectual property. I used Fabian's name because I took him serious when he said that. Now he tries to weasel out to win some sort of point. The question's real simple. I won't use Fabian's name then. If there's one enclave that says we don't believe that that's your property, so we're allowed to take it, and you say, no, it is my property, you don't have the right to take it, there's no amount of arbitration that will be able to solve that. Because at
We
the
live
end
in
of the
this
day,
now.
the ANCAP will say, well, wait a minute, my rights are now being
The ANCAP
violated
will
because
say
you've
this.
taken my
Scott will
property,
say this.
my
This
ability
is
to
what
make
will
profit,
happen.
which is worse than taxation.
No, it's very simple. We have this today. It's called America and China. Huawei steals intellectual property, which is not a concept that I personally believe in, all the fucking time. They steal shit all of the fucking time. And so what do? Does America fucking drop nukes on China, Mr. Kevin Castley? No, they don't. What they do is they might do some trade sanctions. They might say, we don't want to do some business with you. They might forgive it because they don't find it to be that egregious. What he's going to do is he's going to contact us and we're going to say, fuck you, we don't believe in that. And then he's not going to send in the fucking mercenaries and start bombing people because we copied some shit that they didn't like. What he's going to do is he's going to do reasonable he's going to do a reasonable oh my god, now I can't think of the term, reasonable escalation of force, right? And
But
what's
Scott,
reasonable in this situation is to be like, okay, we don't do business with these fuckers. We don't like these fuckers. We might trade sanction these fuckers because we have systems that we don't believe and they have systems that we don't believe. And then what happens is we can respond and we can either be like, fuck you and fuck your IP, or we can be like, you know what? It's really expensive to have these trade sanctions and to have these problems. And so we are going to communally, as a company, as a private property owner, we're going to respect their idea of IP laws because it is cheaper and easier and more efficient and more profitable for us to respect that system than to not respect that system. And
That's
other
not
people
true.
won't respect it.
That's
What's
not
not
true. If
true?
that was the case, well, I'll explain. If that was the case, then China wouldn't steal IP right now. Surely it would be more profitable for them to not steal IP, correct?
No, I'm not saying that. It may or may not be.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, right, if you're talking about an advanced society where IP and things like that matter, and it matters a lot. Think that you bust your ass for 5 years developing some program, some line of code that's a program that's going to change the world. And then some other society says, we don't give a shit, we'll take that. And you're like, hey, this isn't fair. That profit margin for you as the person who doesn't believe in IP to have that life-changing technology that you'll then be able to, maybe you have better marketing and things like that, and you'll be able to sell it. Maybe you've lost your trade relationship with Last Username, but getting that product will be worth it. And if you're better at marketing and have more money and things like that to get out, you'll be able to sell that quicker than Last Username. And so all of the work that he did to get that intellectual property is now gone. He feels as if his property's been stolen. You feel that yours has it, and there's no legal mechanism whatsoever for him to have any recourse. The only recourse would be, well, then we'll stop trading with you. That's it. That's the only recourse that you have at the end of the day.
Scott, I'll give you the last word on that before we move on to the next one.
Yeah, it's not true. I mean, there's we could have a whole debate about IP that like Rob Noor randomly wants to rant about while we're trying to answer questions from people. But no, that's
was
just not
the question
true.
IP? Was that not what the original question was?
Let him respond, Rob.
Right. So I mean, it's not true that that's not your only recourse. There's a lot of other ways that things can be done. Contracts in many ways can enforce via non-disclosure agreements that are voluntary, systems of IP through a market incentive structure, right? That's one example of what can happen. Sanctions and not trading is another example that can happen. There are other examples that we might not.
Sorry, I have to cut in. Counterpoints has to go. This Q&A went on far longer than I thought, and we're not quite done with it yet. I hope you guys can stick around. Counterpoints, if you want to shout your channel out before you go.
Yeah, no, I actually wanted to say, wife's done with homework. I do have to go, but it was, as always, super awesome and super fun. And then while it did get a little contentious, and I understand Scott and Rob might be a little contentious with each other right now, what I did enjoy about this panel is the fact that we're fighting about ideas and we're not fighting about each other's identities. So, you know, it's not like, you know, oh, I'm a white, straight capitalist, whatever. It's like, hey, I think your idea is bad, and this is why I think it's bad. And you're like, you misunderstand my idea. This is what I think actually, I really do appreciate it, because even if LEU or Scott, if you feel like I misrepresented you, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to express my genuine frustrations with the concept.
Bro, I'm just in debate mode sometimes, and I think Rob knows the same. We could probably get coffee right after this and be chill as fuck.
No, but it's all good, and I did just want to thank you guys, because so far I think I've been on the Crucible like 3 or 4 times now. And despite, you know, BPF being, you know, an evil, dictatorial monster, I've had a blast every single time. So I do appreciate you guys, and thank you for having me.
We appreciate you too, Counterpoints. You have a great night. Have a great night with your wife. Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to get through the rest of this Q&A. Take care of yourself, brother. And by the way, you can find Counterpoints at Counterpoints, right? And his links are in the description. Great guy, always good faith. I have him on at least once a month, so that we can kick him around. He was the very first debate I ever had on the Crucible. Have a good night. Counterpoints. Take care of yourself, brother.
Yeah, appreciate
night.
you guys. Catch you soon.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you soon.
I'm sorry to have cut in, guys. I had one more before I pass it on to Pedro, if that's okay. This was about the
I'll be short and
Pinkertons.
sweet from here.
Yeah,
on.
this one was particularly frustrating for me, and it's kind of frustrating the counterpoints left right here, but I'm sure Rob can take it up. Counterpoints had pointed out that the Old West economically was the most free time, and that really bothered me because it really wasn't the most free time. For economics especially, we had railroad tycoons who were literally in bed with the state, and they were taking state money in order to build these massive railroad systems all across the land. This created a corporate oligarchy. The corporate oligarchy then created a serf class, literally. That was the first time we had mass migration, and most of that was Asiatic mass migration in order to support the worker needs for these railroads. I feel like the ANCAPs kind of have a fucking point here.
Now, I don't disagree that there was a lot of state interference. That's absolutely true. But what we can see is with the West in general, even at the macro level, if there's a lot of state interference, what you see at the micro level with particular towns and particular beefs that were going on, that there was a lot of companies that were privately hiring enforcement that were doing really shitty things. And in general, also when you look at the West, when you started to get to where the expansion was occurring and there wasn't really state law that was in those places, you saw a lot of vigilante justice and violence and things like that. So I definitely think that in general, there was a lot of privatization of the things. That's what Connor was talking about with the Pinkertons and things like that. Certainly there was state control, and there was less state control if you go back before that, actually, back into the late 18th century and early 19th century. But having said that, there's clearly more state control today and than even at those times that we're talking about. And I still think that it shows that it would be an unmitigated disaster to just basically say all towns are responsible for their own
Was there
law
really-
enforcement, and we don't have a universal
I'll
solution.
be
Was there
real
really
quick
less
with my
state
answer.
control, or is there just less state capacity, right? Don't confuse control and capacity, because control is like how much responsibility has the state taken on, and how much are they letting other people take on those responsibilities legally. And capacity is how much are they actually enforcing their own laws and doing their job. Right, so you can have a state that says we're the only ones who can enforce law and protect rights. No one else is allowed to do that, but then they cannot actually do that. And it seems to me that's more the situation that you had in early America. Not that the state was actually giving people the freedom to enforce rights themselves, just that the state wasn't doing it much themselves, right?
Well, right, but it's a horse apiece for the argument that Connor would have been making, which this wasn't my argument, but the argument he would make, regardless if it was out of necessity or out of the will of the government, there was privatization going on, and there were a lot of abuses.
But Rob, how do you respond to the fact that, look, all of this was really pushed by the state? I mean, the state really pushed this is historic fact. They needed to, as part of their Western expansion, push these companies. They gave them huge incentives. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt that that's true. They even brought in immigrants to make sure that they had enough of a workforce to do that. It seems like from the Ancapistan perspective, I don't know how you reconcile that exactly with the argument Connor was making.
Well, again, it's not my argument, but I'll say this, right? To try to argue as I think Connor would. I think there's a fundamental difference between, we could clearly see that there's bad things the state's done, and clearly working with corporations to pick winners and losers is bad, but you could criticize that and work within a state system to be able to solve those problems. Whereas to throw out exactly what we're talking about in this debate, which is a code of laws, enforcement of laws by the state, to throw all of that out because in the 1800s we saw, railroad barons working with the state to have corrupt monopolies, I think is just too radical of a solution to this problem.
I just want to make a really quick point. So I think number one, we weren't talking about the Wild West. I'm pretty sure he was talking about like the Gilded Age of like the 1890s, right? That's when like the Pinkertons were really going on. So we're kind of comparing two things, right?
Wasn't that the same time the railroads were going on?
Yes, but I think we're kind of talking about two separate things here, right? Like the Wild West in the micro versus like some of like the mining that happened, and this would be a little bit later in the Gilded Ages, I think, when like the Pinkertons are going. I could be a little bit wrong in my historical analysis there, but I will say this: when comparing the macro versus the micro, Rob, you bring up a really good point, because in the micro, it was more kind of like a local community thing without a lot of state intervention. And it's funny because we have this view of the Wild West as this extremely violent thing, but actually the most violent town to ever exist in the Wild West had less murder and crimes per capita than today in Chicago.
Well, right. But that's because that's not the state's fault that things are so bad in Chicago necessarily. That's because
it's the state's
we
job
have high
to make it not happen.
What's that?
It's the state's responsibility to stop
it. But here's the problem. You have no evidence. The situation is so different today than it was back then. For example, we have such a higher population density with all sorts of problems like drugs and stuff like that maybe didn't exist.
Well, then you're defeating your own
maybe
argument.
there was more religious.
You're just calling yourself
back
wrong.
in the day. No, I'm not calling myself
but you're
wrong.
You're saying we had all these horrible things, and that was because of privatized things, and we had all these abuses because the state wasn't there. And I'm like, well, actually, that is not an accurate data point, because there was less murder per capita then than there is today in Chicago. So I kind of agree with you that these situations have a lot of big differences, but you were the one initially that made the argument that all of these atrocities occurred because of the privatization, and that and now you're saying, well, there's all these other things we got to think about. Yeah, so you're defeating your own argument.
No, it's not defeating the argument. First off, it was
just
Connor that made. No, it's not a pivot. First off, it wasn't even me that made the argument, it was Connor, so I'm trying to defend it as I think he would. Second, you correctly point out that what you're talking about is correlation, not causation when we talk about these things. Third, we could see that there were unique problems, so it would be better to compare sort of the areas in the Wild West that had private policing versus areas in the United States at the time that did have state policing, right? And we could see that if you look at those numbers, you could see that actually it was more dangerous per average to be in one of these areas that didn't have state policing and
I think you are trying to bury and gish gallop now, and I don't think you have any fucking research that proves that in any way, shape, or form. And I think you are just coping because I stated that the murder rate in the worst city, the worst town during the Wild West was less than Chicago.
I mean, this is such the fact that you would accuse me. You accuse me being bad faith, both of you. You're accusing me of coping now. Let me accuse you of what you are. You are just people that are intellectually masturbating, that can't point to any historical example, that just basically bullshit us and say, well, this one place, it only had 400 people. That's somehow your example, that every time we point out the logical problems that will come with your system, you say, no, you just don't understand your bad faith.
Nice pivot to arguing about the whole debate. But
so that's who you are. Now to talk about
proved yourself
specifically,
wrong.
No, the point that I said when Connor was talking about the Pinkertons and things like that, he was talking about specific abuses that occurred from private police. That's different than saying that the murder rates there were worse than at Chicago, when there's all sorts of external factors that would make a situation like
which
Chicago
is why you're arguing
different.
Against your own point.
I'm not arguing against
yes
my own
you
point.
are just admit it. It's
let
okay.
me explain
just
this. I have to speak slow for you, Sahabian. Right, I have to speak slow for you. Let me slow it down for you.
No, speed up. Go full
there
bench
were
mode. It's
unique
okay.
problems with the Pinkertons and privatization of police and vigilante justice and things like that is not rebutted by saying Chicago is worse right now when there are so many other external factors. Like, for example,
I agree.
Okay,
but you made the argument that you're arguing against now.
Listen, okay.
Do you not get that?
Fine, fine. Here you go. The area I live had 0 homicides last year, and we have a state police. Therefore, it's better than any anarcho system. 0 homicides. Can't get better than that. See, the state's great.
That makes literally no sense, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Because
you're talking so fast that you've forgotten what you said.
No, I remember exactly what I said.
Guys, we've got to. I'm sorry, we've got to move on. It's not that I don't want to see a Rob Noor versus Scott debate one-on-one down the road. It's gonna happen. We've got to move on. Pedro, I'm yielding the floor to you. Thank you guys so much for being great sports. This went way over time, but thank you for being here.
Just
Pedro,
so good,
go ahead. It is good. I'm enjoying it. But go ahead, Pedro.
All right. First question to last username, 33-minute mark. You said that private security forces would just be the law enforcement that would enforce that societies establish, laws. What happens when a security force of higher quality comes into conflict with that security force, say that you're in?
If by comes into conflict, you mean that a customer of one agency has a legal complaint against a customer of another agency, then they're going to say, then the agencies are going to require those customers to go to arbitration to resolve their dispute, to figure out who was in the right. And then whoever the arbitration decides against, their agency is not going to enforce their right to violate that agreement. It may force them to actually go by the agreement, or the decision of the arbitration. The reason agencies would require their customers to go to arbitration instead of, say, starting a war with each other over this issue is because a war is really, really expensive, right? Two agencies don't want to have an all-out war and destroy each other's resources just because one of their customers wants to commit crimes against the other, against a customer of the other agency, right? Agencies don't offer the service of protecting you while you commit crime. They offer the service of protecting your rights, which is much, 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 much cheaper to provide than being your cohort in crime. So that's what they'll give you for those $40 a month or whatever you pay. They'll give you rights protection. They will not give you being a private mercenary. And in order to make sure that they're only giving you rights enforcement, they will require you to arbitrate disputes. And if the arbitration decides against you, they'll say, well, we're not. You'll have to go by the decision of that arbitrator. We're not going to protect your right to just disobey an arbitration decision.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Wait, let me expand on this. What if the security force is in fact, the Mandalorians, and they're like, no, we are actually here to dominate and take over, and we can secure for our employers the facts that they won't receive any damage if this war were to break out. In fact, we would only gain in the situation because of the quality of our forces over yours. Probably
I'll hire the Jedi.
I don't know what a Mandalorian is, but what you're talking about is criminals, right? You're talking about people who just go who want to.
No, I'm just talking about people more powerful than you.
Yes, but they have some plan to make money by violating people's rights, by breaking the law, right?
Says who? They don't think so.
Well, it doesn't matter what they think.
Well, so
yeah,
again,
you're correct. It does not matter what they think. The laws that they are serving right now do not care about your laws. They are serving a different law system than you and are incomparably more powerful.
The laws that protect me are the laws of the rights enforcement agency that I hire, which is going to be probably the same rights.
Okay, so say you're Ukraine right now, and I'm Russia, and I don't give a damn.
As I say, if a criminal tries to commit a crime against me, I'll call my rights enforcement agency to protect me. Right?
Listen, why don't drug cartels do this now? If the war is too expensive, wouldn't they just be calling rights enforcement agencies and arbitrators to settle disputes amongst themselves?
Why don't drug enforcement agencies do what?
Why don't like cartels that are at war with each other? Why don't they say, wait, no need for war. The war is going to be expensive. We're not violent people, right? So we're going to call an arbiter. Like, we'll just call an arbiter. Why don't they do that now?
I don't
Wouldn't
know.
The war be wouldn't the same logic apply to them, that the war would be more expensive?
I don't know enough about cartels to answer that question, but I do know that cartels are not in anything like the situation that I'm describing, right? Cartels are illegal, so they always have the law working against them, right? They can't use a legal system to resolve their disputes because a legal system considers them criminals and is always fighting them. So that's why you tend to see more violence and conflict within black markets, because the black markets can't make use of a legal system to resolve their disputes peacefully.
Right, and that's exactly, there's no reason that this logic wouldn't apply in the system you're talking about.
But in this situation, there is no legal system. It's not a black market because there's no overarching law that says you're not allowed to do this.
Because there could still be people that say, I would operate outside the system of what these arbiters tell me. The arbiters will say, you have to stop. They say, no, go fuck yourself. I'm not stopping. I'm going to do what I want. What your system fails to take into account is that that there will always be power vacuums. It fails to take into account human nature, that you're not going to be able to just through sheer logic say, wait a minute, sir, wouldn't it make sense that without stealing my property and stuff like that, that this war through going through arbitration and lawyers sitting down in insurance companies will end up costing costing you more than if you just didn't steal it in the first place. That doesn't work that way.
It
People
does.
aren't rational. Not everyone is rational like that. And there will be people that just say, fuck your system. We're taking what we want by force, and you won't be able to stop them. And the reason
Well, yeah,
know
those
you
are
won't be
called
able to
criminals.
stop them is because so many of those people exist today when we actually have a state with the
Well,
laws that are saying. So
I mean,
no
so
reason
many.
that
I don't
this
think
wouldn't
so.
get
Like
infinitely
most people
worse.
are not criminals today. A few people are criminals, and they usually don't
There's
make
a
a lot of
lot
money
that
because
are.
being criminal is not really a good business to be in. It's pretty expensive.
the-
You can't
but
actually
the
make a lot of
problem
money.
is
Rob,
this.
can I
The-
ask you a
real-
quick question? I'm just curious. Like,
So criminals are
I was
poor.
having a conversation with last username, but go ahead.
Are you pro drug war?
No, I think that a lot of the drug war is bad. Nonetheless, irrelevant to the topic at hand.
black
I'll go back to
market,
my
let's
conversation
call
with
it, okay, yeah.
I'll go back to my question with
So you're
last
wrong.
username.
Got it.
What it shows, no, I'm not wrong. I understand that you like to say snippy things like that, but it's not wrong. The truth of the matter is that you have no way to deal with the fact that there are people that won't look at this like, oh, we'll just call our lawyers and call it. There's a reason that there was La Costa Nostra and all of these wars that you saw with mafioso people in New York and Chicago and Detroit and all these places. There's a reason that they didn't just go to arbitrators because they don't give a shit. And right now,
Rob, it doesn't matter if they give a shit. They don't have a choice.
At least if we have a code of laws right now written down and state to be able to enforce those laws, there's a better chance of being able to solve that stuff than if we just say everyone's left to their own device. Because if there's a gang that's big enough to be able to bully what you and your private town could do by hiring your private mercenaries and arbitrators,
Rob, if there's a gang
then
big
they'll
enough
win.
to defeat the entire U.S. police force, then they can do it. If there was a gang big enough. But there isn't, and there isn't going to be a gang big enough to destroy the entire legal system in a market legal system,
Yes,
because
there
it's
will.
not profitable
That's
to be a gang. You don't make money being a criminal.
That's not logical. That's
It's perfectly
not really
logical.
reality. There is a better chance of a gang being able to overwhelm Clarion, Pennsylvania, and their arbiters.
Where are they getting the money?
There is overwhelming the United States government.
Where are they getting money? How do they even have money if you don't have a legal system to protect your ownership of a bunch of money? How do you even have
force,
money?
So they could protect their
What
possessions
force?
and wealth through force.
What do you mean they have force?
They have guns. I have to explain.
So
to
you have a
force?
bunch of
No.
people with guns. Why are those people all cooperating in this? Like, those people want to be paid. How are they
Because
paid?
the people with guns. Why do gangs exist now? Because a bunch of people with guns that are willing to break the law see that it is profitable and worth it for them. And they're right. It's extremely profitable.
Gangs, as far as I understand, are basically smallish businesses in black markets that exist
You're
below
completely
the
wrong,
law.
sir. I'm sorry, you're completely wrong. Do you know who Pablo Escobar is?
Okay, so you're talking about drug gangs. Yeah, I mean, those are bigger, but those
No. Really quick. Do you know how successful he was?
right. You're talking about drug cartels. Right?
Well,
So what-
look at
who
Mexico
drugs-
right now. Do you think the cartels?
So that's a black
are doing
market.
Very good
It
business
doesn't
right
matter.
now.
Black market.
Yeah, it's
Right,
so
the black
You
market's
made the
irrelevant.
statement that gangs are not profitable, but then I look at Mexico and I look at the cartels and how they operate it, and they pretty much own the government now.
right. So you
I'm
can
trying
make
to figure out how it's not profitable.
so I don't. Okay, so what those drug gangs are making a lot of money selling drugs, right? So the fact that you can make a lot of money doing that, even in a black market, says to me that this is probably something that shouldn't be illegal. It's probably something that a lot of people want and is not actually violating people's rights, and that's why you're able to make a lot of money at it, right?
But
So
the
it's not
point-
just
the point is-
drugs. It's everywhere. You gotta expand your mind here. You got guns, drugs. Yes. You also have sex trafficking. You have politicians getting handiwork. You have hitmen. You have all. You can just like go through a rainbow of things. So I think it's a.
Well, sorry,
gang
what's
activity is
give
very
me some other
profitable if
colors
done
in the
correctly.
rainbow,
I'm
like
sorry.
other things that are just crime that are profitable in a society where that actually has protection against crime.
There's all sorts of things: petty theft, sex trafficking, right? Oh, stealing.
Are a
of
lot of
IP.
like
There's
wealthy petty theft
But
tycoons?
listen, you can't just, the solution to, there's a criminal network isn't just, we'll legalize everything they're peddling in, because what we're saying is you're failing to take into account human nature, that there will be people willing to use force to take what they want. And they have a better chance of being able to do so if there is
But they
no
have to.
state.
They need to have that
That's
force.
the point. And you can say, but it wouldn't be profitable.
Anybody
to
can
traffic
use force. Good people can
Otherwise-
use force against the bad people using force. So the
Right,
question
but it
is,
would be
who's going to
outnumbered
have
because
more
the bad-
force?
Right, the bad people, because here's
Why?
the problem. The bad people because the bad people understand in order to achieve power and wealth that they want, that they have to be ready and participating in that force. So they will be prepared. The people
Good-
that are hiring
When you
Well,
say the
good
bad
people
people
understand
will
that
have all
too.
Hold on. When you say the bad people will have all that power and force because they understand those systems better, I forgot. Are you talking about drug cartels or are you talking about politicians?
Irrelevant to the point. I'm talking about people that would be gangsters and people like that. The point I'm trying to show is that human nature shows that these people will be, there are groups of people that are willing to use by force. Right. Like, again, I don't know what kind of snide point you think you're making, right? Like you guys are engaged in some sort of fantasy land. Like, oh, there won't be people willing to engage in violence and things like that.
No, there'll be people, but it's just not very profitable to do that. It's not.
Today would be exacerbated, right? So the fact that cartels are willing to exist versus overwhelming force of state actors that would be against them shows that they would certainly be willing.
Well, but the thing is, they're not. Like, cartels exist because they have places like Mexico that don't have overwhelming state force. The state clearly isn't powerful enough to stop them, so they exist in this kind of quasi-legitimate state where they're not legal, but the legal system can't actually stop them because the legal system is just broken because it's run by the state, and the state doesn't work. The state doesn't have any money to fund it.
You already said you're against the drug war.
The cartels will magically disappear.
Why are you against the drug war?
Why am I against the drug? Because I think that. Now, there are certain drugs that I'm not for legalization, but marijuana, for example, I think that you should be allowed to ingest in your body anything that reasonably only affects yourself.
I mean, that's awesome.
Well, Fabian, let's move forward here because we're almost here at the 3 hour 30 minutes mark. Dang, okay. So I just got I'll leave it with this just one question. 56 minutes, 30-minute mark. The right to be murdered is not being negotiated right now in the society we live in. Connor made this point before he left, obviously. So why would I ever enter into the situation where I have to negotiate it?
So the right to not be murdered is, in some sense, negotiated. I mean, there are people who make laws. They could pass. People could elect politicians who repeal the murder laws. You know, I suppose we have to negotiate. It's not a hard negotiation because everyone, pretty much agrees on that. We all want that law. And so it's not a very difficult negotiation. And we pay for it, right? Not only do we have to negotiate it, but we have to pay for it. We have to pay taxes, pay for law enforcement that have to go out and implement that law and enforce it. It costs us money to actually have the right to not be murdered. All of our rights cost us money. So yes, in a market, we will also have to pay for those rights and indirectly negotiate what those rights are based on the cost and how much we want them, just like we do now. In a market, we just do that more efficiently.
Now, Fabian, the wide-eyed wasn't for you. It was for somebody in chat. Though I could see where the synchronization looked pretty good, though, now that
it was a good edit.
But I was arguing about Mad Max's Thunderdome because he says it wasn't any good and he can go fuck himself, right? Because Thunderdome was awesome. But anyway, go ahead, Pedro.
Gotcha. Well, I'm just going to move us into audience questions. I'm only going to do 3 questions because we're really going past the pale here. From Jonathan Dow, policing has had a historical dysgenic effect on modern society. What are the positions of either side on the long-term detriment to society's gene pool?
Dysgenic? What does that mean? I really don't know.
So the argument is that policing has directly led to less people procreating? Is that what they're saying? Or that's led to dysgenic? I guess I'll have to claim ignorance of what the
only thing that I don't know what they mean. Maybe they can clarify. But the only thing I can think they're talking about is this. There's a theory
exerting a detrimental effect on generations through inheritance of undesirable characteristics.
Well, now I know what dysgenic means, but what I'm saying is the only thing I can think they're talking about is that there are certain people that are genetically predisposed towards increased violence, right? And there's like a lot of historians that have looked at like how the genetics have like changed over time because we used to have banditry, and then like the idea is that like the Roman Empire and like its enforcement of law and order like criminalized certain kind of like more violent behavior, and by locking those people up or by killing those people or things like that like our gene pool has become more passive and less likely to engage in like really high aggressive traits. That's the only thing I can think that they're talking about. I don't fucking know though beyond that.
The police have had a dysgenic effect because what?
I don't know that would be a negative. I would think maybe it would be a positive.
Right. My guess is what they're talking about is we've lost masculine traits because policing has discouraged masculine traits.
Because we're not all murdering each other and the police are protecting our rights.
I don't fucking know.
Look, I mean, if you really want to...
I don't eat enough red meat and I don't lift enough weights to get that question, and I'm sorry. I was
Wait,
eating
wait.
fried
Did
rice
he just
today.
say he doesn't eat red meat?
I said enough.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, you don't eat enough. Good.
Gotcha. The next one's to the anarchists. So if you're creating the police, all the power they wield, and recreating the problems, why waste the time and improve literally nothing? Arbitration, IS, biased, AF.
I feel
to
like
cap.
we kind of beat this
Yeah, we've been this with
question
a
to
dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
like this is a dead horse.
Okay, 1 second.
Back and forth on that, yeah.
All right,
Kill
and
it
then let me,
twice.
gotcha. Let me pull the last one then. It's from Jonathan Dow again. How does either side's preferred system contend with the issue of low information or no information participants? The issue of non-consenting participants.
That's
Yeah.
a great question.
Great
Yeah.
question.
So there's lots of low information or no information. It's different from non-consenting. As far as information, there's a lot of decisions we have to make in markets today, purchasing decisions that we don't have all the information about. It's hard to know about all the different details of the car you buy or the toaster you buy or all the various services or the things you're eating.
Information failures.
We have ways of mitigating that problem, because that when you have a problem like that, that's also a market opportunity. There's a market for solving that problem. So you could have people who offer the service of deciding what, helping you buy the right car by reviewing it or having a rating system or so on. There's no particular reason to think that you couldn't have similar systems with a justice system, right? You might have people reviewing rights enforcement or a rating system or an expectation that, for example, rights enforcement agencies will publish statistics about how much how safe their customers are, how fast they respond to calls from the customers and things like that. People could rate them on rating sites and so on. So we have ways of dealing with that problem. It's a problem that exists right now with the state in existing markets, and we deal with it the same way in a completely market-based system.
And the problem would be massively exacerbated in their system because there is a problem. For example,
really?
just the law in general, right? There's a problem with people being low information or no information about take gun laws.
The thing is,
right?
if you don't know enough to make decisions about what to buy in a market, then you definitely don't know enough to make decisions about who to vote for in a political system where the politicians are going to be making those decisions for you, because that's way more that you have to know. You have to know not only about the decisions they're making, but you have to know about the politician and everything else, right?
Well, I mean, the way that I would really say this is, I think our current system is worse than what we're proposing. So what I would give is two examples of this very quickly is the health department, right? I think technology has increased to such a degree that when people go to a restaurant, they don't drive to the restaurant, walk in and try and find the health department's rating on the door, because it's a useless fucking institution that keeps stealing our tax money. When instead what they do is they look at Google reviews, Yelp reviews, ask their friends and neighbors. And that's how and if they see a bunch of people being like, I got sick at this Five Guys, they're like, that looks like a shitty place to eat. I'm not going to go there. The second I would give is the Food and Drug Administration, right? And there are so many issues when you look at the Sackler family and the Oxycontin issue. We could look at current COVID situations and, how the FDA is a rubber stamp of approval and how they keep the market from being able to actually engage because they say, oh, only this one company can produce insulin. Only this one company can produce EpiPens, and none of you other companies can compete. And I think if we open that up to the market, people could buy whatever medication it is that they wanted or that their doctor asked them to have. And then there could be companies that they trust or that their doctors may trust that allow them to test these things and determine whether or not they're safe. And you go to your doctor and experts to get those things. But instead, we have massively overpriced insulin, massively overpriced EpiPens, and we have Pfizer getting away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with when it comes to, scandals in the testing of their vaccines. And I just think that the market system is probably going to be more effective than the current government monopoly.
Gentlemen, we have to leave it there. I know nobody's, it's never fair.
No. Let Rob get 10 seconds. Let Rob get 10 seconds. Come on, at least.
The interruptions were rewarded. You'll learn someday, last username, what it's like to be polite and let someone finish a thought without jumping in. But that's cool.
Oh, well, I was just saying.
Well, that's not the point I thought he was going to make, but all right.
No, it's all good. Look, we're way over time. I sure appreciate all of you sticking around. But there was a lot of Q&A for that. It was a very spirited debate, and I actually do think we got to some actual issues for once. Usually you don't in the ANCAP versus con versus, well, in the progressive ones you never do, right?
Yeah,
But
right.
we did get to some pretty decent stuff. Can each one of you shout out your channel?
Mhm.
Fabian Liberty, Scott, for those of you who are just joining, go to his Discord. I've posted the link up. It's now in the links underneath the YouTube channel. Very, very good faith. A lot of people who travel between my Discord and his always appreciate when Scott comes on. Go ahead, Scott. Shout your channel out. Shout yourself out.
Yeah, it's Fabian Liberty on YouTube. It's Fabian Liberty on Twitch. I'm primarily a Twitch streamer, but we put some clips and stuff up on YouTube and stuff like that. My co-host Mark here is also an anarcho-capitalist. We do a lot of debating. We do some news. We do a little bit of gaming. And tomorrow we do philosophy reading night every other Sunday, and then movie night in the Discord. And so philosophy reading tomorrow, we're going to be reading Major General Butler's "War is Racket" from 1935 speech. We do a lot of boring shit on those Sundays, so you don't got to come those days. I just want to say thank you so much for having me. You're a great moderator. And even more importantly, thank you so much, because all these left-wing people look at me as a regular right-winger and look at Rob Noor as a right-winger.
No.
And they won't moderate debates with right-wingers. And I never really get an opportunity to go against the right. I'm stuck debating socialists and communists all fucking day. And I appreciate the opportunity to have a conservative.
But you saw what
us.
happened with the fucking hippie dipshittery, right?
Yeah, no, we got fucking robbed.
Clowns. These are clowns. They're a joke. They can go fuck themselves. I got no use for them. They're scumbags. They fix the game. I got a whole trash talk that's upcoming about what just happened with the hippie dipshittery. Anyway,
Okay.
That aside, Thunderdome's awesome. Fuck you, Uncle. Rob Noor, you're up, buddy.
Yeah, Rob Noor, twitch.tv/Rob Noor, spell all one word, lowercase. Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube. Great to be here as always, so thanks.
Hashtag good faith Rob. Thanks for coming, Rob.
Rob Noor has always been a friend of the Crucible. He was here from the very beginning. He helped us build the channel. We always thank Rob Noor. You can find his links in Normal America. Follow him on Twitter. Make sure you like it as well. Last username. Shout yourself out, buddy.
It is last_username on Twitch, just like the name on the screen right now. I've just started a YouTube channel, but I noticed it's not even showing up in search because it's still empty. But if you follow me on Twitch, you'll find out when.
Ban.
Yeah, already. That was quick. If you follow me on Twitch, you'll find out about the YouTube channel when it gets going. I stream occasionally. I do a lot of debates, and sometimes I'll just go on stream and answer questions from chat about anarcho-capitalism. So if you've had anything you're dying to ask me tonight and you didn't get to, come and ask me there, and I'll give you a really detailed, long, drawn-out answer as long as you want. And it was good to be here. This is first Crucible, and it was not too bad.
Yeah, the Crucible can be a rough place, but we enjoy everybody who participates. I know that we're ruthless moderators. We're always going to be that way.
No, you're quite reasonable moderator.
Shouting your channel out.
No, you're the best moderator.
Yeah, you actually moderate.
You actually moderate. It
we
allows
do.
a discussion. Yeah.
We do. We pride ourselves on it. It's the one thing you will find at the Crucible you won't find anywhere else in these joke streams who want you to do all the work for them. Make sure you make sure you subscribe to all these gentlemen's channels. They came on, they entered into the gauntlet, they fought it out. It was a hell of a debate. They stayed way over time, and we're going to let them go. You got the toggle, Pedro. From all of us here at the Crucible to all of you at home.
I'm going to cut him off now.
Okay. That was that. It's going to be loud music again, right? Ooh. All right. I think that's done. Okay. So what'd you think? That was I don't know, it had some moments that were okay, but it was mostly kind of unproductive. I've had more productive debates.
I'm a Barbie girl.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll talk about it more later. But I don't know. It was kind of enjoyable. I sort of like the show. I like that they do actually moderate and they have questions and stuff. It's refreshing. And it sounds like I might do another one They have some lefty named Synth who wants to debate me, and I don't know. I'd say tentatively yes to that, but I don't have to look at the details and see what topic it's going to be and everything. But you might see, so you might see me on there again, maybe on a one-on-one. Rob was unreasonable. Yeah, Rob was unreasonable. He does not. I hate using the term bad faith. It's just I feel it's overused, but he doesn't seem like he's. He really doesn't seem like he's trying to engage very hard. He seems like he's trying to avoid actually engaging with your ideas. Right? He just lets you say as little as he has to let you say before he jumps in and straw mans what you believe and then argues against it. And I don't know. That's definitely what he's doing tonight. I don't know if you could maybe blame that partly on the fact that, you know, it's a 2-on-2. It's like, to be fair, we didn't really explain our position in detail because we couldn't really. So I guess Rob, you know, you can maybe let Rob off the hook for that. Like if we didn't explain it, then he has to make up something to argue against, but that's not really fair, right? If you don't understand the other person's position, you can't just make something up. Connor, counterpoints, not so much straw manning, but he just makes these really, really vague sort of general arguments. It's like he doesn't even seem to care about the idea. He doesn't want to go into any detail about it, right? He just makes these very sort of vague general arguments. But neither of them were really engaging. And like I say, you could maybe partly blame that on the format and the fact that me and Scott have really different approaches to arguing on this topic. And I could see how that's going to be very confusing for our opponents, right? It's like we're arguing for the same thing, but we're making two completely different kinds of arguments, and I can see how that would be difficult to engage with. And I don't really know how to deal with that, how to make that any better. But yeah, like counterpoints, he didn't seem bad faith, but he didn't understand what we were advocating for, and he didn't seem to care about trying to understand it. I don't think. He was more interested in just saying like, yeah, well, I just think that, you know, generally like very sort of vague philosophical things that weren't really relevant. Me and Scott clash sometimes when you both really want to answer questions. Yes, we clearly did. We were kind of worried about that was going to happen. We talked about it and we figured, well, we'll just try to argue in ways that we don't step on each other's toes too much, but we did end up stepping on each other's toes a lot. It's just we have very different approaches to arguing. They're so different on this one topic that maybe it doesn't work. Like we do well when we're arguing about you know, child labor laws or pot-bellied pig ownership rights, because we're both coming at it in basically the same way, using the same kinds of arguments. But on this, we have completely different arguments, and they often do clash. Yeah. Is there a way that each of you could bolster each other's arguments stylistically? I don't know. It's really hard because the arguments are so different that we end up we're kind of pulling our opponents in completely different. We're pulling the argument in different directions, and sometimes they're just not compatible directions. And that comes off as inconsistency to the audience and to our opponents. Sounds like we just don't know. Like when you hear if you heard one person saying what we were both saying, you'd think they were crazy, right? You'd think they were just schizo, like they didn't know what they were talking about. So yeah, I don't know if there's a way that we can. If there is a way to do it, it would take a lot of sort of planning and coordination. So I don't know. Maybe we'll look into it, but it would be great to see you debate Destiny on the practicality and ethics of anarcho-capitalism. I think he makes a good case for a moderate form of social democracy. And I think he would be very up for it because it would be very different from his usual debates, and you're pretty smart. Well, thanks for that. I agree. I'd love to debate Destiny on this. I think, I think I mentioned it to him. Did I? I think I used a donation message to sort of propose it to him, and he just ignored it or something. I don't know. I don't know Destiny. I haven't really made much of an effort to contact him or anything. But yeah, I don't know. I'd be up for it. Maybe if we cross paths or something on another panel, then and I have an opening to talk to him, then I'll bring it up. But he tends to be fairly. I noticed that he's very dismissive of libertarians in general, and especially anarcho-capitalists. He's definitely got this kind of allergy to talking to anarcho-capitalists. So it would be a tough sell for him. Even though I agree that I think he would actually be really interested in the kind of arguments that I'm making for it. They seem like the kind of arguments that he would find interesting, engaging at the very least, if not convincing. And he hasn't, and I don't think he's really encountered them before, right? He's encountered very different kinds of anarcho-capitalists who argue in different ways. But he's a busy man, and it's hard to get his attention. So if you happen to know him, then you could mention my name, and maybe we'll see what happens. Yeah, I haven't really reached out to him. I don't recall ever doing that. But I haven't really tried, right? I probably have friends. I know people who know Destiny, so if I really wanted to, I could try to get them to hook us up. But I don't know. I felt like since he is kind of resistant to talking to ANCAPs, I don't want to impose on anyone. I don't want to ask other people to twist his arm to try to make him do something he doesn't want to do. I'd rather that just wait until, eventually he'll probably stumble on some debate I'm having with someone else and hear it and hear the kind of arguments I'm making. And if that piques his interest, then maybe we'll get in touch, right? I'd rather it happen that way, though. I'd rather he becomes interested rather than me try to force it on him, right? Almost nailed Rob with cartels until the moderator interrupted with Pablo Escobar. Yeah. Drug cartels it's organized crime, right? And it's organized crime that flourishes mostly in places where the state provided legal system is dysfunctional, because there's not enough capacity or there's too much corruption. If cartels couldn't survive entirely within the United States because the United States has a fairly functional legal system. And the other thing is that those drug gangs are making their money in a business that shouldn't be illegal, right? They're selling drugs. So the reason it's profitable is not because they're not making money off crime, really. They're making money off something that shouldn't really be a crime. It's something a lot of people want, and it doesn't hurt anyone, and that's why they're able to make money off it, right? Just like the mafia was able to make money when alcohol was prohibited, which it shouldn't have been, right? Something a lot of people want and doesn't hurt anyone. I mean, it doesn't hurt other people when you do it. And that's why organized crime flourished when there was this black market. That's the problem. That's why you get black markets, when you try to make things legal that shouldn't really be illegal. And there's more demand to have the thing than there is demand to prevent it. So, but it's not, law enforcement in a market justice system is not a black market. A black market means that there is a legal system that is that is prohibiting that market from existing, which is not the case. There is no legal system that prohibits the justice market from existing, because that justice market is the legal system, right? West libertarians talks to are libertarians, basically just typical Republican conservatives. Yeah, he's talked to a lot of those. He's talked to a few more principled libertarians, but I've never seen him talk to anyone who I never seen him talk to like a really sort of pragmatic, economic-minded anarcho-capitalist, someone like, well, me, or someone like David Friedman or Brian Kaplan. I think he would really like. He did talk to Brian Kaplan briefly at that at some conference or something. He was on stage with them, but they didn't really talk about anarcho-capitalism. Probably didn't even know he was an anarchist. And I've seen people suggest he talked to David Friedman a lot. He probably could, because David Friedman does interviews all the time. But he's always like, nah, he's an ANCAP, forget it. So maybe one day it'll happen. How would you answer a state system that decriminalizes instead of legalizes? How would I answer a state system that decriminalizes instead of legalizes? So decriminalizes means that it's not a criminal violation, but it's still illegal. Never entirely understood what that meant. It seems to me that the punishments are just less harsh for it, right? You don't go to jail for it, but you're still not supposed to do it, and there's still some sort of legal consequence for it. I mean, my answer to that is why it's weird that the system even makes that distinction, right? If something is wrong, it's wrong. And I mean, what do you mean when you say how do you answer? Like what am I answering? What's the question? Are you a fan of Justin Trudeau? No, I'm not a fan of Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau is really he's shockingly insincere. I don't know how anybody trusts that guy. He just comes off like he doesn't believe anything he's saying, and that he just doesn't really have any reason for being where he is, right? Everything he says just sounds like this sort of superficial, sort of virtue signally, this might be my own bias, but I all he's got going for him is that he's like, he's pretty and young, right? And everyone was really charmed by that somehow. And he's the son of a famous prime minister. But man, he's just not a charismatic leader at all. And he just seems so fake and shallow. I don't know what people see in him, but he's been there for a long time. He's been reelected several times. The only pointer I have is that we need to stop American conservatives from doing their American chauvinist circle jerk, where they use America as the only type of state there is, and you need to nail them on the fact that America is the exception and not the rule. America isn't that bad, but there are far worse states. That's true. So, I mean, I could often point out that, when you advocate for the state, you're kind of advocating for like all the states out there, not the best states, but that's not really true, right? I think it's reasonable to say that if you're arguing for the state, to point at, the best examples of the state. Because that's what I'm doing, right? I'm saying this is, well, is it what I'm doing? I mean, there are no examples of what I'm arguing for, so it's a bit different. But it's reasonable to say the state clearly, has the potential to be as good as America, because America is a state and it exists. So even though some states are bad, some of them are clearly good as America. And I think it's reasonable to say that is the, if some states can be America, then potentially all of them can, right? And since we're talking about the potential for the future, I'd say that's a reasonable argument. I'm willing to accept that all states in the world could potentially have the potential to be as good a state as America is. Right? That seems reasonable. So that's why I don't make that argument. I don't say, well, look at all those bad states out there, usually, because if there are some good states, then presumably there could be all good states. Good being as good as they are, as the good ones are. But I'm not arguing for the best version of anarchism. I'm arguing for the most likely version of anarchism. I actually think the best version of anarchism, I think it could be much better than what I'm arguing for, but I'm just arguing for what's most likely to happen based on economic models, right? Based on the incentives and our understanding of economics, this is what is most likely to happen in an anarchist society. So that's when I describe it, that's what I'm describing. So in a way, I'm giving them an advantage, right? I'm comparing the most likely anarchist society with the best that states can do, even though they can't always do that, right? I was raising the question about decriminalization as a mechanism for decreasing black markets. I see. As legalization of sex work, for example, would still have regulation that creates black markets. Asking what would the difference be between not having laws versus a decriminalized system for drugs and sex work that decreases the need to send people to prison for things we still may not want flourishing in society. Difference between not prohibiting those things versus decriminalizing them. The problem with only decriminalizing them is that you still can't have still can't have a legal market for it. So you can't start, even if marijuana is just decriminalized, you can't start a marijuana business. You can't start a marijuana factory and sell it. Or if you do, that factory still has to be entirely underground. You don't get to use the legal system to protect your rights as a business in that underground industry. And that's why you get the organized crime, right? That's why you get the violence and so on, because the people in that black market are not allowed to use the justice system to protect their rights, right? So when they have a dispute, they can't call up their lawyers or call up the police and say, resolve this dispute. They have to resolve it themselves by shooting each other, right? So that's why it really has to be entirely legal. It has to be legal enough that people can start legitimate businesses to supply that black market, or that formerly black market. The reason I say that is because they use the worst examples that could come out of anarchism, yet they compare that to the best state ever. Right. Yeah, I mean, the worst... It's hard to say what the worst thing that could come out of anarchism is, because we don't have any examples. I suppose the worst thing that could come out of anarchism is like the worst thing you can imagine, but I guess that's true with the state, if we're considering things that don't actually exist, right? Anything is possible. I want the U.S. federal government to give back power to the states, so one state could try your ideas. May the best state win. Sure, that'd be a way to do it. How much power do you want them to give back, though? I mean, do you want the union to end? I don't think the feds are giving back any power anytime soon. It just doesn't seem to happen. What I see with decriminalization of drugs and theft in the Seattle area is the fall of Roman. It's the fall of Roman. Do you want your kid to do the stuff you want decriminalized? Problem with marijuana is it is polluting society. We're seeing massive drug abuse. It is like led to the fall of Rome. So we're talking about Rome. So you talk. I mean, if you're talking about the problem of people smoking too much pot, sure, that could be a problem. But drug laws don't seem to solve that problem, and drug laws create a lot of other problems. So I don't think prohibition of something of a popular vice is a way to solve the problem of that vice. We've seen that many, many times, and then with alcohol, seen it with marijuana, seen it with prostitution. So, I feel like we've learned that lesson already. Can't get that much worse than what they describe. They literally say it will be chaos, murder all over the place. Counterpoint even said once that state people would just endlessly fuck dogs and so on. Yeah. I mean, I get why your average person who's never thought about anarchy would immediately jump to that would be their first assumption about what a stateless society would be like, right? If you just ask them what would happen without a state, and they've never thought about it before, their immediate answer might be, oh, well, I guess, there'd be no laws and we'd all just go crazy and kill each other. That's reasonable if you haven't thought about it before. What's not reasonable is when you have people who have looked at it in more detail and come to very different conclusions and are willing to present to you those conclusions and their reasoning and everything, and you're still unwilling to listen to them and still insist that the thing that you came up with in the first 5 seconds of thinking about it is definitely the truth, and their years of research and careful applying of models and predicting and so on doesn't even need to be listened to. That seems like a really unreasonable, irrational thinking process to me. How do you compare the current banking systems used to ones under anarchism? Well, the current banking systems in most developed countries is a fiat currency central banking system. So basically state controlled fiat currency. That's probably bad, for the same reason that having any other centrally planned market is probably bad. Having the state control the financial system, well, we've seen that go wrong in many, many countries. There's a few countries where it hasn't gone wrong yet. But the night is young for that for central banking, and we still remains to be seen whether that's a long-term, stable, viable system. Now, I don't think you don't need a central banking. You don't need central banking, I don't think. There's something called free banking, where you just have banks. You could have banks issue their own currency, similar to how a central bank does, but you have multiple banks in the same economy, all issuing their own currency, or able to issue their own currency if they want to. And then you have a market for currency. People can decide what currency to use. So then you'd have banks setting their monetary policy however they want, but their incentive to maintain the value of the currency is that they're competing, right? They want people using their currency. If they fuck up their currency, people can switch to another one, right? Whereas that's not so easy with a central nationalized bank, where you can't just switch to another currency without switching to another country at the same time. But if you could just switch to another currency within the same country without changing anything else, then you'd have more choice. There'd be more pressure on banks to have good monetary policy and keep their currency value stable, and that would be good. And then you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have the same agency making those decisions, and also making, doing all these other things like waging war and paying for all sorts of social assistance and welfare and such, and able to use their control of the monetary system to help them support all that other spending, right? I mean, I suppose a bank could do that, but they'd be stuck with the consequences if they debased their own currency to fund something else that they were doing. They'd have to pay the price for it because people would stop using their currency. And I suppose they would, right? They would be printing their own money and then investing it. They'd be loaning it out to people, maybe to start businesses and stuff to get their money in the system. But if they made bad decisions about who to lend that money to, they lend it to people who would not expect to get a return from, or would not expect to pay back the loans, then their currency would lose value. And free banking has existed before, yes, in the past. I believe Scotland had it for a while. It seemed to work okay. You cannot have a safety net with legalized drugs. Legalized drugs, get rid of the safety net. Why is that? I don't particularly see why those two have to be conflated. Seattle area is falling apart. People are being bailed out for doing drugs. Taxing hospitals, living on the streets like animals, and we are spending massive money for social welfare. I see what you're saying. So you're saying if you legalize drugs, so I think you're making some mistakes there. First of all, assuming that people would do a lot more drugs if they were legal. I don't think that's true. And assuming that drug addicts are going to be a huge burden need to be a huge burden on a social welfare system. It's not necessarily true. You don't have to. Depending on how you design your social welfare system, it doesn't necessarily have to subsidize people's drug habits like that. But it depends how you design it. Depends how you do your means testing, right? Given that you mentioned Kaplan and David, I wonder if you have read or listened to Robert Higgs. I have not. I haven't even heard of him. I think his advocacy for anarchism would be to your liking. I will check it out. Robert Higgs. Hello from Germany. Hello from Canada. People use the money based on the value of the network, not on the value of the money itself. That's how it works with Bitcoin too. Yeah. Well, I mean, the value of the money itself is in a free. Yeah. Well, with Bitcoin, the value. Yeah. So it comes from the value of the money is the fact that people will accept it in exchange for other things that you value. But then the supply of the money is tied to some artificial, some synthetic scarcity. In the case of Bitcoin, it's mining, right? I don't think that's necessary, though. I think you could have a bank that sets their own monetary policy. So they literally have a money printer, print as much money as they want. But since they're competing with other banks that can also do that, if the bank wants their money to be valuable, they would have to be careful how they print it and what they do with it. So when they print money, if they give it to someone who's just going to waste it, and blow it into the economy and not make any return, then that money is not going to be very valuable, right? Because everyone's going to have it, and the people who have it are not going to be producing anything. If they lend it to businesses who are going to be productive and make a return and make a profit, then that money will be valuable, right? So yeah, so the bank prints some. So some business goes into the bank and says, "Can I have a loan?" Bank checks them out. If the business is good, the bank prints some money and gives it to them. That business spends their money into the economy, but in the process of doing that, they end up producing more value. So they're able to pay off their loan. They're able to buy back the currency. Yeah, right. So they lend out the money. When they lend out the money, that someone owes them back that money. So they're creating demand for their currency by giving out loans, or they're creating a demand in the future, right? So they lend out $100. They're creating a demand for $105 after, a year, if that's what the terms of the loan are. And if so they're creating more demand in the future. If it's too late at night to think about this. And so then they want to make sure that money is out there and that the people who need it, who actually owe the money, will have it. Okay, sorry. It's too late for me to think about how this works, but at some point I'll talk about this and I'll sketch it all out for you. But basically the market forces the banks who have good monetary policy to keep their money valuable. Would there be monopoly laws preventing one bank from becoming the best and being the currency of choice? I don't think so. I don't see why anyone would pay the cost of implementing a law like that. But you might end up with one currency. But that's fine, right? Because you can still have multiple banks using that currency, first of all. And as long as there's the potential for someone to come along with a different currency and compete, then it's fine. It's okay if there's one currency. And it's actually, with technology, it becomes much, much easier to have multiple currencies, right? Like this may have been a difficult thing at one point to be dealing with multiple currencies in the same economy, but today, you can pay for something, and if they accept one currency and you only have a different currency in your account, you can have some computer just do the exchange automatically. Just you send the cash to some currency exchange and automatically get it changed, and it can happen like all behind the scenes made completely convenient to you. So it doesn't, the issue of having multiple currencies isn't really a big deal anymore, technologically speaking. How would a corporation be formed in ANCAP? Depending on what constitutes a corporation, but if you're thinking about, so the main aspect to a corporation, I'd say, is the collective ownership, right? It's the idea of you have a whole bunch of people you have a whole bunch of shares, and many, many different people can own that thing, and they're the owners, and somehow their interests are represented in the executive function of the corporation without them literally being there and doing stuff. You could do that in an ANCAP just with a network of contracts. You can imagine a corporation as a network of contracts, right? A network of agreements between the shareholders between the shareholders and each other, basically. And then I suppose also between all of the other people involved in the corporation, the workers, suppliers, the board of directors, executives, and so on. So it's really just like a legal instrument. And you could have the same kind of legal instrument in an ANCAP society. It really wouldn't have to be that different at all. I agree with that. There was a guy in Scott's community that wrote a paper on synthetic commodity currency that's basically a mix of Bitcoin and fiat. What's a synthetic commodity? See if I can ask him to send it to me again. Based on my understanding, you seem to be in agreement with David Friedman where you don't believe in an objective law. If this is correct, why do you consider gangs to be criminals and not just another organization that believes in the right to steal? I don't believe in a precise objective law. But I do believe that there are going to be market forces that cause a particular law, that tend to force a particular kind of law to emerge, right? So just like there's no objectively correct price for a loaf of bread, but loaves of bread. But there is a market price for loaves of bread that emerges in a market, and it tends to be, and it's not arbitrary, right? There's a reason that a loaf of bread costs $3 and not $3 million, right? So it's not an arbitrary price, but it's not an objective price. You can't calculate the price of a bread from mathematical principles or from, looking in the sky or looking in a book or whatever, right? It's something that emerges based on how much people want bread and how much it costs to produce bread. So similarly, law, which is a product like a loaf of bread, both the cost of the law and the features in the law, the rights that you get, are things that will emerge in a market, and they'll emerge based on the demand for particular rights and the cost of implementing those rights. Right? Does that make sense? So, and you can believe in objective morality if you want, but regardless, I think that's, I think you can believe in objective morality and still have a market legal system because, well, can you? I mean, there's no way to have objective morality literally determine the law, right? We need some system of actually, to have laws, we need a system of actually figuring out what they are and implementing them and paying the cost of implementing them, right? And that's always going to be some system of negotiating with people and paying for things and making decisions that way, right? So I just want a more efficient system for doing that. I suspect that the more efficient system will also give you laws that are closer to what most people consider moral, because I think people are more willing to pay. Well, why is that? It could be that because what you consider moral is secretly what is actually most efficient. And that's why people consider it moral, because it's efficient. That could be true, right? Or you could also say that that because people consider it moral, they'll be more willing to pay for it. And so since markets tend to give people what they want, and people tend to be moral and tend to want morally correct laws, then a market will tend to be better at giving people morally correct laws than a state. Either way. Corporations are socialism. Are they? Yeah, I guess so. They're collectivized. Sure, fine. They're little socialist things, I guess. I mean, they're cooperatives, I guess. No, not cooperatives, because cooperative means that the owners fill some other role. But they're collective. I mean, it's kind of true, right? Corporations would allow normal people to own lots of capital, to own the means of production, right? Thanks to corporations, the means of production are mostly owned by the middle class in the form of their investments and savings. So, and yeah, in a way, corporations have given us something which is strangely resembles socialism in some way. Though I don't think socialists would see it that way. Let's follow up with what sort of securities laws, rules would there be? What sort of securities laws / rules would there be? Any sort of accredited investor standard. Okay, so laws for securities. Like what kind of laws do you mean specifically? You mean regulations on financial regulations? I mean, that's still a pretty broad category. Like what specific law are you wondering about? I think the financial industry tends to be, generally speaking, is over-regulated. There's a lot of financial regulations that are supposed to be protecting people, but are probably not doing that and are probably fairly inefficient. And so you probably wouldn't see them in a market justice system because they wouldn't be worthwhile. Tell me specific laws. To consider the natural law is very close to what will naturally arise in the market. I don't really know what you mean by natural. What is natural law? As I understand it, natural law just means some kind of... Look, I don't understand whether natural law is supposed to be like natural language, as in a law that just emerges through cultural, social interaction, or is it supposed to be something more like profound than that? Something that's like some objective mathematical truth. I'm never quite clear on that. Like, because the concept seems to have religious origins, right? Right. I think the first people talking about natural law were religious. It meant natural because it was like from God. But if you don't mean that, then what do you mean? Prince equals supply, demand, and margin. Price. Some laws are not moral. They're necessary for things to function. They are morally neutral. Some laws are not moral. Necessary for things to function. They're not more neutral. Okay, so you mean like which side of the road you need to drive on? So in that case, that's just it's a rule of the road. We call it a law because the state owns the roads. And so when the state makes a rule about something, we call that a law. But really, it's a different kind of thing, right? It's not something, drive on the right side of the road is not something that the state, not a law that's made because it's right, which is what most laws are. Or some laws, I guess. It's not the same kind of law as the law against murder. Law against murder is a law because we think murder is wrong. But we don't think it's wrong to drive on the wrong side of the road. We just think that roads don't work unless we agree on which side to drive on. So we make a law. So we make the rule, okay, everyone's going to drive on the right side. And yeah, it just looks the same, or it looks the same legally because the state happens to, or because the state happens to own the roads. But if they were private roads, then it wouldn't be a law. It would just be a term of service of the road, right? Thinking about it, should I assume you'd be against a rule such as accredited investor standard? Accredited investor standard, what is that? By way of background, my understanding that it's in place so to protect folks from investing in penny stocks and companies they aren't sophisticated enough to do due diligence properly before investing. But once you have a certain wealth or income, the current state thinks you are either sophisticated enough or that they don't care if you lose a bit enough. So I assume this is something like basically you're not allowed to invest unless you get a license. This is a licensing law. I think you probably have very few licensing laws, certainly not licensing. You wouldn't need a license to invest in things. So no, I expect that law would not exist. Now you might have I was wondering if there'd be anybody who would want to have this, you want to make this rule for themselves or for their customers or their clients or whatever, would have an incentive to do that. Maybe, probably not. But yeah, it seems like that's like a nanny law, right? It's a nanny state. It's like basically you don't know what's good for you. We're going to protect you from yourself by not letting you invest your own money because we think you're stupid. I think probably there wouldn't be any laws like that. I don't think people would pay to prevent other people from harming themselves because they're too stupid. It doesn't seem like something we'd pay for. If it was something really, really, I mean, that would basically be charity, right? And I suppose if there was something that was really a big problem where people really were harming themselves because they were too stupid, maybe we would charitably pay money to try to stop them. But probably we wouldn't. Probably we'd just be like, people want to be stupid, then they're free to be stupid, and I'm not going to stop them. And that's fine with me. How are they not? To the social ownership of the means of production. Corporations Well, you do have to buy them, right? You're not given you're not given shares in corporations according to what you need. You do have to buy them. So I don't know. Like I say, some you could make an argument that that's a kind of socialism. Some socialists might even agree, but I suspect most of them wouldn't. But never found socialists to be super consistent in the way they define things. So capitalism is so badass that it gave us a system that it's technically socialist, but nothing will release the socialists. Nothing will please the socialists, because in reality, what they want is to control. Natural law, as in what Rothbard advocated for. Sorry for not being clear. Okay, yeah. So you're right. I mean, in more ways than one, socialists have gotten what they want. They've gotten worker ownership of the means of production just because workers tend to have a lot of money invested in the stock market. It's because everyone does. And I think most of the capital in America is owned by people you could call working class, people who are workers for sure. And also look at the fucking gig economy, which leftists love to hate, right? Oh, the gig economy, it's so terrible. What the fuck is the gig economy but workers owning their own means of production? That's what it is, right? It's literally people who are self-employed. They own their own means of production. They're capitalists. They're the bourgeois. The proles turning into bourgeois. And it's exactly what they want. And they hate it. Of course they do. Because they don't know what they want. Uber drivers are fucking bourgeois. They're bourgeois. Natural laws and what Rothbard advocated for. I haven't read any Rothbard. I don't know if I plan to, but maybe. So I still don't know what you mean by natural law. You just said that corporations allow the middle class to invest. That's not entirely true. It only allows them to invest in public companies. Yeah, that's true. Private companies, middle class folks can't invest in unless they are accredited. I think the current rule is 1 million net wealth minus your home or 200,000 for more than 2 years of income. You can't invest in private companies or public companies? I mean, you can. You don't need to be an accredited investor to invest. Like you can buy mutual funds and you can trade stocks. But you're right that we should be able to invest in private companies just as easily as public companies. You shouldn't have to be gigantic before you become a public company. I'd love to see a system where we had more convenient forms of public investment and more capital markets that were usable to much smaller scale businesses. That would be great. That'd be wonderful, right? If you could have a startup business that raised money in a capital market in order to start a business, that'd be great. You shouldn't have to become a giant business before you can start participating in capital markets. But the state doesn't let us do that. They create too many hurdles and regulatory barriers and protection laws and so on. And it's just not feasible to raise capital in a capital market for small businesses. Let's change that. Corporations follow a loss of government regulations. They have HR departments that do not directly benefit benefit the corporation, but benefit the government's legislated policies. The majority are voting themselves benefits they have the people making money pay for that pay taxes. The majority are voting themselves benefits they have the people making money pay for that pay tax. I don't understand the sentences that you're putting together here. I think you need more periods, more punctuation, please. By the way, how do you define a state? I get the Friedman vibe from you, but I don't want to assume, so I ask. Yeah, so I get my definition. I define it the same way Friedman does. And it goes something like the state is the organization that we don't stand up for our rights against. Muted. I'm not muted. Oh, you muted. The state is the organization that we don't stand up for our rights against, right? So when someone violates your rights, you'll be like, hey, you violated my rights. I'm going to defend my rights, even if it's not worthwhile to me, right? Even if I have to spend more than what you actually stole from me to stop you, because my rights are important to me. They're worth more than just the cost of whatever of the violation itself, right? There's a principle. So I'm going to stand up for my rights even at a loss to myself. I will spend money to protect my rights. The state is the organization that we don't do that against, right? When the state violates our rights, if it's not profitable to stop them, which it usually isn't, then we don't, and we just accept it. That's the state. So accredited investor, you need to be an accredited investor to invest in private companies. I never heard of this. How can you be stopped from investing in a private company? You don't get a license. Just when you buy the company's stock. By the rep, the regulator of the company makes sure they have uncredited. Okay. This is too much information for me right now. Sufficiently answer your question. Okay, great. Prologue is talking about just the limits that the state sets on citizens to buy private companies. Another way the state fucks over the middle and lower class, small business, and so on. That's true, right? You have to be rich to make money investing. You're too poor to make money in capital markets. You're not allowed. It's for your own protection, says the state. Okay, it's been fun. I gotta go to bed. But always good to talk to you guys. This is the kind of thing I love doing, right? When I can just talk and go into detail about these things. And we'll do it again sometime. I don't know when. Sometime. Is Fabian streaming? No, he's not. While getting soda, I just thought of something that might blow your mind. We have been living in an ANCAP society for all of history for another time. Okay. I'm curious to hear this. But yeah, for another time, I think. In the meantime, I'm sending you guys to Prime. He's talking about are humans inherently religious, apparently. It's an interesting question. Depending on what you mean by religion, I think there's some truth to that. So, check it out. Have fun. He's a good guy, Prime. I like him. Go on his panel all the time. Have a good night. And stay free.
You're not a brain in a jar being stimulated to believe that.
Well, I guess you don't know, but I mean, I'm going to work under the assumption that my sensories are correct.
There we go, right? So what you're going to do is say, right, subjectively, I'm just going to believe arbitrarily